a subir, subir, subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya tienes que saberlo. Yo vine a subir, subir, subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Living higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. when I'm up the beat. When you all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work. Till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals Day number 3. And that means that today is the last day of group stage where we figure out which 6 teams out of the 12 that we have will proceed to the playoffs. My name is Husky, and to kick off the show for this wonderful Wednesday, it's going to be Jace.
Yeah, wonderful Wednesday indeed. It's double W's as well. But of course, you know, hope these teams that we're looking forward is also going to get that double W's because a lot of hope is riding on AP BREN. And remember, we talk about the storyline of speed bumps. I don't think Bigatron Alpha will be that speed bump. It is finally an obstacle for them that, well, they're looking out forwards towards it.
Yeah, we talked to AP BREN 2 days ago, and they say that Bigatron Alpha is probably the alpha of the group, right? The team that they're most afraid of. And yesterday, Bigatron Alpha did lose to Onyx in ID. So that does give us some ideas on how this matchup is going to play out. We also have other matches that's going to be happening concurrently on both Stream A and Stream B. And personally, I have very high expectations for today's matches because it's a public holiday in Malaysia, and here I am working. So give me some good games, please, AP BREN. Please, I want some good games.
Well, we gotta make you work during a public holiday, right? But apart from that, to make it spicy, make the storyline even spicier, right? You mentioned that Bigatron Alpha was taken down by Onyx, but don't forget, AP BREN beat Onyx in a 2-1 fashion as well. So this is a bit of a weird food chain that's going on for Group B.
And I tell you that the craziest part for AP BREN was that when we talked to them yesterday after the 2-1 victory over EVOS Legends, and they were like, you know what, we lost that game 1 not because the EVOS Legends were better than us. We lost that game 1 because we were just testing other waters, right? We want to see where EVOS Legends stands, and apparently they're not too much of a challenge. So I wonder if AP BREN will put the same move today as well against both Bigatron Alpha and also, I believe, was it EVOS? No, Bigatron Alpha and also Aura Fire, which they will be playing later on. But here is the standings for both Group A and Group B. You can see that Group A have played majority of their matches with RSG Philippines and Echo at the top, 3 wins and 1 losses. Yudo Red Giants and EVOS Icons tied 2-2, and RSG Singapore and BREN Slash at the bottom with 1 wins and 3 losses. For Group B, AP BREN still undefeated 3-0, Onyx, Bigatron Alpha and Aura Fire tied 2-1, and EVOS Legends and Todak at the very bottom 0-3.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for EVOS Legends and Todak, right? I like the fact you brought out that particular memory. I think it's a nightmare for the side of EVOS Legends, right? They let one game over, and then they literally red task like an open book in game 2. However, if you take a look at Group B right here, a little bit of a potential three-way tie that they need to resolve today, because Onyx, Bigatron Alpha, and Aurafire 7 all in the middle of the pack. Don't forget, top 3 in the standings will be proceeding into the LAN tournament, whereas the bottom 3 will get eliminated right here. And then today we'll be able to see who shall be proceeding onto the LAN tournament, who shall be dropping out from the Snapdragon Pro Series.
And for Group A, right, the only high-stakes game here is going to be Yudu Red Giants and EVOS Icon, because they will be... No, not Yudu Red Giants. I think EVOS Icon, they're going to be playing RRT Philippines. Yudu Red Giants will be playing against RRT Singapore. So whoever wins their series is going to get that 3-2 score and scrape by into the playoffs. But that is assuming that one of them is going to lose the series. We'll just have to see how that plays out. It's fair to say that EVOS Icons have a harder matchup because they're up against RRT Philippines, whereas for Yudu Red Giants, we're looking at them taking on RRT Singapore in a closer best of 3.
Yeah, Yudu Red Giants actually proven themselves quite strong as well, right? Was able to actually go up against the teams like Echo and then also teams like RSGPH. But now RGSG, I mean, hopefully Diablo and the gang was able to, get something done against Yudu Red Giants. Maybe also potentially upset the whole ecosystem of Group A. But like what we mentioned just now, right? Group B, there's this three-way tie that we need to resolve today. And then AP BREN, if they lose against Bigatron Alpha, this is also going to make this whole Group B even more messier as it already is.
Yeah, it's a lack of opportunity. I think we've seen many upsets. We saw Yudu Red Giants beat RSG Philippines 2-0, and yesterday, EVOS Icons won against both RSG Singapore and also Yudu Red Giants. So if anything, I think our hopes are very high for Group A. But for us, a lot of us is looking at Group B, but because there's so many things that we need to go through, we have employed assistance from our friends over in Jakarta, our colleagues, to help you guys get a very quick recap on what has happened on day number 2. Check it out.
Finally decides to use it on the Doma, but he pops to go away. Doma! Oh! Is the bucket free hitting? Onyx continuing to apply pressure. Yesterday's games were, I would say, interesting, but actually it's very surprising.
After day 1, teams have had a better understanding of the lay of the land.
But that's not all, right? We have Yudu Red Giants continuing to somehow perform out of their minds.
Yudu Red Giants versus EVOS Icon. It's all about Doma and all about Super Red.
Day number 1, they lost a game, they won a game. Day number 2, they are winning matches that honestly, I wasn't expecting them to win.
I really got to give props to Doma, because in both of the series, the games, or 4 games that they played, he was really impressive. They're also adapting and adjusting really fast.
Four spinner Truncheon coming down Doma, popping and still able to find a double. Welcome to Doma's domain.
BTR versus Onyx.
Day 1 didn't exactly perform at peak performance, even though they are MSC champions. Coming to yesterday, wow, the recovery is just... I wasn't expecting that. Looking for the back line, but only catches Moreno. Socket still untouched. Boots is walking forward even further. He wants it. CW, he's already looking for it. The Salmon Force has been popped. From Keyboard with the flicker. It's going to pull him out of position. The House Claw cannot deal with the damage, so CW shuts him down. Kyrie, unstoppable.
Onyx, after the loss against BREN, this is a scarier Onyx. When they lose a game, they are a team that are known to adjust, to adapt. And unfortunately, Bigatron Alpha had to face the awoken Onyx.
Unfortunately, Socket cannot stand up forward. The Wild Charge comes back. The call all trying to keep him alive, but it's too late. The Deadly Catch does too much damage, and it's a killing spree. Moreno finds one. They're clumped together, but the Lord is too big, too strong. Onyx Peak is back. So Group A, I have no idea who's coming out of that group. Group B, on the other hand, I think it's a little bit more straightforward, right?
I think Philippines are still number 1 looking at the results here. RSGPH, Echo, and AP BREN are topping their groups. And
the top 4 of Group B so far feels like they are the top contenders to actually qualify. Day 3 is going to be the final day, their last opportunity to make it into the top 3 and actually qualify for the playoffs.
You still have powerhouse like AP BREN there. You still have BTR and Aura still trying to jockey for position, which makes even the last day of groups something to watch out for. So you don't want to miss it.
It's really exciting to see how these teams are performing in a new meta, this new environment that we've created for them here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Thank you very much to our boys from Jakarta right now. They are going to be on Stream A, so do check them out. But the most important thing about competition is not just the glory, the bragging rights, and maybe allowing you to hit on more girls as the champions afterwards. It's about the money, right? We have a prize pool totaling up to 150,000 US dollars, with the champions walking away with 65,000.
Yeah, definitely, right. And not just that, I think most importantly, in my opinion, towards all these players that we've been interviewing, they all talk about, they wanted to beat Onyx ID because it's like a payback time for the Filipino fans. And of course, you also got the other Indonesian teams that are trying to step up to try to counteract against the Filipino domination in this particular game.
And you look at Group B itself, right? We talk about this three-way tie. That there's going to be a potential four-way tie depending on how the matches play out. But the most crucial part is that today is a long day for the teams at Group B. Every single one of these squads will be playing 2 series. And you look at 2nd to 4th place, right? There are 3 teams tied up. Onyx, Bigatron Alpha, Aura Fire. And it's safe to say that only 2 out of the 3 teams will make it through to join AP BREN in that top 6, which is a very scary thought. And 2 of these teams are playing against AP BREN. You have Bigatron Alpha playing in the first series, and you have Aura Fire also to close out the evening. In between, we're going to check out Echo versus BREN X Flash.
Yeah, I like what you said. It's like, how AP BREN just need to defend against the 2 Indonesian teams that are trying to prove themselves and just push that Filipino domination back, right? But also, don't forget to check out the streams as well. Stream A, that's where you see Toda going up against RSGSG. That's also one of the key matches for RSGSG to prove themselves worth their metal on the Snapdragon Pro Series. RSGPH going up against EVOS Legends. Toda going up against Yudu Red Giants. Toda could potentially deliver the upset for RGSG or even Yudu Red Giants.
Yeah, I think, Toda, we've kind of gone through this, right? It's a slightly fresh roster. You have 4 mates being the veteran and then 4 other new bloods. This is kind of an environment for them to garner the experience. I think we're not expecting them to beat all these teams, but we want to see how far they can go as players, right? I think these guys have a lot of potential. So I think Toda, you can kind of put that aside a little bit and just see how much of a mark they can leave at the end of the day. With Stream B, we have Aura Fire against Onyx, RSG Singapore against Yudu Red Giants, EVOS Legends against Bigatron Alpha. High stakes games overall. And truth be told, I think Group B is a bit more tight in terms of the standings, in terms of who can make it to top 6.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, you got 3 ways in the middle, 2, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. Yeah, it's just a very awkward position that Group B is. Like what you said, it's a group of opportunities in a sense. Whereas Group A, on the other hand, you kind of see who's going to definitely go into the LAN tournament. However, I think the most contested slot would be the 3rd placing, right? Because man, if Yudu Red Giants actually drop a game against one of the teams that they'll be playing later, oh boy, it's going to shake up and allows the rise of the likes of EVOS Icon or maybe BREN X Flash, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's quite crazy when you look at how the difference between day 1 and day 2, right? Day 1, we looked at a lot of upsets, and then day 2, we're seeing results that we don't really expect just based off of the performance of some teams in day 1. And it kind of makes you wonder, right? Which day is truly the day of upsets, right? Is it day 1 or is it day 2? Maybe today will give us the definitive answer. And for those who want to check out the LAN event happening this weekend, oh boy, I have a treat for you. It is happening again 21st to 23rd of July at Istora Senayan. That's exactly where M4 was held at the start of the year. If you want to breathe in the oxygen that the champions Echo has breathed in, this is where you want to be.
Yeah, definitely where Echo made their name as well, right? And don't forget, Echo will be very hungry to go back to that same place where they finally make their name. So go check out the tickets at the same time. Go log on to Instagram, find out more information over there at the same time, because you will want to get their tickets right now, because I heard it's already selling out. Don't forget, you can get the tickets at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets starting at 30k rupiah.
Yeah, absolutely, right? This very, very affordable. If you're already in Jakarta, you might as well check it out. But if you are not in Jakarta, well, book a flight and go there. The people are awesome, the fans are crazy, the food is great, everything is amazing. It's a fantastic week for MLBB itself. I think, Snapdragon Pro Series not only allows the teams to have a platform to showcase what they're made of, especially those who are not able to make it to big stages like MSC, and we have a very good example, right? AP BREN is one of those teams, and right now they are proving to be one of the strongest contenders in SPS itself.
Yeah, this could be a warm-up for AP BREN, right? Looking to play differently as compared to their previous MPLPH regions as well, but of course not to count out Bigatron Alpha, right? During MPL ID last week, they actually performed outstandingly, even in the Kickstart. Sorry, they're really starting the series, or basically the tournament, well in a very great foot. So with that said, here you go. This is AP BREN going up against Bigatron Alpha. AP BREN right here looking very strong. We've seen them on Stream C quite a number of times already, so they are definitely no stranger to us. But of course, Bigatron Alpha looking to be more than just an obstacle, maybe a mountain for AP BREN to scale.
Yeah, an amazing series coming up. So let's start it off by bringing out the boys of AP BREN and hear what they have to say.
To be honest, the journey for BREN Esports is quite interesting.
The silence is taken out. He's an army. Now Chico guys, left in no man's land, he's taken out. The Fatal Link's gonna come to one.
So us, AP BREN, coming up from another tournament and we won. I think we are more comfortable and well prepared in this tournament, and I believe that we will reach the highest result ever.
They proved it in Cambodia. They won a gold medal for the Philippines in the 2023 SEA Games. I'm expecting them to bring home another title in the form of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Out, Sword is super low. Gonna be safe for now, but will be taken up by Riquitiano, the cleanup.
They dominated in their group, and honestly, they still look like they're in their gold medal form.
BREN here in the challenge season reminds me of BREN Esports in season 11 regular season, where they've been on top week after week after week, and they're so clean.
We already know our attitude inside and outside the game, and we respect each other. That's why our team is really strong. So recently, we won a couple of tournaments, so I don't find a reason why we couldn't win it here.
And there it is, our boys from AP BREN, Flap TZ, Cow TZ, Fuse, Super Marco, and Ogwen. We've gone through them majority of these matches, right? So they're playing two series today. Both series are on Stream C. Every team plays 5 series in total. We are going to broadcast 4 of them. They are homestay name on Stream C.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, you also see during the interview, the players of AP BREN, they're saying that, hey, I've already won multiple titles already, right? Like ISF, SEA Games, and then after that, even I think now they're looking at putting one of this into part of their collection as they walk in strong into the remaining months of 2023. And of course, this is a very strong team, right? They've been playing together in other tournaments, and like what they say, they're confident in taking this like a storm as well.
They just came off a win of a separate tournament, right? And I think these wins are very incremental. Again, you have Coach Ducky behind him. This guy has been one of the powering force for the rest of BREN Esports to kind of come up with the stress and actually execute them, right? They feel so comfortable to even let one game go yesterday against Esports Legends just to swing back and beat them 2-1, which is insane. But let's check out their opponents, the one that they are afraid of the most in Group B, is Bigatron Alpha.
Kalau menurut gue emang Super Ken ya emang salah satu player potensial lah, dan gue yakin gue setim sama dia kita bakal banyak menang.
Super Ken is a beast. All of us Indonesians, we call him actually one of the child prodigies.
Sedikit damage balasan di mana Rasi ditumbangkan begitu saja. Dominant Blast kena 2 orang sekaligus. Oh, dia berhasil di pick up dan kena efek tahun. Nino masih bisa mundur ke arah belakang, tapi Pressure Rat-nya sakit banget buat dari Nino.
Kalau dibilang efek dari update ya bisa dibilang menguntungkan buat kita lah, karena emang kita punya salah satu player jungler, salah satu yang terbaik dari Indonesia. Kalau menurut gue, kenapa gue bisa kalah di SPS kemana sama Aura Fire, bisa dibilang ya bad luck aja sih.
Hai! Mendapatkan lagi orang pentingnya itu Moreno dan bahkan Sake ikutan hilang.
Target utama kali ini Aura Fire.
Dan kedepannya kalau misalnya kita ketemu, gue bakal kasih unjuk siapa kita. Emang komposisi terbaik di tim Mobile Legends itu emang mesti ada veteran sama pemain rookie sih. Dan kebetulan emang kita punya itulah. Dan menurut gue ini tim yang ideal dan gue bakal menang. Era Filipina bakal berakhir dan sekarang waktunya buat era Indonesia.
You heard the man, Zorizo, Super Ken, Kai, Saken, and Super Vin. Both Bigatron Alpha and AP BREN agreed or thinks that they are the ideal squad, and both are here to end the era of one another. But I want to get your thoughts on this, Jace. Which team is actually the ideal team?
I think definitely AP BREN, right? Based on the statistics and their past career alone, they have been winning tournaments outside of just, their MPL region and also even MSC. Whereas Bigatron Alpha, though, like I said, I think their determination in basically trying to take down this AP BREN may trigger even different things in Bigatron Alpha, right? Like, you saw how once Onyx ID got beaten by AP BREN, immediately they woke up and they start rampaging all across the board in Group B. But this time round, Coach Aldo in tow, Bigatron Alpha looking to really trying to put their best foot forward against one of these titans in Group B.
So we are kind of putting AP BREN in the spotlight, right? This is the team that is undefeated so far. Bigatron Alpha is their biggest opponent, and Bigatron Alpha to them themselves as well. They say that well, we are the best team that Indonesia has to offer right now, but we lost to Aura Fire in the challenge stage, and it's not because they're better than us, it's because that we just didn't have the luck. So we'll see if luck is going to be a factor today. I'm expecting a full series, and it has to go a full series, right?
Definitely all eyes should be on Super Ken, right, from the side of Bigatron Alpha, right? Like, he is basically like a star player from the side of Bigatron Alpha, the Indonesian that's really starting to rise up in popularity and also micro level in the jungle from Indonesia as well. So ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, cast also your match prediction. Cast your votes right now in the Twitch chat, and I think we should be seeing our own predictions coming out on the screen very shortly, right?
Yeah, I can't wait to see this rivalry, this inter-region rivalry continue to boil, continue to cook in the pot. I mean, the chat, I've been reading it every now and then, it's going pretty crazy, and I can appreciate that everyone was very friendly there. Well, most people are pretty friendly, some smack talk every here and there. But for us, I think we're on the same page on this, right? AP BREN 2-1 over Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha needs to look like they're not just a mere speed bump like what Esports Legends did against AP BREN, right? AP BREN, on the other hand, they are known to basically throw out one game just to test the waters a little bit, just to see how you're rotating. And Esports Legends was the first victim right there, right? Now looking to also do the same against Bigatron Alpha. Look out for the link. AP BREN might pick that up for KLTZ, but at the same time, don't forget, Uranus also very strong against Bigatron Alpha. On the other hand, Bigatron Alpha, right? Look out for Super Ken, look out for his junglers, like you saw the Fredrin going amok in MPL ID itself, and also the Lancelot as well. I believe these teams will be looking out for slightly different heroes as compared based on their region.
Yeah, I think you look at AP BREN again. Novara is one of the first few heroes that comes to mind instantly, right? And I'm glad you brought up Uranus for Bigatron Alpha, because yesterday they played Uranus on both games against Onyx and got crushed. Right, first game 13 minutes and 52 seconds, second game a bit longer, 21 minutes. But both games you have a Uranus into a direct matchup, and that was a matchup that we kind of brought it up every now and then. We saw that from Todak, not from Todak. I think it was from was it Todak? Red Giants yesterday, where they ran the direct into a Uranus and it completely crushed that matchup. Onyx did that against Bigatron Alpha as well. So if anything, if that happens again today, I am going to be very, very happy with it. But I'll play a head-to-head this time. We will be focusing on both the roamers, Ogwen from AP BREN and Super Vin from Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, like Ogwen, if you take a look, most pick heroes, Minotaur, the Kadra, and the Kufra, whereas on the other side, Super Vin goes for Angela and Kadita and also the Kadra, right? That's a little bit more, Super Vin this time around going in SPS, a little bit more softer in terms of his time of roams. Ogwen, on the other hand, is like, Ooga Booga, I don't really care. I'm just gonna jump on top of you and just stun every person on your team, right? Whereas Super Vin, this Kadita is very prevalent in MPL ID meta. So I think knowing AP BREN, definitely be looking out to ban out the Kadita because you've seen them doing that, especially against EVOS Legends yesterday.
Yeah, I think, for EVOS Legends, it was definitely pretty unfortunate that they are used as a test subject. I kind of feel like AP BREN probably wouldn't be putting off that strat as loosely as they did yesterday against a team like Bigatron Alpha. You don't want to give them that inch that they can convert into a mile. A part of me feel like maybe AP BREN was just like, yeah, we kind of messed that up, but you know what? Since we won, we can say that it's just a test run. Either way, I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be feeling really good about today. They have almost guaranteed 100%, well, 99% locked in to top 6. It's all about maintaining that perfect record in the group stage.
Yeah, you want to go into the LAN tournament like in the perfect record, right? Because it only help boost the players' confidence, also boost the momentum of the whole team. Bigatron Alpha, on the other hand, they know they're up. This is one of the biggest challenge in this group, right? AP BREN, like what we already mentioned and established in Stream C, they're very strong in terms of setting up the macro, the rotations, very aggressive. They know once they have the advantage, they'll push on forward. If they don't, they'll play a bit more safe and let Super Marco scale. But ladies and gents, with that said, enough theory crafting. Let's take a look at what kind of roster they'll be bringing in for game number 1.
Yeah, we've been focusing so much on gold laner matchups on day 1 and day 2, and it's good that we are looking at the roamers right now, right? I think Ogwen deserves a lot more spotlight. I know we shined the limelight on him on day 1 when he was on the Minotaur, but I think yesterday he was definitely, you're looking at Kyle Teasy, you're looking at Super Marco, and Ogwen was there as one of the best supporting casts ever. And today, I think he has met his match, which is Super Vin. But when you look at the bans, the Kadita and the Ling banned out, both respect ban. Faramis and Valentina also taken out.
Yep, still cutting down the mage pool most of the time. I think this is what AP BREN did against EVOS Legends yesterday, cut down the mage pool, right? So I think right now, first pick Bigatron Alpha may go for the Eve, if not AP BREN, or unless AP BREN takes that away, right? Bigatron Alpha right now, they've already respected Kyle TZ's links. We saw that yesterday. I think apart from that, maybe you can look into bans such as the Uranus as well, just in case if you have no answer to... because right now, particularly in this meta, like Dyrov is this old rusty gun that you left in the cupboard. You just have to blow off the dust, and I don't think anybody is actually, well-trained while using Dyrov to counter against Uranus in this particular meta. And now Bigatron Alpha just decides to burn bridges right now, just taking away Super Vin and Awkward's hero. That's a Kaja going away. This may hint to a Joy. AP BREN right here, are you going to ban the Joy? Or are you going to ban the E? Because I got a feeling that if you ban the Joy right here, no, they're going to open both. Paquito taken away by AP BREN.
Yeah, I think if you look at Super Vin and Ogwen, right, there's a high chance that Bigatron Alpha pivots towards the Franco for Super Vin if they really want to.
Yes.
We also have kind of, when you see AP BREN on that red side, it is a big indicator that they can go for the Novaria first phase just because you don't have that Ling. I know we talked about the Fanny being one of the biggest threats. We also saw Hayabusa yesterday as well coming out. The Uranus could be one of the first phase that Bigatron goes for, and the Fanny will be the option. And that kind of locks out the possibility of a Novaria for AP BREN.
Yeah, but that also locks in the chances for Bigatron Alpha to go for the Novaria too. So AP BREN right now, I think they're unfazed. There's still the Eve that could be snap pick right off the bat. It's a very safe mage that you can rock in the mid lane role. And Fredrin is also wide open at the same time. When the cables fly around you, when the Fanny lands, you can always use the energy eruption, taunt everybody up, and it also couples really well with the Eve at the same time. Not only just that, you also allow the enemy to guess maybe this Fredrin is going to be the XP lane. But right now, looking at the stats that we're looking at, most of the time, you see 80% of Fredrins go into the jungle instead.
I think it definitely has fallen out of the XP lane, right? I feel like he, at one point before the new emblem change, he was in a very weird position where he was just constantly getting clobbered, but now with this new emblem system, I think he definitely is back in the pool, but more suited as a jungle role. Grok and Arlott, though, I love these two picks against the Fanny.
Yeah, definitely, right? The Grok is definitely a very good counter against a Fanny. Fanny with the steel cables will definitely end the Fanny at a wall. It works like a Moskov, right? Like the Grok could just jump in with a wild charge, stun the Fanny down, and all of a sudden the Fanny is easy pickings for the side of AP BREN, right? Arlott as well, a lot of disposition, a lot of big CCs, AoE CCs. Now, Bigatron Alpha right now, the Novara doesn't look like a very good idea. I think the Eve is actually quite good, but instead, no, if you look at Super Vin, he's going to go for his Angela to work together. It's like the Angela Link one-more combo, but it's a little bit different in terms of the flavor. It's going to go on top of that Fanny, and then there's a Harif on the other side. Look at Bigatron Alpha, they're super confident that they can rock this composition because AP BREN has already selected an Arlott in the EXP lane, and that Grok will go into the roam, so no Akai unless AP BREN sports a jungle Akai just to counter that Harif.
Yeah, and at the same time, you also have two heroes that you can latch on as the Angela, right? It can most likely will be the Fanny, but when you need it on the Harif, you can do that as well. Very insane early to mid-game tempo so far coming up from Bigatron Alpha, which AP BREN in their previous games have been focusing on a lot. Now we see a little bit of that shift. Joy getting picked up. This reveals the jungler instantly for AP BREN. Not really demonstrating much of the flex that they have been sporting in the previous series. This time, it's a bit more telegraphed.
Unless Joy goes to the mid lane, right? That could also be a possibility. Yeah. And if you want to also throw AP BREN off, instead of rocking a gold lane Harif, you can also run him in the mid lane. So you got dishy-dashy heroes for both of these two mid lanes. But of course, if you take a look, AP BREN understands the threat of that Uranus not going to be wanting to face that boy at all, because they know, look at the roster, as this now is a very bursty wombo combo. They don't have the DPS to take down the Uranus if the Uranus snowballs out of scale.
And I do kind of like the Uranus ban as well, because you looked at what Bigatron Alpha already has, right? With that Uranus in the pool, AP BREN, they're going to have their hands full. You have to do it for Uranus that already heals up pretty much with Consecration, and then you have an Angela. No, thank you. We don't want to deal with that. And Bigatron Alpha are starting to shut down those early game bullies, right? Brody is one of the biggest bullies as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Beatrix taken up by Bigatron Alpha in the last ban.
Yeah, I feel like Bigatron Alpha may look at cutting down marksman pool, but I don't know why. I just get the weird feeling that AP BREN, taking away the Esmeralda. I don't know. It's just that gut feeling that AP BREN may go a little bit unorthodox right here, since Bigatron Alpha has already opened their hands saying that, hey, we're going to go for a mage in the gold lane. Maybe AP BREN wants to do something like that as well. Sport two fighters into the side lanes, and then we play around the pressure around mid, using the mobility of the Joy if Joy goes into the mid lane.
Actually, we get a Florian ban from the side of Bigatron Alpha as well, so wanted to shut down a bit of the support just in case AP BREN wants to match the Angela. You essentially just take out both of the more meta support. Now we don't see Estes too often nowadays, and it's probably not an Estes game anyways for AP BREN. The question is, do they want to hide that Roma, or do they want to hide that potential mid laner? Not Roma, the marksman. There it is. Beatrix picked up. Very, very straightforward for AP BREN.
Yeah, now AP BREN is just showing off everything, right? This is a very squishy composition. Joy, if she doesn't really get the ultimate, she's gonna get bursted down by the Fanny, right? Same could be said over to that Beatrix as well. So positioning is gonna be very key for the side of AP BREN. But then again, in the early game, if Harif goes to the gold lane against the Beatrix needs to abuse the fact that she has the range to deal and safely farm underneath the turret. And once level 4 hit, Harif does still have that power spike as compared to the Beatrix. So Beatrix looking to scale comfortably more into the later parts of the game. AP BREN just needs a strong front line to protect, especially the Beatrix, right? If you take a look at where Bigatron Alpha is going, that's a Fredrin going to the EXP lane. Franco for Super Vid instead. That's going to be a mid lane Angela that Bigatron Alpha is sporting.
Yeah, we talked about the Franco being a very good possibility for Super Vid, right? Just not in this context where they have the Angela as the second pick. So Bigatron Alpha, massive deviation. Well, not massive deviation, but a bit of that element with this entire sequence. So very excited to see how this game is going to turn out. AP BREN now looking to decide where this Joy wants to go. I mean, there's a high chance he goes into the jungle, but if that's the case, probably the Eve would be that perfect mid lane that AP BREN is looking for.
Eve, I don't know. Now looking at Eve,
Joy mid, okay.
No, it's a joy mid. But I was thinking about the Eve at the same time, Husky, but I feel like if I put the Eve in the mid lane, she's going to be stationary, allowing her to just land down fire from afar. The Eve is going to get bursted down, so it's a lot better if I were to have a mid lane that's more mobile, right? That's why Joy going to the mid lane, going to be controlled by few. Instead, KalTZ, on the other hand, will be going into that Martis jungle.
Whoa, what a draft we have from both teams at the very start of the day, right? We said this is one of the most anticipated matchups, and I think both teams have already delivered from the drafting phase. We see, Bigatron Alpha in very good spirits, getting very comfort heroes for themselves, especially Super Vin, right? No Kaja, but there's a Franco anyways. We're seeing the Angela mid into the Joy mid. That is also a matchup that you don't get to see every day. This is setting up to be a very interesting game number 1. Any win conditions that these two teams need to look out for?
For Bigatron Alpha, shut down the Beatrix in the early game, get Herrick to scale, get that Stardom side first, right? And of course, if the Fanny can also shut down the Beatrix, that will be even better. So AP BREN right here, I feel like they're in this defensive mode instead, right? They're actually, their roster is mostly playing reactive against the game plan of Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron Alpha, by the way, doesn't really have a strong mid lane. Maybe because of the Joy, they can help to push that in and then start hard invading and start contesting Super Can's purple, like, what you see some of these teams do, like, play the purple buff like a turtle instead.
Oh, here it is. Game 1 between Bigatron Alpha and AP BREN. I mean, AP BREN once more not just looking to end this Indo dynasty. I feel like there's no Indo dynasty at this point because the Philippines are just wrecking everyone. Aside from Onyx winning MSC, right? That is definitely one of the bigger achievements. But we see this early invade with the wall, blocking out Super Vin, forcing him to blow that flicker unwillingly as AP BREN continues to put on this pressure. This Grok itself, massive threat that allows AP BREN to continuously do this.
Yeah, and Awkward actually in the early game does a lot of damage as well. And even now, they're actually putting KalTZ at the same time just to limit the farm of our poor little Super Can. He's a little bit low. 3-man, 4-man hard invading. This is exactly how AP BREN wants to limit Bigatron Alpha. Don't forget, orange buff is super wide open for the clear. KalTZ still holding on to the retribution, and now Super Can would need to try to take it away from KalTZ.
They're trying to fight this. KalTZ not looking too healthy, separated from his team in the greed. Paid off, at least in favor of Bigatron Alpha. First blood for Super Ken.
And once again, AP BREN is making the same mistakes as they did in game number 1 against Esports Legends, right? They're super greedy. They're overextended just a little bit more just to try to limit this Fanny, right? But now, if you notice how Awkward and KalTZ is just hard invading Bigatron Alpha once again. Few this time around, trying to join the fight, doesn't really have level 4. Super Can actually a little bit behind, struggling to secure his own orange buff. He's able to secure it, but KalTZ is really ahead because of that invade. It's kind of weird that the jungle can invade Bigatron Alpha, yet still be a level ahead as compared to his counterpart.
I think it's also because that they were able to take, I believe, at least one of the small camps, right? So you get that minor XP lead, but it's not too big of a fuse bad because the Fanny is now going to get the purple buff by surrendering the turtle with that first blood in hand. And you look at the early game, we say that Bigatron Alpha, they can play a pretty fast mid-game tempo, but at level 1 to 3, I mean, they don't have the damage to fight AP BREN. Not when Ogre is running at you with the scrap.
Exactly. Evidently right now, you can feel like Key in the mid lane, but hold on a second. The Super Can right deep in Angela line, Feel trying to do a lot of damage right here. Has to bounce away. Super Can, even with Angela in tow as well.
With the hard guard, just keeping him alive, but again, the damage department not really checking out just yet. I believe Feel is running that Aegis, so you do have that extra protection when you head into these fights, when you kind of dive right in, and it's very important, right, when you're dealing with something like Angela Fanny, you're dealing with hard crowd controls like the Franco Bloody Hunt, you just want to stay alive as long as possible. Super Marco able to get away from that Fanny, and Super Vin also not getting the iron hook, he's just going to flicker forward for the kill, and that's 2 for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, and that's exactly how Bigatron Alpha wants to play. AP BREN right now needs to try to slow down and limit Super Can, but Super Can, well, having that one up is actually really good, but Super Can right now, KalTZ deep under the money lines, that's a well tried to commit it by the side of Awkward as well, and now AP BREN looking to find more from the side of Bigatron Alpha's jungle.
They're gonna flicker forward from Zorizo to get the taunt out, and perhaps they will find one, and that's gonna be Awkward this time. Pulled right back, a second kill for Super Ken.
Yeah, Super Can is crazy, right? Like, how he's able to just still survive under all that pressure that AP BREN is putting on him. And Super Ken is just like this coal that the more amount of pressure that you put him to, he becomes the diamond. Speaking about diamond, he's already got his money's worth right now with the bait to have his built as well. He's gonna burst down Squishy's, for example, Few, and for example, Super Marco. And this is also the reason why Few needs to rock their Aegis. If not, he's gonna get bursted down. The Vengeance is not gonna work in this particular match against Bigatron Alpha because Saken is actually a Harif, right? So Vengeance doesn't really work well against him. Now this time around, Bigatron Alpha looking to return the favor of the early game.
Super Vin does spot out Kautisi taking the orange buff, but not able to stop it either way. Bigatron Alpha working on the turtle already. Flaptizi will be there first, as Orizo being the bodyguard for his team. AP BREN showing up. It's not just Kautisi though, you have that key is keeping him at bay, as we see that kill on top. Super Marco goes down to Saken, so Bigatron Alpha continuing to play to the tempo.
Yeah, and Bigatron Alpha doing that win con, right? Limiting Super Marco so that he doesn't really scale comfortably into the late game. AP BREN, on the other hand, top side, they will lose that top side turret because of Super Marco going down right now. AP BREN, I feel like they're wasting a lot of time right here trying to take down Sorizo. Sorizo is more than gladly taking that one. Decimation even committed.
I mean, there's a hard guard to keep Sorizo alive, and after all of that, 2 big ultimates, and AP BREN couldn't get it done. And that's also in consideration that Sorizo still hasn't used that ultimate, right? And look at the amount of gray health he has. One blast of the Great Sword, he's going to heal back at least half of the damage that he's taken. So overall, Bigatron Alpha still winning out in the health department, but AP BREN, they want to contest this. Steel straight to the back. Super Ken spotted out already. He's going to jump right in with the steel cables, try to take the turtle away from AP BREN. Kautizi will win the retreat fight, and they will take care of Super Ken with the help of Flaptizi.
Nice knockout right there by the side of AP BREN just to limit Super Ken from taking the turtle buff. It's actually how Bigatron Alpha doesn't want to play into it, right? Like, there you go. That's also second going in Zaman Force.
Trying to use the Chrono Dash. Oakwen completely out of position, and Saken trying to chase after him. Oakwen will be able to gain some distance. The help of his teammate, he's going to get outfield, playing with fire, literally. Dealing with Saken and Key together. I mean, all things considered, right? AP BREN off to a slightly rough start, but you look at the network lead, they are actually pretty much even.
Yeah, and it's also surprising, like Bigatron Alpha was the one that has a lot of pressure. If you take a look at most of the gold earned, Saken is already there and all the way up top, and Super Marco on the other hand, like couple of heroes down, which is bad for the side of AP BREN because Super Marco needs that item to scale. He's already lost his top side farming capability already, so he has to join in the mid lane instead, right? So Saken is snowballing out of control. AP BREN cannot reach. Sorizo bought a lot of time at that turtle fight. Kautizi is now slightly behind. No, sorry, even with Super Ken. Don't forget, Super Ken in the early game was the one that is behind in the levels.
Just got Kautizi as well in his own jungle. Kautizi getting ran down. Zorizo also coming in. Kautizi trying to mitigate all of the crowd control, but he's going to get bursted down very, very quickly. It doesn't matter if he has to decimate. He's the one that goes down. It's Super Vin. What a hook on the Flaptizi. He's going to try and dash around with the Vengeance. Can't get the stun on the Key, unfortunately. They get the wild charge onto Super Vin as Fuel comes in for the cleanup. Zorizo will not be able to help.
Yeah, the nice Bloody Hunt coming out from Super Vin, but unfortunately, after burning away that Bloody Hunt onto Kautizi, they don't really have any more priority, but now Flaptizi in a spot of trouble.
It's a bit ambitious, right? Trying to get the final slash onto Super Ken and ends up going down. Good cover from Key. I mean, this Angela, this puppet on the string, does mess with you a little bit.
Yeah, AP BREN's losing 2 side lanes, right? The side lanes, especially in the EXP lane, Flaptizi is too busy trying to limit the Super Ken from stalling, and that plan ultimately failed. AP BREN can only look to scale into a late game when Few can comfortably run down somebody, but he's taking a lot of damage from second early on.
Oakland absorbing the Iron Hook, so Bigatron Alpha can't get any sort of catch. That being said, AP BREN are not in a position to contest this turtle at all. Gotta deal with the mid wave. They gotta secure this purple buff for Kautizi. So that means Bigatron Alpha, they will call dips on the turtle.
Yep, there's no contest at all. AP BREN, don't forget, Saken is already online already, and they're looking to fight right here. AP BREN, oh, hold on a second, they're having other ideas.
It's gonna be Kautizi of all people getting hooked. He's trying to get away with the Mortal Coil. Just as it is, clipped by the Chrono Blast from Saken, and he's gonna go down. Flaptizi dashing around, running out of Demon Mark, knocked out by Zorizo. Oakland can't provide any assistance. Flaptizi just trying to buy time, but he's gonna get tamed down. And Bigatron Alpha finds 2 kills for themselves.
Yeah, this is why AP BREN's so afraid of Bigatron Alpha. This is the kryptonite of AP BREN. You know, Bigatron Alpha proving themselves worth. They are looking to end the dynasty of the Filipinos, and now they're doing it right here in game number 1. Bigatron Alpha. And so much pressure was put into Super Ken. He scaled out of control. And then don't forget, you also got Zorizo buying so much time against AP BREN to pull the attention away from Super Ken, and AP BREN bit that problem, and now they lose like one turtle away, and Bigatron Alpha, they know they have AP BREN has no answer towards Saken, and they also secure the Lord that will be marching up top.
A lot of responsibility for Oakland to just absorb all of these iron hooks, because AP BREN, you have crowd control mitigation, that's pretty cool, but the damage of Bigatron Alpha is out of this world. An attempt with the final slash, but Zorizo, he's just gonna dash out of it, and that means one big ultimate down on the side of AP BREN. They try to stave off this wave. The iron hook does go wide, so AP BREN, they know that this tier 1 mid has to stay alive.
Yeah, they're just putting everybody on guard duty in the mid lane, right? But now they still need to focus around the side lanes, because the side lanes are being pushed up with the Lord Intel right here. So for Bin catch a few.
There's gonna be the Aegis Shields. Good final slash to cancel that one. Few will dash away to get rid of Super Bin. Zorizo getting a taunt, but it's not enough as Saken gets blasted by Super Marco. 2 for AP BREN. Massive shutdown for them as Super Ken is gonna try and show up. Get some sort of cleanup, will find few, but that is pretty much it. Top tier 2 ends up going down. Mid tier 1 finally fallen. Super Ken unleashed. Flapteezy, Cowteezy trying to hold this together, but Flapteezy is gonna instantly get cut down as Super Ken continues to stay alive. Cowteezy looking for a decimate, but he keeps him in place and locks him down like the puppet he is. Oakland wants to help, but Cowteezy is slowly getting whittled down. Bigatron Alpha salvaged the fight.
Yeah, they're trying to salvage it right here, right? Cowteezy a little bit wounded right there. Tried to land a decimation onto Super Ken, but not in time. Don't forget, if you know how Key is just slowing every single one for the side of AP BREN down, that's where the Ice Cream One really working very well for Key, right? This is a very annoying. AP BREN constantly getting permanent slowed, and then Saken with his armor force also permanently slowing everybody down. And then, you know, you just get bursted down by Super Ken and also Saken. Speaking about items, just take a look. There is a Ice Cream One for the side of the Angela by right, because I saw it just now. And then there's also the fact that there is, you know, the Flapteezy slowly building towards a Thunderbelt. This is pure damage control for the side of AP BREN right now, but at the very least, Super Marco does have the 2 key items, VOD and the Malefic Roar. Maybe they can look to fight right there, but Wind of Nature, is that the item you want to go for?
It is final slash again onto Whitton. Doesn't have the iron hook. Zorizo will put his body in front. Been fishing for any target, and there it is. It's going to be the Mortal Qual straight into the decimate. Super Bin instantly goes down as AP BREN tries to bowl right to Bigatron Alpha. Everyone is low as Saken survives. That's the most important member for Bigatron Alpha. It's a 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah, AP BREN would have ended very badly for AP BREN right there. They're fighting Bigatron Alpha in a choke point where the Zaman Force and this Chrono Blast right there, like, look at the damage that he can output everybody, especially if AP BREN stick together like that. And don't forget, Super Ken zippy-zapping around in that wall. This is, in order to fight Bigatron Alpha, you really cannot fight them in these choke points. AP BREN needs to select a big open field so that they can come in from different angles. Ogwen, yeah, pressure on him right here to set up a very nice wall charge to stun everybody up. But Saken is on this Purify, does have the Purify online, so AP BREN needs to look out for that one. And now Bigatron Alpha looking to try to take the Lord away from AP BREN.
They're gonna try and do it before Super Ken arrives. Super Ken goes in with the steel cables, and the retro is still right there for Bigatron Alpha. AP BREN, they've lost the objective, so they gotta win the fight. Saken, though, taken care of by Cowteezy. Maybe there's a chance for AP BREN as Bigatron Alpha sent on the run.
Yeah, there's good pickings for the side of AP BREN, but unfortunately Super Ken, the retro fingers a lot better than Cowteezy this time round. Bigatron Alpha literally making, oh, hold on a second, Super Ken.
Be careful, and just keep dashing in like that. Flapteezy baited beyond the tower. As Super Ken gets away, the iron hook on the Flapteezy, and he ends up getting traded back. And AP BREN fighting up a bit more than they could chew, but Super Marco is still alive. Zorizo taking out the damage. Super Bin right there. Zorizo going to the back, looking for Super Marco. They move in as Super Ken shows up, and now in the choke point, once more decimated by Ogwen. As Super Ken falls, Zorizo dropping low as well. AP BREN, well, they salvage that fight for sure. Zorizo still wants more, but I'm not really sure if this is the fight that you want to take. As Phil will try to run down Key in the back line, but unfortunately couldn't have the damage. Countered back by Zorizo again. Good wall from Ogwen to separate the battle lines. AP BREN, they will get out, but that top inhibitor has fell to the Lord. Mid tier 2 will fall. AP BREN, what an expensive fight.
Yeah, Zorizo, that is the fight they are looking for, because what Bigatron Alpha is doing is just slowing down AP BREN. AP BREN, you know, they were bloodthirsty just a little bit. They went off their discipline chart, and then all of a sudden, because of that, that Lord open up the side, the top lane and also the bottom lane. If you take a look at this instant replay right here, you can see how the wall being built actually protected Key so much, and Super Ken coming in and dipping out all the time. Unfortunately, Ogwen will be able to shut them right there. Zorizo just buying enough time for Bigatron Alpha to push down the lanes, not by their own heroes, but by sheer macro.
Yeah, and that's the kind of Fredrin that I love to see. Just the unkillable Demon King right in the midst of the fight.
I like the fact that
this is closer than I thought, right?
Yeah, I like the fact that the Fredrin literally body blocked and really wanted to fight, and instead of actually pushing down turrets, he's using the mid side lane to push, buying a lot of time for AP BREN. So AP BREN right now just need to, you know, consolidate just a little bit more. Bigatron Alpha right now in a more prime position. Look at the turrets. There's only one that's down for the top side. Damage to the board mostly goes over the side of Saken and also Zorizo. Don't forget, Zorizo as a Fredrin also does a lot of damage based on his HP, because it scales very well into his HP.
Just a minor 2.4k goal advantage for Bigatron Alpha, so all things considered, this is still not a done deal yet. AP BREN holding on very, very well, but now they have to constantly deal with the side lane. Lord coming up in less than 20 seconds as well. Ogwen, let's get the barrier at the purple buff, but AP BREN can't find any follow-up, and this purple buff, if it goes over to Super Ken, then it'll be a bit of a minor problem for AP BREN to deal with, and that will be the case.
No, I think it's given over to Saken. Saken needs a purple buff better more because of the fact that he's actually quite mana hungry as a Harif as well. Now Zorizo once again buying a lot of time for the side of AP BREN. Oh, sorry, it actually went for Super Ken as well. So double down on the purple buff. Saken wouldn't be able to get it. I think Ogwen with the wall trying to reset the Lord, so Bigatron Alpha shouldn't try to pull that Lord a little bit too far. AP BREN this time round in pure defensive mode right here, right? Like Joy not very strong in in clearing the lanes, especially for
Kautizi. What a hook! He's gonna find Kautizi himself, excuse me, as the big damage comes from Super Marco. Wild charge is perfect. Supervin gets knocked up into the air and instantly clamped down by Kautizi. It's a 1-for-2 trade again, as Phil will be the sacrificial lamb. But Super Marco, what is this madman flicker for? Looking for Saken. If he dies, it's gonna be great. Super Marco trying to save the game, and he might have just done it. Key, this is not his fight to be in, as AP BREN salvaging this entire game.
That's crazy, right? So I love the fact when the marksman knows the limits, flickers forward instead of backwards, right? He's not afraid of Saken, even though Saken is the one that putting him down to the dumpster in the early game. But look at where Super Ken's at. He's actually poised to try to steal this Lord away. I don't think Bigatron Alpha is there. Here he comes.
Yeah, just gonna gun down Super Ken, not even with the hard guard is enough to save him. Key, oh boy,
Marco.
run to the go, run! Super Marco is after him. And AP
Super
BREN,
Marco is big
I mean,
right
they
now.
are big. He is absolutely massive. Super Marco, Superman of AP BREN.
Man, Super Marco is so big right now, right? Like, you thought that he's actually put down behind Bigatron Alpha, was able to shut Super Marco down, and Bigatron Alpha, this is exactly what they're worried about. That's why they're putting Saken as a Harif down into the gold lane to try to limit Super Marco, and now AP BREN has already started to pick the scale. You said that the 2k thing, yeah, it kind of works in the favor of AP BREN, even though the gold lead goes over the side of Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron Alpha, because of that 2k gold lead, all of a sudden they lost so much, right? They lost, like, you know, the mid lane now with the Lord munching up top at the same time. AP BREN is actually shoving down bot as well. There's still one man down, finally just coming out just in time, but the damage is already done.
And he Banner's Rage used as well, forcing all the flickers out. Super Ken, good hook from Super Vin to shut down Ogwen. No more grab. Super Ken trying to slice through the members of AP BREN. Kautizi running away. He's gonna get knocked out by Zorizo. As Phil is in the back line, trying to run down Saken. Saken still alive. Chrono dashing all the way out. As AP BREN cannot fight this. Flapjeezy just trying to buy time. He also falls. As Bigatron Alpha, they stave off AP BREN. But this entire game has been stabilized. We're even Stevens right now. Both teams not having a side lane inhibitor.
Yeah, AP BREN right now, you know, that fight right there just bought them enough time. It's basically giving what Sorizo did to them earlier just now. AP BREN forced the fight right there. Bigatron Alpha needs to try to defend the side lanes, but they're a little bit too busy. Sorizo tried to make a play right here. The Appraiser's Wrath landing down was able to clear up or basically half HP most of the members of AP BREN and allowing Sake to just come in for the cleanup right now. AP BREN, they have 2 men short this time around. Bigatron Alpha, they had the manpower advantage. They're trying to go in. It's going to be the Bandit's Rage that pushes away, putting a wall for safety. They're protecting this final bastion with everything they've got.
And thankfully, Ogwen came back in time so he could kind of block the iron hook. But few fishing for some members of Bigatron Alpha couldn't really get close to them. Maybe BREN gonna have the full team back up. Lord will be up next, the 4th one in 50 seconds. This is the most even game we had, right? Expectations have been met between these two teams.
Yeah, Haskell's already built by the side of Super Marco and even a Brute Force Breastplate. Kyle TZ knows that he needs to be a tank. I think he even sold off the Hunter Strike as well, just to provide even more tankiness in his team. And Flap TZ, look at him, also going pure tank. Most of the damage are locked behind Few and Super Marco as well. As long as Super Marco stays alive, Silver Bin is looking for fishing. His prime target is definitely Super Marco. Few right near, already burning off away the ultimate. Bigatron Alpha just guarding this Lord Pit. They won the Lord priority, but Super Ken can rotate and fix the waves very quickly and then jump back to maybe surprise Retribution and steal the Lord away from AP BREN.
Both purple buffs are going to be spawning very, very soon as well. So Bigatron Alpha, they want to give it over to Sakit if possible on their end. AP BREN, they're not willing to go for these kind of contests. Don't want to go too deep. Most importantly, it's all about this Lord. It's going to be the be-all end-all. You feel going for the recall after shoving in the bot with as well. So it does give them some room to work with. Super Win on the top side with the Immortality. Zorizo coming in bottom. Ogwen has no idea where this Franco is.
Wait, it's very obvious. Kaltizi should know that Super Vid is actually up top right there, and it's very scary. Right? Flicker ultimate, and it will be Ed. So Rizal actually standing up. I'm catching that TZ though.
Be very careful. Final stage is going to be there. Super Vid showing up, looking for a target. Super Marco might be the target for him as well. Super Ken showing up, who's going to win the retreat fight. Lord going low, and it's going to be Kao TZ that gets the Lord of all things. Final slash coming back off cooldown. Super Win falls. It's Kao TZ looking to run down Sakit. Him and Few both have the immortality. Sakit trying to keep this game alive for Bigatron Alpha, but it might not be enough as Super Marco guns him down. AP BREN have just done it 21 minutes in, days.
Super Marco literally won the whole team fight, right? He's already starting to become so big. The Bigatron Alpha, Sakan tries to dash around, but he's actually getting melted down instead. He's actually taking more damage than he could actually dish out. Now AP BREN is just Zorizo against the well. The core a little bit better right now, Husky.
Cannot do this. Zorizo just does not have enough to do it. With the Trumpet keeping Few alive, the wave temporarily stifled, but the new one, the fresh one's gonna come in, led by the Lord himself. And he's trying his best, but it's just not sufficient. AP BREN with this game 1, and what an explosive start to this best of 3. Just one step closer to overcoming Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, no wonder AP BREN's so afraid of Bigatron Alpha, right? Just take a look. No matter how much pressure you put onto Super Ken, he's still able to shine. Bigatron Alpha, on the other hand, right? Once the late game starts to come into play, the Haas Claws being built by the Beatrix, the Beatrix can successfully, sustain throughout these long drawn out fights. And as long as they put bodies in front of Super Marco will definitely deliver that game. Don't forget, you saw that flicker forward, immediately Psychic just gets blown up even there. You can also see the brilliance coming out of Bigatron Alpha as well, right? Trying to punish a pushing, AP BREN that's trying to push in. They try to pick a fight around that choke point right there, right? You can see Sakin actually outputting the damage. However, you see where Marco is hiding in that bush, doesn't really have the vision, it does not giving the vision oversight because of Alpha, and he's just free hitting right there as well. So it's just really big moves coming out from Super Marco. He knows where to put, and also don't forget like Cal TZ, Flat TZ, and also Awkward just peeling for Super Marco. So make sure this marksman shine in the late game.
And that's something that I think you also pointed out at the end of the draft, right? If we head to that late game, Super Marco is going to be the win condition for AP BREN, and he delivered once more when the team needed him the most. You look at the final fight sequence, Super Vin very clearly wanted to go for Super Marco, right? He even tried to run towards the Beatrix, but it's just not doable at the end. I think the late game power is always going to be favoring AP BREN, so Bigatron Alpha had to take that initial L.
Yeah, but truth to be told, I wasn't expecting this, right? Bigatron Alpha, on the other hand, they were so calm and collected. It feels like they survive under the pressure of AP BREN that they always do against teams, especially when there's a Fanny that relies on the purple buff, right? Don't forget, it is the Fanny that relies more on the purple buff as compared to KLTZ and on the Martis. You notice there are certain rotations that it doesn't work very well for Bigatron Alpha because Fanny needs a purple buff first. And that's why, especially that last Lord that both these two teams trying to fight against, the Fanny needs to go over to the purple buff first to try to burst it down. When the Fanny is actually there, Kaltizi and the rest of AP BREN are already setting up shop at the Lord Pit. But Super Bin though, like if you saw how he actually sneaked around and skirted around the vision of AP BREN, I was pretty sure that Kaltizi knows where Super Bin is, but it doesn't seem like. You saw how Awkward is actually walking around trying to open the map, and it's really scary that Bigatron Alpha was able to find all these small little kinks in the armor of AP BREN, which built how strong AP BREN is in this particular group, and Bigatron delivered. So did AP BREN.
Yeah, they definitely, both teams delivered on all fronts, right, in this game one.
Yeah.
You can easily say that this would have been a Bigatron Alpha game one with how the first 10 minutes of the game went, but AP BREN showing resilience time and time again, right? Every time Bigatron Alpha tries to go in to do the lethal blow, AP BREN always trade 1 for 2, 2 for 2, trading even, making sure that they always have enough numbers to kind of stave off Bigatron Alpha and buy time for themselves. And that's kind of the reason that they got this game number one. Let's take a look at the statistics, because I believe that we have so much more to go through. An even game, 18 kills on both sides, 21 minutes and 29 seconds. You look at this end screen, this was not the case 5 minutes prior.
Definitely, right. So AP BREN, even though they're slightly behind, you also got Super Ken just going around the jungle and the lanes, just bursting every single person down. Yet AP BREN is still comfortably only 2k behind. Don't forget, once the late game comes and there's so much structures from the side of Bigatron Alpha, those are basically banks that AP BREN could crack, and then all of a sudden, it just allows AP BREN to secure the necessary items they need. I'm also very surprised the fact that Super Vin was really focused on trying to capture at least Kaltizi or Super Marco. I think the few neutral objectives that Super Ken was able to secure was all because Super Vin. This invisible pressure, the fact that he has this loaded gun, only one bullet by the way, but the fact is, this gun will shoot anybody from the side of AP BREN, and that gives AP BREN a lot of invisible pressure, and Bigatron Alpha thrives on that pressure.
Yeah, it's about the headshots, right? As long as you hit the hit, it's almost a confirmed kill. So Super Vin, I think that he, a lot of times when you have to deal with a Martis, you have to deal with a Grok. Those iron hooks are not easy to land, and yet he's finding it onto Kaltizi of all people. He's finding it onto Ogwen when he didn't have the power of nature. He's finding it onto Flaptizi, who is pretty elusive and hard to kill as an Orlord. So all things considered, this guy did his very, very best. It just, unfortunately, when we head to the late game phase, you cannot overlook Super Marco, who is just absolutely decimating your front lines.
It's so crazy that Super Marco can always farm safely underneath the turret. Yes, he may not have a very strong early game, or a good early game as well, because Bigatron Alpha, they're really trying to do that one. However, once the late game, the floodgates started to open, Super Marco just flickers forward. Any marksman out there that tries to flick us forward, I call you insane. But if you're Super Marco, I call you Super Marco.
Any marksman other than Super Marco that does that maneuver is instantly reported as a feeder, right? But not Super Marco. He knows his limits, and I think he definitely made the pseudo game winning play. And I think this game also, the fact that it went so far was the fact that Super Ken won one of the more crucial retry fights, right? Got the third Lord for his team to keep the team alive. I believe that if AP BREN got the third Lord, maybe this game would have ended even earlier. Either way, MVP, Super Marco, enough said. This Beatrix is out of this world.
Yeah, he's a beast right there, right? Like, look, emblems going in, pure penetration as usual, tenacity, and that's how Super Marco was able to survive the initial burst coming out from the rest of the members from Bigatron Alpha, right? And once the late game hits, once the Haas Clause is finished, there you go. That's where Super Marco starts to escalate out of control. Demon Hunter Sword just for added lifesteal and also Shred in terms of the percentage HP so that they can deal with Sorizo. So even ignoring the Wind of Nature, because this is a game where Wind of Nature doesn't really benefit the Beatrix as much because it's a Harif on the other side. So yeah, it's just positioning of Super Marco is always impeccable. We get to see those positionings later on during the highlights.
Yeah, and we also talked about how the Beatrix might be a hero that Bigatron Alpha wants to consider banning, right? But they banned the Brody and the Florian in the second phase, and Beatrix was kind of a no-brainer pick for AP BREN at that point of time, and it absolutely paid off. But when you look at the first 10, 12, 15 minutes, it was Bigatron Alpha all over AP BREN.
Yeah, like if Bigatron Alpha were to end it right there around 12 minutes, I think Bigatron Alpha would have been able to walk away. If you take a look right here, I think this is the time where Super Marco starts to scale out of control, right? Like the Debuter's passion, and then even though Saken is just getting the hard guard from key as well, it's actually very helpful. But Bigatron Alpha, you know, their speed will run low because when the late game comes, if Super Ken wasn't able to find Super Marco, his priority is going to fall apart, and it's already so yes, he's absorbing so much damage. And if you look at this one, right, Super Marco is just so far away from the Zama Force, he doesn't want to do it. He's sending few first to basically body tank. The Aegis was the perfect the battle spell for Few to sustain from the burst damage from Saken and also from Super Ken.
And I mean, Super Marco at the very end, look at that, just gunning down every single one from Bigatron Alpha, no contest at all. And this last fight, right, the most important retribution by Kautizi to basically win the game for his team, and there was nothing that Bigatron Alpha could have done more, honestly, because Saken even trying to save the game but ends up getting stuck at his own purple buff and completely mowed through by AP BREN.
Wait, that's crazy just now. You saw how Super Ken was trying to come in for the side to basically try to assassinate Super Marco, trying to do Super Ken what he's known for, right? But if you notice, immediately pops the Wind of Nature. He actually bought that item and then sold it off just to replace it with something else. I think it's a Hunter Strike again. Yeah, so Super Marco is playing this Beatrix marksman, like how an assassin juggler that you always see, right? Like, Immortality down, immediately switch to Winter Trunking, and then Winter Trunking down, immediately switch to something else. He's doing that on the marksman as well, so it's so much micro in this guy's head. And when the late game comes, you know, it's Super Marco's game.
Yeah, Super Marco with the micros and the macro, that is 100% for sure. But of course, I think this would not have been possible without the people behind the scenes. We gotta thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming first, the one that spearheaded the entire thing to give us this amazing platform to witness the players play at the highest level. When winning matters, you would want the best chipset in the device, and when winning matters, Snapdragon Elite Gaming is there to deliver.
Yeah, of course, you know, apart from the fact that I feel personally Super Marco has that chipset somewhere hidden inside his body. That's why he's able to do so. But of course, the device enables him to do that. Galaxy S23 Ultra, I like what you said. I was telling Sir Cloud yesterday, right? The fact that if you take a photo of your girlfriend and she still looks ugly, yeah, I think you're going to be sleeping on the couch tonight.
No. It's her problem, all right? It's not the phone's problem. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra never disappoints. I've never seen a poor photo being taken, right? Whether it's in a well-lit environment or dimly lit environment, it gives you the best quality of photos. Not just photos, but also optimizes your gameplay, right? You have a Snapdragon chipset in it. That is the best combination that you could ever ask for. Let's look at the game recap a little bit, right? We talked about the band, lots of respect coming out. You know, we see the Kaja, we see the Ling, we see the Kadita, and the Uranus banned out. But overall, the second phase was kind of what threw me off a little bit. That Florian ban. What was Bigatron Alpha looking for with this Florian ban? Why not the Beatrix?
I think the Florian ban because they're going for a Fanny. So, which means that the last thing that the Fanny wants to see is when you're trying to cut through somebody and all of a sudden, hey, there's a bloom healing from and the worst part is you also got Florian that is stuck on the other side of the map, and that's the power that the Florian can bring onto the table in this current meta. Is basically like the anti-assassin strat. And not only just that, you got decent CC as well. It's an AoE CC. You can slow down the wombo combo. And don't forget, right, when the Zaman 4 is being laid down by the Harif, right, you just cast that one skill onto that in the middle of the Zaman Force. Harif is bound to step into it and he's going to get stunned. And once he gets stunned, he's basically easy pickings, right? He's unable to regen from his shields, and then after that he's going to get busted down. And I really love the fact that there's also the Grok in the play as well, just to counteract against Zaman Force. When you see a Zaman Force, you just wall charge. That's basically the thing. And also it counteracts against Super Ken's Fanny play, because the Fanny would definitely stick to a wall, and you know Grox loves walls, right?
Yeah. I mean, Grok builds walls, so he's
Grok the builder.
Yeah, forget about Bob the Builder. We have Grok the Builder. That's a new skin idea. You are very welcome, Munton.
Thank you.
I
I like the fact that you also had this skin recommendation segment alongside with Gideon when you were casting with SPS early on.
Oh yeah,
on May, right? Yeah.
I told you we need the construction worker Franco. So like his iron hook is actually a measuring tape. So every time you throw it, you get to measure how far that tape traveled before it connected onto someone. You know, I have a lot of amazing ideas, and I just wish like I get some royalty for it. Maybe down the road I can submit these ideas and get a cut off of it from the skin design department.
Yeah, wait for the next skin design contest, right? Remember, right now, I think there's a Kadita skin contest going on as well. So yeah, I think it's already ended. I can't really exactly remember, but I'm not a Kadita fan. But speaking about Kadita, there you go. AP Brand takes away the Kadita and Paquito. Same bands, one Bigatron Alpha as well. But this time around, AP Brand going in first pick. Kaja is really wide open. I believe Awkward and also Super Vin are looking at this hero. But I think Bigatron Alpha may deny that from both these two players.
We see, the Fanny banned out this time by AP Brand, so showing respect to Super Ken overall, right? They're like, well, we beat the Fanny, but the Fanny gave us a massive headache, and we don't want to go through that again. Let's see if Bigatron Alpha, what else do they have? There's no Link, there's no Fanny. If you kind of go down the list, maybe Hayabusa is going to be the next pick, maybe the Lancelot is going to be one of the choices for Bigatron Alpha, but aside from that, I think AP Brand has at least slowed down a big part of Bigatron Alpha's tempo.
Yeah, right now, Joy is open, the Kaja is open, Faramis is also open. AP Brand will seek to take that up. I remember AP Brand suffered a little bit when they allowed Evo's Legends to pick up their Faramis. They're not going to allow that to happen, but because there's a Faramis on the other side, Valentina already taken away, Bigatron Alpha needs to match that Faramis, right? Angela is also worked quite well for the side of Bigatron Alpha, especially the fact that you also provide heals and that's slow as well, and it's like the same idea as a Florin, right? You could just land the support even though you're on the other side of the map.
We see the Faramis being picked up instantly by AP Brand, so you have this, again, this fallback plan with the Cow Alta, but that also opens up some possibilities for Bigatron Alpha, right? We've seen solutions such as the Minotaur second phase, we've seen solutions such as the Joy, the Farsa, the Artillery, and even, well, the Melissa, right? With the models, you can basically just spread all the damage to everyone inside the Cow Alta.
Bigatron Alpha is going pure AoE, like Joy's ultimate and the models at the same time, right? And that's the reason why Bigatron Alpha banned away the Clone. I feel like they really wanted this Melissa pick already, so they immediately went for that one. Now, it's up to AP Brand to react towards these two picks, right? Kaja is wide open though, but if Bigatron Alpha didn't pick up the Kaja to protect their own Joy, I think they know how to counter the Kaja using that Joy, right? So AP Brand, it's up to them whether they want to fall into that one. Usually, if you want to pick Faramis with a Cow Alta, you want something with a very strong front line, right? Yes, the Arlot is kind of like a pseudo front line as well, but I feel like the Kaja is not a very good hero for the side of AP Brand, because if Kaja is going to get busted out if he tries to open the map, and Cow Alta is only just delays the inevitable, right?
Yeah. And we see the Hayabusa picked up by Kao TZ as well. He also played it yesterday, game 2 against Evo's Legends, had a perfect game. I believe 6-0 was the score. So I think you also take away one of the possibilities that Super Ken can go for. And this could relegate the Joy back into the jungle. We've seen it plenty of times. So I think Bigatron Alpha are not too worried, hence why they are going to go for the Grok.
And apart from that, AP Brand has actually used Carl TZ's Hayabusa to eat up Melissa, right? And we saw that in the Boss Legends as well, when Brands actually went for the Melissa pick, because when you use the go away models, the Shadow Q doesn't really care. The iframe is the one that prevents him, or well, allows him to skew up the damage even though he's in the iframe, right? And there's also another counter towards the Melissa. There's also an Arlot as well. So like I said, AP Brand selecting these two heroes are reactions towards Melissa, and Grok right here, the Wild Charge AoE, same idea to counteract against the Cow Altar. When everybody is inside the Cow Altar, it's very easy to land down the Wild Charge to knock everybody up, and then Bigatron Alpha just dumps all the AoE damage they've got into that small little line. Yeah.
And so you see the Franco instantly banned out. Want to eliminate any possibilities of this Joy being locked down. I think Bigatron Alpha, you mentioned earlier on that the Kaja might not be the best choice for AP Brand because he just gets shredded if he tries to check the map. So I think Bigatron Alpha probably would just let the Kaja open. But for AP Brand, they're looking to ban out some mages. They're banning out the Eve this time.
Yeah, I like the Eve ban, right? If you remember, Bigatron Alpha going for this AoE, Eve is a really strong hero against to couple that AoE damage, right? And I'm not surprised AP Brand also decided to go down that line since they've already secured Mage, right, to ban away the Farsa as well. So Bigatron Alpha right here is still also very flexible for them, right? The Grok can also go into the EXP lane, the Joy can also go to the EXP lane, the Joy can go into the jungle, the Grok can technically go into the roam and the jungle as well. So Bigatron Alpha, it's a very flexible roster, right? But Bigatron Alpha are just gonna make sure that the Joy is uncontested. There you go. That's a Kaja ban from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Yes. Playing it safe, right? Making sure that Joy is not gonna ever get pulled. You don't want anyone to get kidnapped. And it does give them a lot more freedom to work with. So I think right now the onus is gonna be on the side of AP Brand, right? What other heroes can they go for in the roam role, right? You've already missed out on both the heroes that has a guaranteed crowd control with their ultimates. What else is good in the roam? Are we looking for something like Minotaur again, which they have spotted a few times? Are we looking at a potential Kufra pick?
Yeah, I think Minotaur may work quite okay because, you know, the range is quite big. So even though Melissa goes into the protect go away models, yeah, the AoEs will still hit. There you go. It's still the key going back into the Angela pick. They've found a lot of successes with this one. And because of this, I feel like Bigatron Alpha may go for Lancelot, obviously, right? Because it also allows the Lancelot to survive even longer with the Angela. But AP Brand should know that there's a Lancelot coming in. I think the Kufra really works quite well as well because of the bouncing ball. Just at the very least, just prevents the Melissa from dashing around, hopefully speaking. But it's also a very good engage coming on from AP Brand, right? Final sweep to pick somebody up and then just jump all the way in. But there you go. It's going to be Harif. And speaking of which, that's a Cho coming in first, the side of AP Brand.
So this is going to be a Roam wait, not a Roam Faramis, right? Nope. It's a mage. Oh, right. It's a gold lane. It's a gold lane Harif. There it is. A Roam Cho. Yep. I think we've seen Cho from one of the games. Was it? I think it was played by D7 as well. And even though that game was a loss, but it was still a fantastic showing of how Cho can kind of shut you down when he gets a pick off, right? It's kind of like a pseudo Franco, but you have to hard commit to it. And in this case, if you can find someone like a Joy, if you can someone get to the Melissa without getting pushed away, that is going to be the win condition for AP Brand. So for Bigatron Alpha, they're like, well, you want to dash around here and there. They're going to bring out the Kufra as an answer.
Yeah, this is also one of Vince's heroes, like the Kufra. Jumping and bouncing around. Now you start to see that the Harif gets a little bit scary, right? Now you also start to feel may not be an easy game because you're up against a Kufra, right? But there you go. That's a Joy from the side of jungle, from the side of Bigatron Alpha, the Grok going to the EXP lane. So a very good tanky front. You also got someone to stun lock everybody. Like I said, you're going into the idea of I'm gonna try fighting AoE. There you go. You got AoE stun, you got AoE damage, you got AoE knock up at the same time, and you also, just in case if anything happens, you don't want your Kufra to go down. There's still the Angela to tag onto the Kufra as well. And with Kufra bouncing around, preventing you from running away, you get slowed by the heartstrings, and also the first skill of Angela, man, is perma slow coming out, and it makes Kufra even more scarier for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, there's so many ways to keep you away, right? You have to go away, to get away from Melissa. You have the Kufra Tyrant's Rage to kind of sweep you away like a broom. So Bigatron Alpha, they have a very good front to back comp. Let's see what AP Brand can do with this, right? Completely polarizing personalities on both teams with their competition. Here it is, game 2 between AP Brand and Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, CalTC is looking to actually shut down Saken early on. That's why Super Marco this time around going in for a stronger gold laner. They should have better gold priority. CalTC right here. With the current talent update, I think Hayabusa is actually stronger right now in the earlier parts of the game. Before that, he needs like level 6, but no, now because of lethal ignition, it actually hurts like a truck. So that means that CalTC is going to get a lot more value out of this lethal ignition, but Super Bin jumping in, Ogwen has to just get out of there. Jit Kundo out.
They're trying to clear the wave as fast as possible, so it does prompt Super Win to show up. We've seen this Grok XP lane every now and then, and in this case, you kind of take away a bit of that invade potential early on, but you do have a Grok that is going to absolutely smack you to the ground with that force of nature early on. He in danger though. CalTC just punishes him with the first blood as Super Win shows up with a bouncing ball, trying to take fuel away, but unfortunately that is not going to be the case as Super Ken now having to tank down the OG Shadow kill. CalTC with the help of Fuel will get a get a double.
AP BREN right here coming in the nick of time. Kaltizi used key to get into level 4 and then just transitions into a shadow kill. AP BREN is basically thinking 2 steps ahead as compared to Bigatron Alpha, and this is a very scary team. Ghost versus coming in just in the nick of time. Awkward looking for a pickup right here. Super Vin still knocking up 2.
And just look at the massive damage from Kaltizi, right? You said before, this new emblem giving the Hayabusa a lot more than early damage with the lethal initiation. And we see that every time he shows up for a trade. You have people like Key, not exactly the most durable hero to deal with a Hayabusa. In fact, right, who can expect a little girl to deal with a ninja? No one, right? No little kid has ever won against a ninja.
I'm trying to think of any Naruto reference to pull out right there, Husky, but of course, I couldn't think of any for now. But AP BREN right here in a solid start, right? Super Vin gets knocked out by Ogwen at the same time. There's a big wave that Super Vin needs to deal with. He's not even level 4 yet, and the turtle is up. Kaltizi has the turtle priority.
So Rizzo able to chunk down a lot of HP from Kaltizi, but he also is losing a lot of that health. Final slash from Flaptizi does miss. Supercan shows up, forcing the call Alter out from field, has the Angela heartstrings with him as well. The hard guard is going to allow him to get the turtle away as AP BREN tries to fight this one. Super Vin dropping low, Kaltizi back in the fight, but Supercan should be able to get away with the help of Key. That hard guard Q is just massive.
Yeah, the hard guard heal was the differentiation for the side of Bigatron Alpha, because AP BREN, don't forget, like I said, they have the turtle priority, but Bigatron Alpha wrestled it away. If you take a look at the emblems, right, like both of these two assassins going in, but something very for the lethal ignition, something interesting in my opinion for the side of Bigatron Alpha, that Joy Super can, instead of going for the assassin emblem, he went for the mage emblem. Needs more raw damage, right, to supplement the early game. And going into the later parts of the game, Kaltizi does have enough damage. Oh, there's a purple buff still secured by Kaltizi, luckily.
Supercan, good attempt. Unfortunately, Kaltizi just a bit sharper on that red tree, and now he's looking for an opportunity. Goes right in. The lethal initial proc is ready to dead. Oh, the shadow kill mitigated by the hard guard as AP BREN will be able to chase for more kills.
Super Vin, I think oh, okay, Zorizo actually knocks up Flaptizi. Super Vin, that was a very sus ultimate right there, but then again, Kaltizi, because they know that Bigatron Alpha doesn't really have these big ultimates, right? Maybe AP BREN wants to make a play out of this.
Wants to go for Ogwen. It's a show, not that easy to take down. Super Win getting pulled back and instantly just, wow, swept and kick all the way back to the tier 1. And that's an easy kill for AP BREN.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting, right? Like Ogwen, nice kick, and also nice sweep. So this pick-up potential is gonna put you even further away from the team, so that AP BREN can successfully just playing basketball, right? Just using Super Vin as a ball instead. No bouncing ball, pun intended right there, but just passing from Ogwen over to side of Flaptizi and right into the third man. Beautiful plays coming off of AP BREN, but Bigatron Alpha right now with a bit of a awkward early game, but they're still not shy away from the goal lead. Bigatron Alpha, don't forget, Melissa going to the late game, Saken is still farming. Super Marco not finding a lot of successes in the early game this time around, so that's going to be a big problem for AP BREN.
They also get the flicker out of Zorizo as they try to go for the gank. Second turtle up. Saken this time will be able to join his team. They say the same for Super Marco. Good Tyrant's advance. Going straight onto Flaptizi. The Call Alter will keep him alive, and he's going to flicker to the safety. Ogwen by his side. Bigatron Alpha having just more health pool if there's ever a turtle fight.
Yeah, nice kill coming on Super Marco. He's needed to basically shove the mid lane so that, Bigatron Alpha needs to deal with the mid lane before actually going to the turtle. Now Super can jumping around. He does have the hard guard.
He's going to try to do as much damage as possible. The final slash is going to be there, but Super can doing massive damage to field. The kick coming out, taking out Zorizo. AP BREN Ogwen finding the pick once more. This entire turtle will be resetted. But Bigatron Alpha, they still have the health to work with if they want to. Top side, Saken also pushed away.
AP BREN right now, they lost the turtle priority again. Bigatron Alpha knows how to dance around the turtle, and not only just that, Saken is just hard shoving up top while Super Marco is too busy, needs to land on support for his team in order to win the turtle fight. Saken is actually power pushing up top. Look at the top side. Gold lane for the side. AP BREN is super low at the same time. Super Marco trying to this time around joining fight. Super Vin jumping in.
He's just soaking up majority of the damage. Bigatron Alpha back in the fight already. The turtle control is going to be completely surrendered to Bigatron Alpha. No contest at all. Super can get that objective. So we're gonna have kind of a minor pause coming out as we figure out what the pause is going to be all about. But for now, we're in a pretty decent state, right? With AP BREN up 4-0, but thankfully for Bigatron Alpha, they do have 2 turtles for themselves. So end of the day, you still aren't losing out on too much. You're winning in terms of objectives. You're keeping the net worth pretty even. It seems like the pause is coming up from AP BREN, so we'll get that sorted out.
Yeah, definitely. But before we go into the pause earlier just now, I just want to do a bit of a quick recap, right? You said that Bigatron Alpha was able to secure 2 of these objectives, right? But if you take a look at the total kills, it is leading towards AP BREN. So Bigatron Alpha, yes, they're lacking the kills. They don't really have the damage in the early game to do anything for now. They need this big 5v5 fights, and the main ingredient for this big 5v5 fights for the side of Bigatron Alpha is that Melissa Saken has always stayed in lane to not, and he knows that his priority is not there yet. He needs to go into like the late game where he secures his Holy Trinity, right? Attack speed, 3 items Trinity in order to pop off. So as long as Bigatron Alpha doesn't lag behind too much in the gold lead, they may potentially catch up against AP BREN. But AP BREN, on the other hand, these kills are good. It allowed Kaotizi to snowball, but Kaotizi in the late game, if his shadows actually don't land onto Saken, Bigatron Alpha will win any team fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Melissa, right? When you start spreading all the damage with the models, it does become a pain to deal with, and destroys the Call Alta. Honestly, there's no one on the side of AP BREN that is going to be durable enough to outlast all these consistent damage out from Melissa. We're going to be back in the game and instantly secondary pause. Again, we'll get that sorted out as fast as possible. And that means, more time for us to kind of go through what could be the occasion. It could be the same pause again, AP BREN. They might have went in just for a secondary ping test to see if things are going smooth. And unfortunately, it still needs a bit more time to resolve.
Yeah, the fact that Bigatron Alpha using the turtle to basically equalize in terms of the gold lead, that's a-okay. But I also like to put more focus over the side of the gold lane. If you compare game number 1, it's Saken on the Harif that is just literally snowballing out of control, right? Now, this time around, AP BREN, I don't think Super Marco is really comfortable on this early game. Super Marco feels like this kind of player that's really strong, especially in the later parts of the game. You sacrifice the early game, and then you just pop off in the late game. It's like, when you play D&D, you point by, right? You can only be good at one thing. If you want to be good at early, mid, and late, you're just going to be subpar, jack of all trades, right? But Super Marco decides to invest all these points into being that Super Marco late game.
And I think this has been a very common trend for AP BREN. It's all about having Kaotizi, getting the momentum going early on, and the later the game goes, the more responsibility is put on the Super Marco, and he happily takes that on. Every time we head to the late game, it's either Kaotizi or Super Marco that pops off.
Yep, definitely. And Zorizo this time around for the side of Bigatron Alpha, right? He's not a Fredrin anymore, so yeah, he knows that he's unable to face tank. He's actually buying space for Super Ken to do whatever he wants. By the way, this time around, the Joy wasn't able to snowball. One of the win condition for the Joy in the early game is to get that snowball going. Your farm as a Joy in the early game is slower as compared to a higher booster, right? So that's why Super Ken, if he doesn't really find that snowball, he's gonna fall off tremendously in the late game. But then again, if you look at AP BREN, this is a roster that relies on Few and Super Marco and also Awkward, right? These three will be kind of like, especially Few and Super Marco, right? These two are your backline, right? And they will stick together. And if they stick together, they're gonna just get all the damage by Super Ken in this out, and we're back to game.
Super Vin charging us the Tyrant's Revenge, but no follow-up. No info on AP BREN so far. That Gold Crack going over to Saken as he funneled everything towards it. Meanwhile, mid lane, Super Ken with the help of the Hard Guard trying to run down AP BREN. Swiped to the side by the final slash. Super Ken running away with the help of that Alice, but it doesn't really matter. The flicker from Awkward into the kick will finish him off. Massive punish. Super Vin comes in, catches 2 on the back, but Super Marco able to get away in time. And Zorizo shows up with the flicker, rams Kaotizi into the wall, and both junglers go down.
Yeah, mid lane open for the contest, right? AP BREN was the one that got the first jumps. You can see how Super Ken contributes into the team fight, right? Just denying off the call altar. Bigatron Alpha knows, and they just jump in. Super good setup by the side of Super Vin to set that all the way up. And don't forget, Saken right here is joining the party of Bigatron Alpha, and you can see immediately they got that 1 kill.
Gotta watch out if you are AP BREN. Super Marco still trying to get his levels up. Zorizo and Key pressuring him as well. This is definitely a slower game for Harif compared to what Sakin had to endure in game 1, right? He had a massive lead, he was running everyone down, but this time, not the same for Super Marco. Definitely struggling against Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, and then you start to ask the question, right? Harif in the late game is not the strongest gold laner at all, right? Yes, this time around with the new patch does help him with the life steal just a little bit more, but then again, you know, you don't really have that pushing power as compared to a marksman, right? Like, and also you rely on Bigatron Alpha to make the same mistakes as AP BREN to fight in that choke point. Bigatron Alpha, I think Sakin knows how to deal with the Harif, so I don't think Bigatron Alpha will attempt to make that same mistake. FlapTZ looking for angle right here, final swing, catch a Super Bin.
And they will not be able to get the Lord though, unfortunately. Super Ken will secure that very easily. Super Bin gives his life away, but most important part for Bigatron Alpha is that they get the objective, Lord in their favor.
Yeah, they weren't able to punish Bigatron Alpha even more. Super Bin bought enough time, and that's the power of Bigatron Alpha, right? That's the power of Super Bin in buying a lot of space for Super Ken. Even though he's far behind, I just need to press the wretched finger, and Zorizo just bug us out of there.
Very, very straightforward gameplay for Bigatron Alpha. They know that, well, AP BREN, sure, they got some early kills, but they're not exactly the hardest to finish off, right? KaoTZ, he's not gonna even stand a chance against Super Ken. So all things considered, that early lead from AP BREN, you said that the pressure to KaoTZ, he got, you know, 2 early kills, but to translate to Super Marco, none of that was allowed to happen. So Bigatron Alpha, in fact, are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely, right? With the Lord Intel up top right here, Bigatron Alpha putting a spearhead instead. That's a concealed play coming in. Super Ken jumping onto FlapTZ.
It's gonna be the final slash right there. KaoTZ trying to play out the wave as fast as possible. The bounce to the back actually finishes off Key. They will trade fuel in return, but AP BREN, you're gonna be happy with that trade.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, you're gonna add even more kills for the side of KaoTZ. He's gonna snowball, but don't forget, look at Key right here. Immediately after he's dead, he actually secured an Ice Cream one of the important items for the Angela as well. So now KaoTZ needs to be a bit more careful. He's gonna get perma slowed down if he's not careful by Key. And not only just that, right? Like, he's gonna get kited around if KaoTZ wasn't able to just instant kill or instant delete anybody with the Shadow Q.
Try to test that triple buff again. Ogwen losing majority of his health, and Q comes in clutch with the call Alta. Final flash used as well by FlapTZ, trying to keep Bigatron Alpha away, but FlapTZ overextends to the back, and Bigatron Alpha just comes back in with the damage and the re-engage. Sakin free hitting everyone. The Tyrant's Revenge to follow up Super Bin, catching FlapTZ, and this time there's no running as Sakin finds a double.
Ooh, Sakin was huge right there. He maintained a very good range. Super Vin just setting up really nicely once again. AP BREN wanted to fight Bigatron Alpha in that choke point, and once you see KaoTZ wasn't able to secure the kill on Sakin, he's unable to do anything as well. Yes, you take down Key, but what can you do? Here comes Onslaught.
They need to take out Sakin. Look at that. Sakin stands his ground as Super Ken runs down KaoTZ. The attempt is there. Super Ken wins that one. The king is going to be down onto Sakin, and finally Ogwen takes him down with the help of Few. Bigatron Alpha fighting a bit more than they could chew.
Yeah, at the very least, you know, AP BREN's trying to look for any form of ways to sustain. Just take a look. Super Ken does have the EXP lead in the favor. Blood Wings already built by the side of Super Ken already. So more shields going into and more sustainability and more survivability for this Joy. Now, AP BREN, as long as they actually maintain, you know, the 3 inhibitor turrets up, AP BREN does stand a chance. Don't forget, Super Marco is this late game marksman or late game gold laner. But if you take a look on the other side, because Alpha has so much structure standing, and their defense is robust.
Oh yeah, the defense absolutely ironclad right now. All the tier 1s still alive. AP BREN, 3,000 goalies behind. You see Zorizo, he is so deep in the jungle of AP BREN, just watching over the purple buff. He knows that KaoTZ will go for it. And Super Vin has already zoned out the rest of AP BREN. I don't think they can contest this lore at all.
Not at all. Super Vin is just zoning around, just making sure Super Ken can basically do his own thing, right? And now the only thing that AP BREN can do is just try to control the wave, try to slam it shut against Bigatron Alpha. But Bigatron Alpha has so much structures, right? And this means that they've got so much map control. If I'm able to paint a picture, it's mostly Bigatron Alpha side of the map, because AP BREN has lost way too many structures they cannot hold, and then even though, you know, Few does have that pseudo tankiness, the Cow Altar, right, coming into play, that doesn't help because all the members of AP BREN is constantly getting bursted down, and not only just that, getting knocked up sky high by Zorizo. Sakin, if he's not dead, AP BREN will die in any form of team fights that Bigatron Alpha and AP BREN decides to handshake.
Super Vin getting swiped back by the final slash. Lord is already dropping low, and there's no way for KaoTZ to even attempt this. He's gonna show up with the shadows, but very, very late, Bigatron Alpha gets a free objective.
Yeah, AP BREN, I don't know. Like, man, I think the game plan right now, instead of trying to catch Saken, their main goal is to try to pick Bigotron Alpha frontline apart bit by bit. But that's exactly what Bigotron Alpha wants to do, right? Fight front to back. But if you take a look at the items, there you go. You can see Saken already securing the Holy Trinity. Instead, also going into the, I believe that's a Malefic Roar as well. So, that Melissa is going to do a lot more damage towards these structures. But if you take a look on the other side of AP BREN, right, that's also going to be the Dawn Eyes, which is definitely needed for the side of Awkward to sustain and survive through the attack speed and deny seconds on the attack speed, right? Then also, right now, Super Marco, instead of going for the concentrated energy, went for the Holy Crystal first. He thinks that he needs more damage, but then again, he's sacrificing up a survivability. He's relying on Few with the Cow Altar on that one.
Gonna try to stop this lore and protect that inhibitor turret. The bottom one will be safe for now, but the mid one will fall thanks to Socket and Cole. AP BREN not able to do too much. Kautizi playing sideways, but look at Key on the map as well. He knows that Kautizi is somewhere, so he's not even showing himself. Super Win charging up the Tyrant's Revenge, looking for Flaptizi. He's going to connect. No follow-up with the Tyrant's Race just yet. It can hold it very slow. Flaptizi to the back instantly. There's a kick on the Sorizo. They need to finish him off, but it's going to be the stun re-engage from Bigotron Alpha. Might have been a massive mistake as Saken goes absolutely berserk with a double. The Muddles completely shredding through the health bars of AP BREN, and suddenly they find themselves 3 men down. As Field responds with the reduced respawn timer. The passive will help him up a little bit, but Bigotron Alpha cracks open the bottom inhibitor at the same time. Mid-wave showing up. The barrier is gonna allow Bigotron Alpha to sync up 2 waves at once. And look at that, Ogwen, 15 seconds away. Flaptizi needs another 20. Engage from Super Wave is gonna go wide. Muddles lay down as well. Kautizi needs to survive for as long as possible. Field will drop down the Cow Altar to keep his team and buy some time. The OG Shadow Kill not enough. And Super Marco is gonna get run down by Super Ken. And Bigotron Alpha, they're gonna trade 1 for 1, but AP BREN have lost so much.
Yeah, no more Zorizo to basically fix the waves. They know better not to tangle with AP BREN anymore. AP BREN just literally throwing bodies, but this is not a very good place for you!
He's gonna try and face check that brush, and it's a fatal mistake. And now it's gonna be bad news. Ogwen needs another 30 seconds. They need as much time as possible. Kautizi, can you work some magic? Super Ken tanking some shots from the crystal. And that's enough to force Bigotron Alpha back.
Yeah, the area clear from the Ghost Bursters are the only thing that kept AP BREN alive. Luckily, Few does have that, you know, Cow Altar and also the respawn timer coming in to basically coming a little bit clutch for the side of AP BREN. Bigotron Alpha, this is a big problem right now. If you can't end the game in the early, like right there and then, Bigotron Alpha needs to try something else. There you go. They're gonna go for the Lord instead. Right here, there's a lot of space for Bigotron Alpha to work with unless Kautizi is able to try to sneak away the Lord with the shadows. But look at Sake and look at how the members of Bigotron Alpha are stacking.
Yeah, too late. Kautizi again late to the party as Ogwen. He's gonna get shredded by Saken. Fuse gonna have it caught out the top, and now flicker to safety. Doesn't have the dash, doesn't have the face to go to the wall, and Bigotron Alpha surely is a game 3, right? The Lord is gonna march down mid. 2 dead on the side of AP BREN. Phil will be back in 10, but Ogwen needs another 20.
Yeah, Few should be coming back up just in time for the base defense, right? Maybe that's the differentiator against Bigotron Alpha onslaught. But Saken's tremendous right now. Look at Saken. He does have the Inspire going in. If he dedicate that Inspire over to the core, that'll be big.
And Flaptizi already caught out by the Tyrant's Revenge. He's gonna go down. So AP BREN left with 4 members. Super Ken trying to run down the members. Super Marco is gonna be the target. They're gonna power onto him, and the core is gonna be dead before AP BREN even knows it. And Bigotron Alpha pushes us the distance.
Yeah, going to game 3. You asked for it, right, Husky, in the early on. You want to see this series to go that mile. Both these 2 teams was able to deliver. AP BREN right here acknowledges the power of Bigotron Alpha. Super Vin, the crazy engager from the side of Bigotron Alpha, delivered that win. Super Marco wasn't able to become the late game Super Marco that we know and love, and they ultimately fall for it. And all because that Kautizi wasn't able to find the backline, wasn't able to find Sake, and that's where it really started to crumble for the side of AP BREN.
And the degree, the magnitude of counter engages from Bigotron Alpha is also incredible, right? You have Zorizo on the Grok, you have a Super Vin on the Kufra, so many layers that you need to cut through. And the 2 kills that Kautisi got onto Key was because somehow the OG Shadow kill bounced onto the Alice, but that is very minuscule compared to the grand scheme of things because Sakin was the biggest problem and no one could get to it.
Yeah, I feel like Key is more than happy to absorb all that shadow kill, right? Shadow kill on me doesn't means that no shadow kill on Sakin at all, right? And as Sakin was just staying alive most of the fight, Sakin played almost like a perfect game. Super Marco wasn't able to shut down Melissa that early on, so that bodes the question, right? I feel like Harif needs to be given a lot of respect in the next particular game. We're going to go and take a look at the items breakdowns later on because we'll have to take a look as well on how this is working. And I feel like game number 2 and 1, the common fact is the Angela is the biggest problem. I think AP Brand doesn't really have an answer against this Angela, right? Angela is also like a Florin. It's meant to counter any form of assassinations. And it's very surprising that Bigatron Alpha constantly put this Angela in the mid lane, and AP Brand decided to just change the roster just a little bit. Hopefully with the help of Super Marco on the Harry, maybe they can burst somebody down and they have enough pick off to burst that person down. But you saw what happened, right? Flap, TZ and Awkward decide to pick up Sorizo. And what did Sorizo do? Wall charge right in the face of AP Brand. Yeah, let's take a look at the stats as well. Husky, I'm not too sure whether you're still there, but man, I feel like we're both speechless after this, right? You asked for a 2-1, there you go. We're already halfway there. But if you take a look at the items most of the time, yeah, not a lot of tankiness from the side of AP Brand. And if you notice, Flap TZ is just struggling to get any form of items going to be tanky and surviving from the burst from Super Ken. Now, Super Ken, on the other hand, it's the Genius One, the Holy Crystal, as well as the Blood Wings, and Concentrated Energy as well. These are the items that you need as a Joy to immediately burst down anybody, especially when the Cult Altar from the side of Pew is just going to make sure everybody stick together. And of course, you know, Sakin right here, I think he's the man of the show from the side of Bigatron Alpha. Zorizo this time around, if you notice, a very cheeky build, by the way. Zorizo actually went on full damage, Malefic Roar, Sea Halberd, and also the Blade of Hephaestus. So that wall charge is definitely going to charge into somebody, burst this person down.
I mean,
and with the amount of burst damage that Bigatron Alpha was able to put on the field, and with the pseudo tankiness from the side of Key of the hard guy with the Angela,
we looked at how
Bigatron in this roster is unkillable.
Saw this incredible comeback, but
so right now it's just, you know,
they were able
to take a look at the next page regarding the stats. I feel like we've already broken down AP Brand and Bigatron Alpha regarding the items. I feel like it's not just the items you gotta have to look out for. Super Vin, the setup is really good as well for the side of Bigatron Alpha. Yeah, pretty impressive game, right? For the side of Bigatron Alpha, right? Especially they redeemed themselves, right? They actually also pushed them out for AP Brand in game number 1, right? They both these two teams fought all the way into down to just the mid lane single turret only, right? So yeah, like I think Bigatron Alpha with Key on the Angela is the problem that AP Brand couldn't solve. So expect AP Brand to really sacrifice that one more ban just to take away that Angela. But don't forget, you do that against Bigatron Alpha, they have a very wide hero pool, especially look at Super Vin. Earlier just now, when you talk about a head-to-head between Awkward and Super Vin, right? It's just mostly just support heroes, like soft supports, right? But no, Super Vin shows up with a Kufra, which is exactly what Awkward wants.
And I think, you know, we kind of went back and forth on this, right? We talked about how, in terms of the picks, what is AP Brand going to be looking for? You need someone to not only soak up damage, you need someone to be catching Sakin, catching Super Ken, right? And I think Kufra was at the top of the list. It's just they decided, you know, we're going to deviate a little bit and we go for the Cho. And I feel like Bigatron Alpha in this game number 2 got a pretty good steal in terms of the heroes that they could draft. And this Kufra for Super Bin was kind of the solution to a lot of their problems.
Yeah, it's just like the fact that AP Brand wasn't able to handle, right? I feel like right now, Kaltizi, there's the Fredrin still wide open. Maybe you could argue they need that Fredrin, but then again, Sakin is just untouchable, right? From the side of Bigatron Alpha. Not only the fact that he has this innate kit just to push anybody off, they also got front lines that the AP Brand needs to worry about. Zorizo, Super Vin, and also down to Super Ken, in fact, right? This Joy just run it down in the middle of the fight against you when he got Alta goes in. Now the Call Alta just looks like it's a free stun for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Absolutely, and there it is. Our MVP for game number 2 is Sakin from Bigatron Alpha. Truly a marvel in game 2, putting up an absolute clinic. Right, that game 1 I wouldn't say was missing, but game 1 definitely he was kind of bogged down a little bit thanks to the matchup and thanks to the state of the game. But in this time the roles completely reversed. You could even say that if there was a Beatrix, we might see a deja vu from game number 1, and it's good to see that as much as we focus the head-to-head on the roamers, the gold lane is also erupting between Sakin and Super Marco.
Yep, looking at the highlights later on, you should also see, I believe, also the highlights. And in fact, we're going to start at 7 minutes. This is the first time when Sakin actually joins the fight. And when Sakin joins the fight, you see what he does. Shut down Kautisi, the man that's supposed to counter him at all. Look at the positioning. And look at the Angela just absorbing all that shadow kill, allowing Sakin to just constantly push down that turret at the same time. And once again, fighting at a choke point as well. Just Super Vin peeling for Sakin as well. Make it easier for Sakin. Just practically protecting him at all costs. Bigatron Alpha just running down AB BREN one member at a time.
And I think, you know, you definitely called it right? I mean, if you are key, it's like, well, guys, the Hayabusa is on me, let me just drag him to Narnia, right? So he can't rejoin the team fight, and towards the very end, it just, I mean, look at the AoE from this Joy. It just destroyed the Call Alta. In fact, he's like, you want to Call Alta? Don't worry, let me break it in half a second, and you can just stand there and watch Sakin kill the rest of your team.
Yeah, Super Ken is like, there's only 2 roles, right? He's there to just press the retribution, and his second role is not to kill. It's actually just to destroy the Call Alta, so that allows Sakin to come in to re-engage and engage on the fights, right? And Super Vin just sticking onto AB BREN, not allowing them to get out of the model, just slowing every run down. Speaking about slowing, key on the Angela was key. Ice Queen 1 just slowing it down, helping the model just get its values worth. And not only just the slow from the Ice Queen 1, Corrosive Scythe also slows down for the side of the Melissa as well. So yeah, it's pretty hard to just detach yourself from models at all.
Right, I mean, well, we have one more game to go to see if, you know, the era, well, the perfect record of AP BREN, whether it will be broken by Bigatron Alpha, by the team that they feared the most or not. And also a secondary question is that Angela now an important ban for AP BREN?
I think so. I feel like Angela is the important ban, right? Like, if you notice, if Bigatron Alpha understood the game on a different level as compared to AP BREN, right? Like, if you notice, they are literally taking away the Florin right off the bat when they went for the Fanny, right? And now this time around, AP BREN went for another assassin. They just still drafted along that Angela as well. So they're pretty nice. They can just counter, just deny the assassin from any assassination at all.
So the teams are gonna have a bit of a time to decide what is the plan for game number 3. Same for us, we're gonna catch a breather, so we'll call for a short break, and we will be back for game number 3 between AP BREN and Bigatron Alpha.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a threat? They all are made. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes, I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen. your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine on, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine on, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Here it is. The grand finale of AP BREN against Bigatron Alpha is going to commence in just a little bit at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals Day 3. Not only is Bigatron Alpha looking to dethrone AP BREN, who are undefeated so far, but for AP BREN, they're looking to keep that record and overcome their biggest enemies. We're going to find out in a bit. My name is Husky, and alongside me is going to be Jace to bring you guys through this final game.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha literally delivering a statement. I love it when, teams decide to not just say what they want to do, they do what they want to do. They're looking to dethrone, like what you said, AP BREN, they've been untouchable mostly all throughout, the Snapdragon Pro Series. Yep, they gave one game over the side of Esports Legends, but now this time around, they gave another game over to the side of Bigatron Alpha. These red robots looking to just steamroll choo-choo train all across the board, and I feel like the biggest problem that AP BREN just couldn't solve was that mid lane Angela.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen how Bigatron Alpha really utilizes Angela, right? Even in game one, where they, not AP BREN, Bigatron Alpha. Even in game one, when they lost, this Angela, it's a piece of work, right? Unless you catch her, out in the open, like game one, it's almost impossible to overcome her. She slows you, she deals damage, she locks you in place, she heals up her front lines, and we saw when Angela pairs up with someone like a Fredrin, someone like a Grok, like a Joy, they just absolutely run you over.
Yeah, and the best part is you got a lot of sticking power onto somebody, right? And to make it even faster, have you seen a Joy just exceeding, like going into Sonic Boom? Yeah, because Joy also gets that movement speed bonus, right? And just slows, and as he chases you down, he also slows you down. So it's just crazy what Angela has brought onto the table. And like what I said, it's the non-meta heroes that AP Brand is obviously not ready to deal with, right? And now Bigatron Alpha, I think they're looking to secure the Angela once again. Now we're gonna go into the draft in the next 10 seconds. Man, AP Brand needs to respect Keys Angela. If not, a lot of trouble for the side of AP Brand.
This is a big crunch time for AP Brand. They've been put in this position before. We say yesterday, right? AP Brand, you know, they tested waters a little bit. We're gonna give one game over to Evo's Legends and see if they are worth our time. And in the end, they just steamroll Evo's Legends. This isn't the case. It's not AP Brand giving one game to test things out and winning the other two. Is them putting up a tight fight for 2 games and they are down 1-1. So this is AP Brand gotta bring out, you know, the absolute best in this game 3 to even have a chance. Kadida and Paquito ban out as usual for AP Brand, and Bigatron Alpha with the Valentina and Claude ban.
Yeah, Melissa, Bigatron Alpha screams Melissa once again, right? Like the Claude's already taken away. AP Brand right here, taking away the Melissa in response right here. Once again, Angela gets to sneak past through the bans unless AP Brand decides to go a little bit creative. Now, are you gonna also ban out the link as well for the side of Bigatron Alpha, because they found Cal TZ have found a lot of successes on this link, but of course there's still the Joy, there's also the Kaja that's still wide open on the table. There you go. That's a link taken away from Cal TZ.
Yeah, plenty of openness, right? The Faramis is up at the table. You have the Lancelot. You have the Fanny as well. AP Brand now, they got to decide on that first pick. If it is a Faramis, then we might as very well see the Joy and Angela again on Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah.
So AP Brand on this first pick, massive decision to make.
I don't know if you're AP Brand right now after seeing what you had to go through in game number 2 and also partially game number 1. Yeah, I think they've got no choice. They have to first pick the Faramis, right? Like, if not, Bigatron Alpha would definitely grab the Faramis. There's only one dead Cal Altar in this game because the Valentina is already taken away. And like you said, Joy and Angela super wide open. Bigatron Alpha will seek to use the same tools that they used to beat AP Brand in game number 2. These two particular heroes.
And if that's the case, then I feel like it might prompt AP Brand to just snatch up the Kaja or the Franco, right? I feel like you have to consider that route. I know that in game 1, we both agree that, yeah, Kaja, you know, you can catch a target, lock them down, but you also get blown up very easily. But we saw the effect of not having a reliable catch. Compared to the Cho, you would pick the Kaja any day. And in this time, I think if we do see the Joy, which we will, and the Grok, the Kaja has to be on the minds of AP Brand.
Yeah, I feel like the Franco is a lot better as compared to a Kaja, right? Whereas Kaja needs to just face check the bush to actually get information. You can use the Franco to just iron hook the bushes to get that information, right? It's a lot safer as compared to a Kaja. It's a lot easier to execute. I feel like they need to secure that because you saw in the second phase of game number 2, Bigatron Alpha just decides to just cancel these 2 heroes right off the bat. And now that's going to be a Grok and also a Joy. Once again, super wide open for the side of Bigatron Alpha. Look at AP Brand just discussing. They're not too sure which of these 2 heroes will be going because they can always change up the script. And yeah, AP Brand doesn't want to get caught with their pants down this time round, just securing the Kaja and then the Fanny.
Yeah, we talked about the Fanny and Kaja going through. Kaja has to be at the back of their minds, and they do went for the Kaja eventually. Fanny to play it as fast as possible, but do remember, they're picking up Fanny directly into a Grok, right? So AP Brand are basically saying that we do not care about that Grok, we want to play as fast as possible, but it doesn't really fully solve the problem of what if Angela or a Florian goes through over to Bigatron Alpha. And you know, on top of that, there's still the Kufra that can be flexed in if they put Zorizo on the Grok once more. This opener is such a flexible one for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, just not giving any information. It's the same idea why AP Brand just decides to take away the Paquito, right? The Paquito can go anywhere. There you go. Bigatron Alpha, that's another recipe for disaster. That's an Angela going in for the side of the red robots. AP Brand knows what to deal with. But this time around, I hope they may bring out an Esmeralda because of the shields that Bigatron Alpha is generating. Maybe that could help to equalize that a little bit. But if you go for the Esmeralda, you sacrifice in terms of the tankiness, because if you look at AP Brand, take a look, there's not a lot of tankiness in their side of the roster. AP Brand takes away the Kufra, Bigatron Alpha takes away the Harif.
There's massive respect again from both teams. The Kufra was a massive issue in that game number 2. You know, you're stopping people like the Fanny in the game 2 case. It was the Cho and the Harif, and Bigatron Alpha reading this like a book. I feel like they kind of have this minor one-up over AP BREN just because of this opener. We're going to see the Terizla ban out as well. No lockdowns for AP BREN. You want to keep this joy in place, we're not going to let you do that.
Yeah, the only thing that could possibly lock this joint in place is the suppression coming out from AP BREN. That's the only thing that are able to secure in the first phase pick. I feel like they're going to go down and ban away the Franco, in my opinion, because the Franco, the last thing you want to see is the Fanny jump steel cable around, and then you get a bloody hunt right in the face. So maybe that's where AP BREN should go for. That's also one of Super Bin heroes. But if you take a look at Super Bin, right, don't forget, the Grok can also go to the roam as well. And if Bigatron Alpha wants to switch it up, he can also go for the Angela. You saw it in the players head-to-head with Awkward, right? Angela is also part of that list.
And when you have 3 flexible heroes, it can be a headache. There's always the saying, right? Too much flex is no good, but in this case of Bigatron Alpha, it is very, very good. The Brody banned out, and that means Saki, and he's going to have a field day. It has to be a Beatrix, right?
Yeah, I think the Beatrix is really good right here. Nibiru actually tracks as well, and if you want to mess things up a little bit, take a book from CW, right? Go for the Moscow instead, but no, okay, you're going to go for the Beatrix. Pikachu Alpha draft is not as flexible as an acrobat, right? It's as flexible as a contortionist. If you know what a contortionist is, man, it's just, you can put him to anywhere and he fits to any container like water.
Yeah. Contortionist is, for those who don't know what it is someone who doesn't have bones. No, I'm just kidding. It's just someone who's really, really flexible, which is kind of crazy. It used to freak me out as a kid because I'm like,
yeah, it still freaks me out today. And some of the horror movies actually use contortionists to basically use it as a to imitate monsters, right? And it add in a lot of fear factor. Speaking about that fear factor, that's exactly what Bigatron Alpha is doing against AP BREN. Just take a look. They're using and maximizing out their time to make sure that they got the 2 heroes that they need. That's going to be a carry, and that's going to be a Uranus for the side AP BREN.
So Uranus the only front line for the team for sure, right? At least you don't have like a tank shredder like a character to cut him down, but there is still the Esmeralda, right? We talked about this plenty of times. The Esmeralda can still go through and still be viable for the side of Bigatron Alpha. Yeah, even the Dyrov, right? We've seen the Bigatron Alpha, they faced the wrath of Dyrov yesterday, 2 games in a row against Onyx.
If they want to go for the Dyrov, I think it also works. And then that means that, there's a lot more flexibility for the side of Bigatron Alpha, right? AP BREN instead, carry, I think, is the best slot right here, right? They ban away the Brody from themselves. There's also technically still a Leslie. The second skill does help as well to just kick away that Joy, but that's a Ruby going in for the side of Super Vin, Super Ken, Super, I don't know. Okay,
Zorizo.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a Zorizo Vin, Zorizo Ruby, Super Vin going to Grok. Like I said, this is a contortionist kind of roster that Bigatron Alpha just put up into the field against AP BREN. Man, what a Giga Chat.
I mean, who needs a Franco, right? Ruby does the same. You steal cables in and suddenly you offend the Ruby and you are dead. So it still takes away a lot of that freedom that a hero like Fanny enjoys. Is it fair to say that for the first time in the series, we are seeing AP BREN kind of on the back foot just at the draft itself?
Yeah, I think it is, right? Usually, it is AP BREN that dominates the draft in terms of they get what they want, they understand what they need to ban away. But AP BREN this time around, these bans are very reactive against Bigatron Alpha, right? You saw the Kadita, you saw the Melissa, and you saw the Paquito. These are the 3 must bans if you're facing a team like Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron Alpha taking full advantage of that one and just literally went on ham and creative about that. I like the Ruby going to the EXP lane. Thank goodness for that, because I personally despise roam Rubies because, you get a Franco, it does the job a lot better. But looking at where Zorizo is putting this Ruby, going to EXP lane, good. Make sure that she gets the hard scores, able to sustain. And especially when they're facing up against AP BREN, the common style that Bigatron Alpha usually play is this AoE damage and AoE lockdowns. This has been the case since game number 1.
We've seen mid Ruby yesterday. I believe it was by Burnex Flash, and that unfortunately didn't work out for them. And this time Super Vin's gonna try and invade. Orko will spot him out. Please do not get the buff. Woo! That was very close. Super Vin just committing to it, and he's gonna give the first blood away to Kao TZ.
Yeah, Supervin overextended just a little bit. Supercan secures his own orange buff, so everything is still A-okay. But Bigatron Alpha breaking that flicker right off the bat. Looking at the seconds, yeah, Supervin doesn't really have the flicker going into the first turtle fight, so that might be huge. No flicker wild charge anymore for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
And Kaltizi even stole the camp, so he's gonna hit 4 first. Supercan starved out of his own jungle. Flaptizi also finding another one of the camps on that towards the bottom end. They do slow down the Joy a little bit, which is already a hero that isn't the fastest when it comes to clearing jungle, so a slightly good start for AP BREN.
Yeah, this time around it's a lot different, right? Super Marco back onto something that he's more comfortable with, I believe, on the carry as well. But look at Super Vin, he's getting chunked down low.
And he's gonna be taken down. Super Vin drop once more. That's 2-0 for Kaltizi. As a Fanny, he's gonna be very, very happy with the result.
Definitely, right? Like, you're snowballing, it's the same idea as your Hayabusa in game number 2. But going to the later parts of the game, we've seen how Fanny can fall. The only thing that Fanny can also confidently do in the later parts of the game is to basically cut away, space crossmat, right? Because of the rotation's a lot faster. But apart from that, the turtle is up, and I don't think Bigatron Alpha does have the priority over that. Super Bin slowly ticking towards level 4, doesn't have the flicker. Super Cat on the other side of the map, Awkward will be there to spot him out.
Getting completely harassed in the jungle, might need some help from Key just to secure the purple buff. On the other end, Kaltizi will get his. Super Vin once more in the rough spot. Doesn't have the ultimate anymore, so has to be very, very careful as Q comes in as well. Kaltizi pops concentration and then run down the members of Bigatron Alpha. 1 versus 3, not a problem. Ogwen by his side. Kaja not 4 yet, so no Divine Judgment.
No Divine Judgment, it was already used as well. If you notice how AP BREN and Bigatron Alpha is just reading each other like a book. Both of these roamers just on the opposite side of the map, just trying to slow down Kaltizi. Facing no issues right there, still at least secure his own purple buff. But Supercan, like I said, this Supercan's drop is the same as game number 2, right? Just to run down when Few goes into Cal Altar and then deny that, and then he can retreat and he can run away. His job is done.
Saki will clear the entire wave. It's just a classic carry game. It's a bullied in lane. It'll take a lot of time to go up. Supercan showing up from Turtle as well. Remember the Bigatron Alpha is a simply full bag. You have the hard guard as a response, the Rizzo in the fight, but the retreat fight goes over to Kaltizi as he goes on a killing spree. This time Supercan ends up going down.
Yeah, Flaptizi still chasing on against Sorizo though. Key is still around there at the same time, but this is where AP BREN really wants to be in the early game, right? Like, Kaltizi kept taking 3 kills, taking turtles for his name at the same time. Taking a look at the emblems, I think the most interesting one, in my opinion, is definitely the focusing mark for Super Vin. Knocks everybody up in the air, and then all of a sudden, hey, you know, you also do bonus damage towards everybody. But I think the question is, Sorizo low.
Oh. Actually put under the tower and killed off about a turret shot. I mean, that struck to deal a truckload of damage. So a bit of an unlucky one for Flaptizi. Didn't have to sprint either way. Consecration was also down. Actually went for the Impure Rage instead of the Brave Smite.
I think it doesn't really matter for the side of Flaptizi. If you notice, Flaptizi really wants to sustain as much as possible in lane. And this bonus movement speed allows him to stick onto this target as much as possible to land on the Ionic Edge over and over again. The damage actually stacks out of control and it does a lot of damage. If there's this one time I was casting and I saw Uranus does 48% of team damage, yeah, that's the whole idea of Flaptizi, right? But however, Flaptizi also go for the common emblem, right? Non-stop mana is exactly what a Uranus needs. Just stay in lane. Just stay in lane.
Gameplay is going to slow down just a little bit for AP BREN at least. And I think, you know, these kind of game states, it's minor good news for Bigatron Alpha. You don't have Kaltizi running around the map. You are not allowing him to further that snowball. The conversion is going to get mitigated for AP BREN. So we will be in the stalemate for a little bit. It's 1.5k goal advantage for AP BREN.
Yeah, not a big one, right? We saw how Bigatron Alpha can also swing back the economy lead because of that one. But Saket on this Beatrix against Super Marco. This time around, Super Marco is able to stabilize. It's not as bad as, you know, the Hyrule game in game number 2. So that's A-okay. AP BREN, I think, because it gets that additional goal lead, it's because of the one turtle they took and also Kaltizi on 3-0-0. It's a perfect game for Kaltizi for now. Super Ken is actually going hunting.
And Kaltizi, can you win the Retro War? Can actually wins that one. The retribution used way too early by Kaltizi, so Supercan stealing it without using much effort. And when we look at the emblems also, Saken, he's actually running the lethal ignition, right? So you watch out, he's gonna 3-shot you. with that bonus damage from the Nibiru, something that you gotta respect a bit more. Zorizo getting ran down on the top lane, but Slapteasy, no problem. Not able to finish things off. And the Super Ken, meanwhile, they try and run down Ogwen. Ogwen ends up falling. Kautizi taking a big snipe from Saken. Ends up having to retreat. And Bigatron Alpha slowly coming online bit by bit. Just by taking these pickoffs and opening up the bottom lane for Saken. And that means Saken is going to have a really good time taking down this bot tier 1.
Yeah, man. Like, right now, the Turtle is completely forgotten by both these two teams because both these two teams are looking to play the purple buff as if it's a Turtle itself. Now, Kautizi getting put off from the purple buff is huge. So, for a couple more minutes, AP BREN wasn't able to output enough of pressure against Bigatron Alpha. That's Bigatron Alpha's way to slow down Kautizi. We saw that happen in game number 1 of EVOS Legends, and now Bigatron Alpha, all of a sudden, because of that thing, that fact, they have Turtle priority.
I'm offended to pull in on it too. Baptiste trying to buy as much time as possible. Unfortunately, Kautizi ends up getting stunned, so can't contest the Turtle. They get the Divine Death from Otto Zorizo, who just walks out of there without taking much damage at all, even though Super Marco is around. And Bigatron Alpha just disengages and even takes a tier 1 mid on the way out. Super Ken not done just yet. Electrifying Beak is used, gets the purple buff for himself once more. Kautizi slowly getting punished in his own jungle as Baptiste forced to disengage. All 5 members of Bigatron Alpha pushing AP BREN out of their own jungle.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha currently winning the economy lane. Just take a look. Saken is already leading in terms of the gold, just like 300 gold behind. That's 1 component behind, right? So which means Saken is going to hit the critical mass in terms of the damage first as compared to Super Marco. But same problem could be said over the side of Bigatron Alpha, right? They take another purple buff away from Kautizi once again. And then immediately you see how Bigatron Alpha is rotating super efficient, right? Take the Turtle up top, go down, invade purple, and then go back to secure their own purple buff to deny Kautizi from that purple buff away. Kautizi right here, this is a very big speed bump that he has to speed through. If you take a look at the items, yeah, exactly right? BOD going in, but it's more expensive to build a Beatrix X compared to a carry, so carry is still not too far behind. However, another key thing to also look out for, Super Vin going for more expensive item instead of attack.
And Phil forced to pop the Call Ultra as was pulled in by Dorito early on. The Call Ultra will expire. And Super Ken just runs him down with the Electrifying Beast. Meanwhile, they're going to get the pull onto Super Vin, which is a Grok that doesn't really care too much.
Yeah, like this time around, Awkward, even though you sport a Conjure against Joy, this is literally logic, right, for the side of everybody. But then again, Awkward wasn't able to output enough thing. But oh, Super Vin, well charged, the air.
It doesn't, not able to get a connection, but doesn't really matter. Saken just destroys the health bar of Phil. At Bigatron Alpha coming online. Slatizi don't really want to be there. Saken almost 2-shots him. And AP BREN, they just could not fight this. They need to buy time for Super Marco to come online.
Yeah, Kautizi once again, and the purple buff already gone. I feel like teams right here need to know how to deal with an assassin that relies on purple buff. And then again, you need to deal with how Bigatron Alpha is dealing with AP BREN, because this is so annoying, right? Kautizi is literally out of the game. The only thing he can do is only split pushing, and this is not a very good sign for AP BREN. Now to the Lord is taken down by the side of Bigatron Alpha. It's very comfortable because AP BREN has no wings. AP BREN has no map pressure at all. Damage leaderboard, most of them super can, but that damage is kind of deceiving. The damage is mostly going into against few with the Call Alta, right? So yeah, main goal super can, just deny the Call Alta once again. Bigatron Alpha in a more stable position right now as compared to game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, it's a very frustrating game for AP BREN. Very frustrating game for Kautizi, especially when you're up 3-0. You have a pretty substantial lead, and then suddenly it all gets shut down because you lose 1 purple buff fight. And that just escalates into this Lord barreling down the middle lane. Your side lanes getting pressured, and Bigatron Alpha knocking on your front doors again. You look at the level differential, right? Bigatron Alpha slightly ahead in terms of experience. It's going to be Zorizo with the pullback onto Flapteasy. The Call Ultra will be there to save him, and they even respond with the Divine Touch onto Super Vin, who loses his first life thanks to Immortality. Kautizi to the back, ends up getting pushed back by Super Ken as he gets electrocuted alive. Bigatron Alpha looking to fry AP BREN in their own base. Flapteasy dropping low. Zorizo gonna get the finisher. Gets destroyed instead by Super Marco as Kautizi comes back in for round number 2. Bigatron Alpha forced back, and the mid inhibitor stands.
Yeah, good defense coming out from AP BREN. Once again, Pikachu Alpha taking it slow just a little bit. They want to take even more than they could expect right there, right? They'll pay the price by losing Zorizo right there. But if you notice how Super Ken, right? Two shotting Kaltizi because of the electrocution. 2 proc from that ultimate is enough to push Kaltizi away. And don't forget, Kaltizi doesn't really have enough damage to assassinate because Key is just sticking onto Super Ken. And once again, finally, Kaltizi this time around secures his own buff. So that's a good sign of relief for the side AP BREN, but is it a little bit too late?
It could be, right? AP BREN playing catch-out game. I know they're 2.5k go behind, and it's not that significant yet, but you look at the XP differential. When that Lord spawns in another 50 seconds, Kaltizi will never win the retry fight because he's just behind Super Ken in terms of level.
Yeah, Hunter Strike this time around being built at the very least, so a bit more burst damage, but Super Ken goes in full Blood Wings already. This is like licking item for joy, whereas Kaltizi just running through scraps, just taking out breadcrumbs from the streets of Bigatron Alpha after, Bigatron Alpha has been looting all across the board for the side of AP BREN. And now with the Lord coming up in the next 20 seconds, AP BREN, they're not in a good position, right? You talk about the level difference between these two teams. I'm also going to talk about the fact that AP BREN is basically fighting on their side of the map. This is exactly where AP BREN doesn't want to be, especially when you have a Fanny, right? That's supposed to output pressure in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Flapteasy, he's trying to open up a lot of this space, but you can see that even his durability has its limits when Sakin is on top of him on his spear tricks. I mean, Super Marco, there's not much opportunities for him to fight. There's so many things you need to worry about, right? You gotta worry about the Grog running in your face, you gotta worry about Zorizo pulling you, you have to worry about Super Ken dancing on top of your body, and also Sakin just snipes you from 10 miles away. Bigatron Alpha, they're gonna start on this Lord right now. All going with the conceal. Zorizo is gonna instantly see it. Get the delay as now. Where is Kaltizi? He's still taking the purple buff. This Lord is gonna be gone. I do not think that AP BREN can win this, but they gotta try anyways. Committed to the fight. Kaltizi straight to the back, trying to look for the kill. Can't find the assassination as Zorizo runs away and Flapteasy ends up getting taken out.
Yeah, Sakin landing down Reverse Passion right there. I think it's just luck. Kaltizi ate couple of shots right there. Kaltizi immediately disengaged, right? He tries to go for the cleanup right there. Zorizo, Brave Smite's coming in just in the nick of time. Zorizo was basically being the pseudo tank. Let's take a look at the replay, right? Like, the knockup is there. Awkward was able to catch Zorizo, but Zorizo doesn't really care. He's more than happy to absorb that and notice it because Bigatron Alpha knows that there's no Divine Judgment. Kaltizi coming for the flank. Unfortunately, Sakin pushing it away cleanly. Cal also, even though was already proc, Bigatron IP BREN knows they do not have the damage to continue the fight. They decide to back off. So a very nice fight coming out from the side of Bigatron Alpha. They still secure the Lord. AP BREN trying to punish Bigatron Alpha, but will not be able to find anything there.
Here comes the Lord. Mid inhibitor down and ready. Kaltizi can't hold a candle to Super Ken. The Joy is just outputting too much damage. That's without the help of Angela. So Kaltizi is going to try to cut the wave as much as possible. They will scout out the members of Bigatron Alpha in the bottom side jungle. I guess the silver lining is that they still keep both the side lane inhibitors alive, but for how long?
It's gonna be tough. Sakin does have the Malefic Roar, so more damage against the turrets, right? Maybe this time around, AP BREN looking for a conceal play right here, looking for anybody, but look at that. Sakin is scarce. AP BREN couldn't reach Sakin at all. Sakin is the main damage dealer from the side of Bigatron Alpha. If you take a look at the items, yeah, Wind of Nature, just in case Super Marco knows he's not gonna do any damage at Beatrix at all. And not only just that, right? If you take a look, Angela Key already going in. NOD for good measure. Ice Queen 1. Going into Holy Crystal, she's gonna heal even more, do a bit more, tad bit more damage. Not only just that, the utility that Angela brought onto the table is just so annoying and painful for AP BREN to deal with.
Especially for Flapteasy, right? You can't heal as much with the Consecration anymore. The healing reduction from
the Oracle
Key,
too.
Yeah, and the Oracle is just so... A lot of things are getting mitigated, right? Bigatron Alpha, they mitigate the healing from AP BREN, but they increase, they amplify the healing for themselves. And look at Kaltizi, he's going to be playing on that bot side, just constantly trying to see if he can find a pickoff. If not, he's going to try and cut the wave, put the pressure onto Bigatron Alpha side lane. Unfortunately, the Lord is spawning on the top side.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha, I think the only way they need to try to solve this problem, right? Kaltizi is saying, okay, you know what? I know I cannot actually team fight you like this 5v5. The only thing I can do, send Kaltizi start doing hit and runs, right? Top side, bot side, until eventually Bigatron Alpha start to lose a lot of structures, and that's how AP BREN is gonna have to try to stay in the game. And if you notice from the side of Bigatron Alpha, there's not anybody that comfortably rotate and match up the tempo that CalTZ is outputting. AP BREN needs to fight 4v1, and then after that, Bigatron Alpha noticing that, if you notice, they're spreading themselves apart, right? Because they know CalTZ can be anywhere. They need a quick task force to deal with this raiding Fanny.
And also, you want to be aware of the big potential that Awkward poses. You can see FlapTZ, he's going to be putting his body in front once more. Bigatron Alpha, I think you just make the call to rush on the Lord, right? The Fanny is not going to be there in time. You have more than enough damage. Where is AP BREN in the situation? They gotta be there right now. You see the conceal play from behind. The Lord dropping low! And CalTZ steals it somehow. They even get to Sakin. The wraparound was immaculate from AP BREN. Immortality from Superman goes down. Super Marco outputting the damage. Super Ken wasn't dead. And we'll find him. But is it enough though? The Alice, Key can't keep him alive for long enough. Super Ken ends up falling. It's Spew and FlapTZ against Zorizo and Key. All the frontliners and support piled up together in this fight. It's an even trade. But AP BREN with heroics saved this game for themselves.
Yeah, AP BREN right here, literally that one button literally won, not say won them the game, won them back the map dominance, and now it's Bigatron Alpha on the back foot. This is exactly what I was talking about. When the late game comes, Super Marco pops off. You saw the damage that he was able to output there, all because of that flank, right? And now it's just Zorizo and Few going up against each other. The turret shot, ooh, just one more, who should do the trick. But let's take a look at the instant replay, how it actually unfolds. If you notice, CalTZ coming in just in the nick of time, just to sacrifice himself, just to take up that Lord, right? And Super Ken getting shot all the way out. And if you notice how the members of AP BREN just focusing on the backline of Bigatron Alpha, immediately they're dead. Super Ken got caught out of position right there. He went on the other way. He was a little bit, I bet he was a little bit confused. That Lord should have been theirs, but CalTZ stole it away, and that took Bigatron Alpha off guard.
Silver lining was that they were able to get rid of Super Marco before Super Ken went down, because I think if Super Marco stayed alive, this game would have absolutely gone off the rails for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, they found Sakin, so that's actually a very good thing. And AP BREN knows that is the main win condition now. Even though Bigatron Alpha loses that Lord, they're able to stabilize just a little bit because of their sheer amount of structures, right? AP BREN still needs to go through multiple defensive structures from Bigatron Alpha to finally hit the strike at that heart. If you take a look at the items, yeah, Oracle, a Bloodlust Axe, Dom Eyes, going into Blade Armor, I believe. That's good item against Carry, which will kill himself because of the output, the attack speed alone, and he's also healing out of that and reducing attack speed as well. So Zorizo is also pseudo tanky. There you go, Blade Armor. And then also, if you notice, from the side of Ken, also going for the Blade Armor as well, ignoring the immortality instead.
Yeah, I mean, you want to shred out Hellbar, we'll watch you destroy yourself when you hit it. You get the pull, this one could be massive. Super Win missed to get out. The damage of Super Marco not enough. The car also keeping him alive. Super Ken, watch out! As he gets eviscerated by CalTZ. And Bigatron Alpha overextending just a little bit. They cannot fight this. With Super Ken down for 40 seconds, AP BREN can start to set up at Lord.
Yeah, Super Ken cannot fight that at all, right? No pun intended right there. But you see how AP BREN is finally stabilized as well. The burst damage coming out from Few and Super Marco as well, just chunking down Super Ken. The Blade Armor, he thought that he's actually able to do and defend himself just a little bit more. But in the end of the day, he has HP bars, but he doesn't have the armor to deal with it, right? Now, Bigatron Alpha, because of losing Super Ken right there, it's only 13 seconds. Now, if you notice how CalTZ is positioning, that's a Divine Judgment.
And then the pull, that's the Immortality, Zorizo. If he goes down, he's gonna be big trouble. This is the Mirror's Passion right there. Sakin just shoots through Super Marco's health bar, and Zorizo survives. CalTZ, can you at least get a kill? No, it cannot. Sakin saves it for Bigatron Alpha, and a turnaround right there as Lord spawns and Super Ken comes back to life. Oh, AP BREN, what have you done?
Oh no, AP BREN had that one small window opportunity, got shut down by Zorizo. AP BREN was pouring all the resources into Zorizo, couldn't end his life right there, actually ended AP BREN instead. Now Bigatron Alpha is going to focus on the Lord right now. AP BREN couldn't actually defend this, right? Like, they don't really have, okay fine, Super Marco is going to come online just in time. Zorizo, to make things work, that's a Demon Wings going in. He's going to have even more spell bam, even more sustain. I think AP BREN, it's all about target prioritization right now. Target the wrong person, you're dead. Sakin's gonna leave you question, shred you all across the board.
I mean, they all stuck together, right? Sakin is like, all right, is it you guys gonna come together? Hello, taste some lead. Kautiti back just in time. Could be the final push of Bigatron Alpha. Look at that! Sorizo straight in! And Few, he's dead! Super Marco gotta run. Survive just for a little bit. The Winker Trunket keeping Super Ken alive. But AP BREN, can you stave off this assault? And Bigatron Alpha, they will focus everything on the Crystal. And Bigatron Alpha have done it in their home ground. And in front, in the faces of AP BREN, they stopped them dead in their tracks.
It turns out, you know, Bigatron Alpha wasn't a speed bump, wasn't an obstacle for AP BREN. They were the conquerors. Bigatron Alpha taking 2-1 against AP BREN. AP BREN was trying to do everything, even though, you know, AP BREN has, not saying the better draft, mind you, they're trying to outmaneuver the draft just a little bit, trying to wiggle it around, but Bigatron Alpha coming in, playing a perfect, not say a perfect game, but a very good draft. Angela is the only one that AP BREN just couldn't handle with. Key was that silent protagonist from the side of Bigatron Alpha, and man, that's a good crack they've done against AP BREN.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha shattered the perfect win streak for AP BREN. And
that's right.
AP BREN, they were right? They were most scared of Bigatron Alpha, and Bigatron Alpha proved why they have to be feared. Both teams at the start of the day, we watched their interview, we watched the team intro. Both teams consider themselves to be the best. AP BREN coming off of a high, right, a win streak off of other third-party tournaments before this. They took down Onyx. They're ready to end the Indo dynasty. Bigatron Alpha for Super Ken. Well, we are losing games not because we're bad, it's just because we got unlucky. And here they are, both teams putting out clinics at the end. AP BREN, the Lord Steel, the flank from Ogwen, Bigatron Alpha, Zorizo, Sakin, everyone pouring their hearts out. But at the end, I would absolutely say it was Sakin who proved that he's the better player today.
Yeah, like literally in the gold lane, right? Super Marco wasn't able to scale to the later parts of the game, and immediately you noticed, like, I think target prioritization was a downfall for the side of AP BREN, right? AP BREN was too hungry to basically find anything, any stretch, right? Like, the most important thing is to burst one person at a time and then go for the next. Unfortunately, that did not bode well. Zorizo was just healing like a monster, out of control. And this shows like Bigatron Alpha understanding of the meta is slightly different as compared to AP BREN, and you can see the amount of sustain for their side eventually saved the day.
Yeah, I mean, that one catch, right? The catch was good, right? They found Zorizo all alone, but he had the immortality. He comes back to life. They try to chase him. He heals up with the Brave Smite and the Brave Smite, and suddenly they all clumped out. And Sakin was like, "All right, it's a free for all," and just sprays them with lead. The lethal ignition also just completely incinerated the health bar of AP BREN. Super Marco dying in that situation was kind of like the final nail in the coffin. They lost the Lord afterward, and it didn't really matter because Bigatron Alpha was already at the doorstep, 30 seconds later. But you look at the damage dealt from both teams, it was just utter madness from Sakin and Super Ken.
Yeah, Super Ken was literally like securing all these objectives at the same time. He understood what he needs to do, right? Like what I mentioned in game number 2. Feels like Bigatron Alpha knows how to deal with the Faramis. AP BREN forced the Faramis in 2 games in a row. There was also, I believe, Eve was taken away already by the side of Bigatron Alpha. So man, like I said, Bigatron Alpha just... This Angela is the problem. And I guess going forward from this particular game, particular series, you see Bigatron Alpha, you ban the Angela. That's the main point. Then you also ban the Paquito. You ban also the Kadita because Super Vin loves to play it. Paquito also is one of Super Ken's heroes at the same time, also flexible. Zorizo could also take it as well. But Ruby, I think, is an unknown factor for the side of Bigatron Alpha. Not a lot of information about Ruby after the patch in this current meta. But then again, Zorizo shows up. Hey, Brave Smite, Vegetable of Blood, everything. Yeah, Bloodlust X. I got practically 2 Bloodlust X at the same time. I'm gonna heal for days.
And again, towards the very end, this was as close as it could get. It could have get as a series. We wanted, both teams to do the best of 3 justice, and they've done absolutely that. But the good news is that most likely we will see these 2 teams in the playoffs unless something unexpected happens. And if they do, we might have a chance to see them face off against each other again with our MVP Key. This Angela, the Guardian Angel for Bigatron Alpha.
Literally, right? Like, ask and ye shall receive, right? You ask, and then all of a sudden Super Ken is running around with extended shields on top of his own shields. And then not only just that, right? There's also this cooldown reduction that he decided to go for just for the ult. And if you take a look at the highlights, most of the time it's just, him always onto Super Can, just hard guarding, pushing everybody away. That's Kaltizi taking too much damage. And it's always making it so easy for Super Can to stick onto anybody and outputting that damage all across the board, and increases movement speed as well to just chase and run somebody down.
I mean, we have so many moments where it was a close shave, right? I think, this was the Lord that Bigatron Alpha kind of took for themselves, and AP BREN couldn't really get a trade, but, this flank from Super Marco and Open could have pulled him back into the game, but Super Ken, with his dying breath, was able to fry the health bar of Super Marco before he went down, and that kept Bigatron Alpha in the game. And afterwards, it was that one heroic play from Saken that completely shut the door in the faces of AP BREN. This is that moment.
Yeah, this is the moment, right? Zorizo right here, just outputting. You see him going down all of a sudden, and that's a shield coming out key. Perfect timing right there. Was able to walk away, and now as he goes around, just outputting damage and the combos, right? All of a sudden, he's back into the game, and now Bigatron Alpha just leading a spearhead all the way through in the mid lane. Key, like what you said, the guardian angel of the Indonesians, Super Ken, the star player from Bigatron Alpha, Zorizo, almost unkillable in this one. Man, this is a series that Bigatron Alpha proved themselves against all odds. AP BREN, yeah, you can be first in other tournaments, but here I am on my home turf. I'm gonna beat you up.
Yeah, you do not mess with us on our home turf, that is for sure. So now no more perfect win for anyone in Group B. Everyone is sitting, at a 3-1 standing, at least for Bigatron Alpha and AP BREN. They are going to be at the 3-1 tied up for first place. We're going to check in with the other teams for the rest of the results in just a little bit. But guess what? We heard Super Ken talk a little bit about the dynasty of Bigatron Alpha and how they're going to end the Filipino era. We're going to be able to talk to him in just a little bit, and I have so many questions I want to ask him, right? What is Bigatron Alpha mindset coming into this, knowing that just yesterday they dropped a series against Onyx, and here they strike back against a team that feared them the most.
Yeah, like literally, and it's very telling, right? Because of that knockdown, AP BREN just literally dropped from first position down to third position, right? Man, this is based on unofficial calculations that we're doing on the other side, right? But man, this is so crazy. I bet Bigatron Alpha is smiling from ear to ear. With that said, I think let's take a look at one of the players from Bigatron Alpha, just to drag him onto this awkward Zoom call that we're having in a sense, right? Let's go take a look at Supervin.
All right, hello Super Ken. Welcome to the podcast. Massive win for Bigatron Alpha. Congratulations, first of all. Yeah, the Superman of the team.
Thank you.
So, how do you guys feel right now after this win?
I'm very happy because BREN first time lose in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you talked about how Bigatron Alpha, you guys are here to end the era, menamatkan era AP BREN. AP BREN said that they fear you guys the most, and today you guys prove why you are the team that AP BREN needs to be afraid of. But I want to ask, how was the emotions in the team in that game 3? Because it was so close.
Very emotion because the enemy also shout at the first game, right? Because we win at the game 3, we also shout. So emotion.
Was it close? Are you guys close to each other at the venue?
Not that close, but if the enemy shout, I think we can hear.
Right. I see. So, coming up, you guys do have one more series against Esports Legends. How do you think that would go?
We will try our best to win the games against Esports Legends.
Jace, you got anything?
Yeah, I guess one of the few questions I would like to ask is, do you think that after this, Key will be able to play his Angela? Because you saw the power of the Angela in this particular game. Who came out with this Angela idea? Because I wasn't expecting this Angela.
The coach let Henky play, KYY play Angela 3 games. Coach decision.
Right. So the coach is like, right, you just protect your team, and rightfully so, right? It was one of the big reasons you guys won. So guys, you guys still have one more series coming up. We're gonna send you guys all to catch a break before you face up against Esports Legends. But thank you very much for coming on here to talk with us a little bit. For Ken, get some good rest and all the best for your final series.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is,
wow, what a series.
What a series. I think that, I've gotten... I'm already satisfied, right? This is what I woke up for today, and I am very, very happy to see, Bigatron Alpha take on AP BREN in a full series. To me, regardless who wins, I, already had expectations that it was going to be the very, very best that we can offer on Stream C. We talk about Key or KYY's Angela, the Guardian Angel, keeping his team topped up, and that you kind of can achieve the same effect if you take a swig of Monster Energy to boost yourself, keep yourself topped up to achieve maximum performance. You can check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, of course, there's also a chance for you to walk away with 5,000 euros, not dollars, but euros, right? And in order to get that one, just head on over to esl.gg/febot, right? Because it's also brought to you by DHL. It's a bit of a tournament or competition going on as well. With the Monster Energy drink in hand, definitely you stand a bigger chance of getting that lion's share.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to achieve that experience of being a pro player and winning something, well, the FEBOT Dash Cup could be right up your alley, because, truth be told, it is not the easiest to compete in the Mobile Legends setting, because everyone is so good. Like, I see all these players, I instantly decided that this dream it will remain a dream.
It's over.
It's over. It's not for me. I'm never gonna be able to make it. But either way, I want to remind everyone that this is just our first series. We have two more coming up for the rest of the day. The second series is going to be between Echo and BREN X Flash.
Yeah, Echo this time around, coming in with a different roster, but it is still the same venue where they make their name, and going up against BREN X Flash. BREN X Flash this time around in this particular Snapdragon Pro Series, they haven't been performing up to speed because, losing one series against RSG SG, and they're not having the best time of their life. But that's also because Chima, I think he fell sick as well. So, Coach Mitch is filling in. Not too sure whether Chima is actually feeling better today, but BREN X Flash fans will definitely want to look forward against this one, because I feel like they also had if I remember correctly, they fought to a bitter end during MSC as well. It's a very long drawn out game. These two, it's like a lot of grudge matches from MSC in this particular tournament.
I mean, it's a the top 4 finish at MSC, right? So a lot of pride on the line. But unfortunately, they will be playing the last series, and it's against a current world champion, Echo. So you do not want to miss this. We're gonna call for a short break, and we will come back for the second series of the day on Stream C, Echo against BREN X Flash.
I think Fedri is most picked because first, he can flex into ESP laner and jungler. So when you pick the Fedri at the top, when you first pick or second pick it, you still can flex it. Your jungler still can pick assassin.
Dia boleh combo dengan mana-mana hero support. Contohnya Estes, Angela, and juga Flori.
Terutama sekarang ada emblem baru yang bisa bikin variasi item.
I think Fedrin is highly picked because of the patch. The turtle attack is much higher than before.
Terus apalagi kalau udah dapat snowball turtle dan snowball kill, bakal jadi lebih kuat lagi.
Now with the latest patch, we might not see as much Fedrin as compared to before, but I feel like Fedrin is still a strong hero.
And his skills are pretty much annoying because of the main stunts. And the CD of his skills are so short.
His kit is basically complete with the knockups, with the stunts and the burst damage. He also can regen from the pokes. That's why he's really good. But I think for me, there's still counter picks for him. That's why you still need to be careful. You need to ban it up. And if Fedrin is free, why not pick it, right?
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
On a rhythm and I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound up my beat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Bad up the beat, when they all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minsithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a threat? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. This is Stream Chilling. My name is Jay. Joining me right here this time around. I'm pushing Klasky away. I'm grabbing another friend of mine, Sir Clow. How are you doing, man?
Oh, glad to be on the desk now. I had a good time watching the first series, and my oh my, what a great way to start the day, I must say.
That's right, Stream C for once is not chill anymore because it's actually very hype, because it was AP BREN taking an L against Bigatron Alpha, the very one that the players are kind of afraid of, but we gotta have to close that chapter of history. We're gonna have to move on. It is going to be Echo going up against BREN X Flash.
Ooh, the next one. Well, at this point, it's BREN X Flash pretty much playing for pride, I must say. But their last opponent had to be the current world champions, Echo. Despite it being a different lineup from the last time they were world champions, they are still Echo, though. So, looking forward to see how they overcome the Giants.
Definitely, right? Like, you also talked about the fact that, BREN X Flash, this Cambodia team, unfortunately wasn't able to find a lot of things in Snapdragon Pro Series. I think it's all due to the fact that unfortunate circumstances. For example, like, you saw Coach Mitch has to fill in for Chima, right? But with that said, ladies and gents, we're gonna move on. We're gonna talk about Echo first. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Echo from the Philippines.
Back to the land where they won that world championship, back to Jakarta. I hope it awakens something in them, and I hope this shakes them back up.
Pushing this time, pushing to the bottom of the floor. Echo! They are the game with a bang!
We lost to Onyx at MSC and we made a preparation like how to end the game clean, and hopefully we're gonna do a lot better than before right now. Playing Jakarta feels like more exciting because there are so many crowd and they're so loud, and it gives me a morale boost. I think I'm not different to any explainer because I just do my job and my team carries.
Sanford 1v1 against CW right now is going to be able to dash out, but it's not going to be enough as the flicker comes through. Sanford!
I think Indo teams are much stronger now because they're so hard to fight with. We lost against Onyx in MSC, but this time we are very prepared, so we will win.
There you go. This is Echo, a little bit different, a little bit special this time around. Instead of sporting, the Yaoi, Benny Cutie, and Kaltizi. Yeah, there's Sanford, Zaida, Sanji, Outplayed, and JP. But the chemistry between these boys, these players are so tightly knit. Like you saw, it feels like nothing changed, and yeah, they're still able to go around slapping people in Group A.
Yeah, as what they mentioned in the interview yesterday, they train 12 hours a day. That is insane. For them to find that chemistry, and now it gave birth to results. So far, doing well. They are number 2 in their group, and number 2, number 1 doesn't really matter as long as they're in the top 3 to move on to the next round. And so far, Echo, they are still playing this really, really well. Outplayed a lot of players yesterday, but that is about Echo. Let's introduce our next team, BREN X Flash.
Now, BREN X Flash, really interesting team, right? Especially for their performance during MSC 2023. I think they put on a spectacular performance.
Right down RLC, BREN X Flash takes the game.
ពីមុនកាលពេលព្រឹត្តិការណ៍មុនដែលពួកខ្ញុំទៅប្រកួតចាប់ហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំប៊ីនឹងឈ្នះអេកូដែលលើកផល2-3តែឥឡូវហ្នឹងពួកយើងអត់ចង់ឲ្យប៊ីឈ្នះនេះគឺពួកយើងចង់បានជ័យជំនះមកខ្ញុំគិតថាអ្នកដែល carry ក្នុង team គឺ Secret ដែលគាត់លេង rotation របស់គាត់ជាមួយនឹងខ្ញុំវិចិត្រគ្នាហ្នឹងហើយ
Now with the new patch, I think we're going to see, well, I don't think, I'm predicting that people are going to be very surprised with BREN X Flash.
I think I'm not afraid of anyone ពួកយើងនឹងខំប្រឹងក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ SPS នៅខាងមុខហ្នឹងដើម្បីយកជ័យជំនះបាន
You know, Sir Cloud, the best part of Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals is that it reignites old rivalry, right? There you go. ATM, Smudgma coming back this time around. CCAT, Donut, and D7. Looking at Echo, this is a grudge match, right? Don't forget, in MSC, the most recent one, 2023, they lost 3-2 against Echo in the best of 5.
Yeah, it was a tough series that time, and now they're going to meet up again. But this time, BREN X Flash, they're coming off of a lose streak. Unfortunately, 6 games lose streak straight up before this. So stats-wise, not looking good for them. But at least they have Shima back in the lineup. This could give them some hope to at least bring some pride back to BREN X Flash.
You can obviously see, you know, Shima not feeling too good right there. Just taking as much rest as possible. He definitely needs it because going into this game, it's up against Echo. So I think it's about Shima just coming back and say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to miss out this rematch as MSC, but you know, we all know this is not their top form. So, you know, fans from Cambodia, please shower them as much support as possible. But let's take a look at the player head-to-head.
Yeah, looking at this, we're comparing Sanford as well as ATM. Sanford, multiple MVPs so far in this tournament, looking good, and it's reflective of his stats. As you can see, he has better KDA, whether it's kills, whether it's deaths, whether it's assists, better against ATM. But kill participation, ATM a little bit more. But when it comes to the rest, I believe the damage per minute is definitely not going to be 257. It's probably like 2,570. So it still favors onto Sanford.
Yeah, I feel like the stats here does really show a little bit. ATM actually joins a lot of these team fights, 73%. But if you notice, Sanford on the other hand, 61%, so which means that he's mostly fixing the waves around, but coming in at the right moment, at the right time, just dishing out what's required, right? That's why his assist is kind of nice, 69. But that's a meme right there. But apart from that, you also notice that the GPM for the side of Sanford is higher because he's around on the other side of the map trying to fix up the wave. So this is Sanford, this AXP laner is mostly just, you know, trying to split push, trying to create opportunities on the opposite side of the map, whereas ATM is an XP laner that really wants to be that pseudo frontline fight front to back in team fights.
Yeah, there has been a couple of times that he played the Uranus as well. We've seen a good amount of times how the Uranus is played, but we'll break that down a little bit later. Before that, you guys break down your prediction in the Twitch chat. Let us know, who do you think can win this? Will it be the reigning world champions, Echo, or can BREN X Flash play for pride and come out with an upset?
Yeah, man, like hopefully, you know, BREN X Flash, you know, they were kind of rooted as dark horses during MSC, right? Hopefully they are able to put up a good fight in this particular one. Yep, all hope is not lost, but it's all about, you know, yeah, like it's obvious, like caster prediction right here. We gotta have to take a look at the statistics. Yeah, 2-0 clean sweep for both of us.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to think otherwise, right? The stats, the lose streak for Bird X Splash, Echo. Not to say that they have a clean campaign so far, but they're doing pretty well. I mean, they are number 2 right now in Group A, so it's very hard to deny that. Even the stat between Stanford and ATM tells the story.
I think we're just comparing them differently. I feel like it's because Sanford and ATM, they're considered different type of EXP laners. So it's like comparing an apple towards an orange, right? Yeah, they're both fruits, but one's red, one's orange, you know? So I don't think that's a fair comparison. But I feel like, you know, losing one series against RSGPH, and this is Echo coming in with not their main roster, fighting against RSGPH, whom I believe put a lot of hopes into their roster, right? They even brought back Demon Kite as well. So this Echo is not fair, not too shabby as compared to their main roster. So that's something very encouraging to see.
Yeah, and I think that is somewhat of a region buff, you gotta think about it. The region that's topping Group A right now are both teams from the Philippines. So it still shows that when it comes to them as a region, they are really, really strong. On Group B, it's a mix of on top, at this moment at least, Philippines as well as Indonesia, also a region that's really, really strong too. So to a certain extent, I think the region buff does play a role.
Not only just a region buff, we talk about the home ground buff you saw in the previous series, right? It was AP BREN losing towards Bigatron Alpha because of the home ground buff, but you can also argue the same, right? Echo won M4 in Jakarta in practically going in almost the same place. So yeah, home ground buff, I guess, over to the side of Echo, not more prominent, but we have to see. Ladies and gents, going into the draft, this is game number 1 going in. First pick is BREN X Flash, Echo going in second.
Ooh, okay. So both teams actually do kind of favor the Uranus, especially for BREN X Splash. ATM really loves it. We know the way that he plays the Uranus. He will start off with cutting the waves. I mean, pretty standard play from Uranus. But we have seen in recent rounds that Uranus has a counter. You just get a tank shredder and you'll be fine. So I think he might still go for it because he's kind of comfortable with it, and they can go for a fairly early pick for Uranus.
But Sanford is a very flexible EXP laner, right? Remember, you saw in the stats, Charizla, Uranus is one of it. I believe another one was... yeah, I can't really exactly remember, but I remember fondly of his performance in M4 where he sported the Lapu Lapu. Oh, there's also a particular Yuzhong that Sanford can play. So I feel like these the members of BREN X Splash shouldn't be looking at banning out Sanford at all. But if you notice where Echo is going, they're learning. They are preparing for Bigatron Alpha. Apparently, they're banning away the Angela, and that's also a Diggy taken away. That's one of the flavors that BREN X Splash like to bring out against their enemies.
Oh, interestingly, so we talked about the Uranus, and LaFleur had to make the cameo there. But, so Uranus banned out, so that means this leaves room for Fedrin to be picked up, one of the regular early heroes to be picked. If not a Fedrin, it's going to be the Valentina, or maybe even a Yves. And the fact that BREN X Splash has the first pick, all these heroes mentioned are some of their top picks as well.
Paquito as well, right? Like, also one of the flex picks. You start to see Paquito coming back into style, coming back to meta because of the flexibility that he offers, especially after right now. I think even better in the XP lane, in my opinion, because, you know, your second skill can now actually wave clear, so you can also effectively control the waves even better. But now, for the side of Echo, they take away the Fragile instead. First pick goes over the side of BREN X Splash. Joy's wide open, but then again, Echo can respond with a Kaja pick.
Yeah, probably Joy will be left out for later. If we talk about just early this year or end of last year when Joy was first released, Joy was always the first pick or the first ban for either side. But nowadays it's like, okay, maybe somewhere in between, and people will come up with the surprises like what we saw in the previous matches. But for BREN X Splash now, first pick, very, very safe. Yves, we talked about it. It's kind of like a standard pick for them. But because of them picking Yves, there's a very high chance that Echo will go for Valentina.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer right here, right? Valentina should be selected as well because you want to respond artillery strikes with artillery strikes. Then there you go, a Claude to take that away. They don't need to pick a Valentina right now. They go ahead and secure the roam and their marksman. This Claude is actually a very good pick against BREN X Splash because you kind of deny them from the AoE damage. But BREN X Splash, look at them, just go for the Franco, go for the Leslie. Leslie no counter against the Claude as well.
Yeah, quick picks there. And we have the Farsa. Looks like we won't see the Valentina this time. And the Farsa was played before this by Sanji. Unfortunately, the win rate in this tournament is not that great, but it's still okay. Out of the 3 times that he has picked, he won like only once so far. But looking at the setup that he has with the Farsa and the Divine Judgment from Kaja, I think this will be a good one.
Yeah, Sanji going in with the Farsa will be able to rotate and match the jungle rotation of Zaida, right? So I think it's good news for the side of Echo, but at the same time, right now, they just need to take out the heroes that can possibly counter against the Farsa, right? I'm thinking Yuzhong should be taken away, but no. BREN Flash takes away the Yuzhong for themselves and take away the Yuzhong for themselves instead. But then again, the Arlo is removed. I think more EXP laners, even down to the Lapu Lapu perhaps. But no, I think Echo need to stop trimming away the EXP lane. Sorry, I'm being a hypocrite right here, but yeah, I think they are looking at the Lapu Lapu, which works really well against BREN Flash on that eve.
Yeah, and if we talk about like BREN for Echo, I think what they could use is what they could use is someone bulky later on. So a Terizla could be pretty nice as well. So Sanford has played that before with a decent win rate, 2 out of 3 in this tournament. So he can definitely go for that because Frederick is out. But the moment I talk about Terizla, that's it. It's taken out. Sorry, man.
Yeah, Echo right here, I feel like they need to find a way to get to that Leslie, right? And the way to get through it is, either from your long range on the Farsa or just dive it hard. Just pick a Joy.
So the Joy, going to be really annoying though. I'll be interested to see how Echo is going to play the Joy. Are they going to go in like, is the Joy going to be like the annoying one, going in between turrets, cutting off ways, or is Joy going to be the one that joins in with the team fight? Somewhat like a similar theory of how a Uranus will be played. But with Echo's playstyle of being very disciplined, they could probably go for the wave cut.
Maybe that's a good idea, but you know what's a better idea? Joy just coming in for the flag, right? I think Joy's main role right here is to find the Leslie person down. Don't forget when the Yeep goes in very well manipulation. He's a mobile, right? So Joy would definitely benefit from all of that. So right here, at the very least, the only thing that Echo needs to look out for the Joy will be that Franco, but now there's going to be a Martyrs going in for the side of BREN Flash and also Lapu Lapu denying it from Stanford once again.
Yeah, because of the high mobility from Joy, the only answer for Joy is the Franco. But assuming that Franco can't land the hook, or can't let the bloody hunt onto Joy, the Joy will be running rampant. So the Joy, I think, will be really, really scary. But oh my goodness. So you got 2. You got the Fanny and you got the Joy. And you only have 1 bloody hunt. This is going to be really scary.
Yeah, so if I told you the story about D7 as a Franco walking into a D7 walking into the candy store and just getting spot boy choices, yeah, there you go. Zaida and Sanford are candy, right? Like, which one do you bloody hunt now if you are D7?
Oh no. Okay, this is gonna be really, really difficult for a BREN Flash to deal with. Just by the mobility itself, it looks like they will have a hard time. Like, can you just think about this? Like, if Joy comes in from the back and Fanny just comes in from the front, just whoosh back and forth, I don't know how they're going to catch either one.
Yeah, it's like a pincer move being brought in from the side of Echo, right? So, ladies and gents, this is an interesting draft from both these 2 teams. Both these 2 teams are drafting towards what they're very strong at, and they're looking to basically, going back into another rematch, right? They really wanted to take this because it is a grudge match in between these 2 teams. Oh boy, it's gonna be interesting.
Oh, it's gonna be huge, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, BREN Flash playing for Pride, going up against Echo, and this will be pretty much a repeat of their last matchup in MSC. Here we go.
Yeah, that's right. If you go into this particular start, if you look at the jungle rotation, Zaida starting at the purple, which means that he doesn't really have, he needs to secure the purple before the first turtle fight. Super Shima going into the Martyrs jungle will be a lot better because he's not as reliant on this purple as compared to Zaida. Sanford, on the other hand, I think this is very sneaky of him, stealing away 1 cam. If you notice where Super Shima is going, he's just ignoring it.
Ooh, D7. He definitely does have the hook there, so JP got to be careful not to be hooked underneath the turret. So far, so good for him. Managed to evade it, but they're both going in for a mini skirmish in the middle. But like what you said, because the dependency on the purple buff, right? So that's why we see Zyda just prioritizing the purple buff even before anything else.
If you look at Echo, right, how many lethal ignitions do you want? Yes, Sanji, Sanford, Zyda, oh, these three. Yep, right on cue. Thank you very much, Prot. Right on cue. Three of them went for the lethal ignition, but hold on a second. JP right here will be able to find D7 burns a flicker already. Zyda still looking for some opportunities to go in. They need to slow down Donut. Don't forget Donut, crazy on the Leslie.
Yeah, I think it's going to take his time for now because he knows that by say the 6 minutes onwards, as long as he scales forward, then he will be able to run rampant in team fights by then, especially when it comes to the objective taking.
Yep, Sanford doesn't really have level 4 yet. If you notice, that's why Burn X Flash decides to strike. Sanford gained to push all the way back for now. They do have a bit of a total priority as well. Sanji is not level 4 yet. I don't really think Echo really want to agree on this fight right now. Sanford just slowly ticking towards level 4. ATM will be using the Bravest Warrior, will be able to stun Sanford all the way down. Doesn't really have the ultimate to continue on. ATM going in hard onto Sanford. That's gonna be one person down for the side of Echo, but he will be traded right here. That's also CK going in with a real world relation. Better airstrike following suit as well. Will not be able to help to secure the turtle at the same time. Going to be given over to Burn X Flash. JP won't be able to find anything else. Flickers back to safety.
Wow, Burn X Flash. Okay. Decent start there by securing the objective. But this is where they need to be careful not to allow Zyda to scale. Because when Zyda scales, we know that it's going to be hard for them to catch. Even Sanford as well. About the same timing, if they can scale at about the same time, oh man, I worry from the middle stage onwards for them still.
Yeah, Burn X Flash somehow get the EXP lead, somehow gets a tremendous lead against Echo in the early game. Echo wasn't really ready to take on the turtle fight at all. So Echo playing a slower game this time round. If you notice, Sanji was there a little bit out of tempo right there. You know, Burn X Flash already hit level 4 and ATM just abusing that, was able to push Echo all the way back. And don't forget, because Zyda started with the purple, the map rotation coming out from Zyda is not optimal, right? Your first turtle will spawn when the purple buff will spawn, right? So now Zyda by then needs to pick, do you go for the turtle or do you go for the purple buff?
Yeah, to a certain extent, I can understand why they play like a solo play, at least at the start, because they want to get as much experience as possible so that they can scale. But now speaking about the effects of scaling, they might get a kill here.
Yeah, JP right here, using the Divine Judgment, catches Super Chma, but Super Chma disengages cleanly. Sanji doesn't have much damage as of yet, and even though, you know, you got outplayed, also staying right there, Echo is not ready for a fight. They don't really have the items, they don't really have the abilities. They're looking to scale towards the late game, where Sanji could just spam the ultimate like no tomorrow, and then outplay when the Blazing Duet can start to hurt. Burn X Flash, on the other hand, protecting Donut at all costs.
So the answer for Burn X Flash to try to overcome Echo in this kind of situation is for them to invade the jungle. Don't allow Echo to get the purple buff, especially for Zyda, because apparently it's very dependent on the purple buff, and if they can cut that resource out of Zyda somehow, then they have a better chance.
Yeah, right now, if you notice how Burn X Flash is rotating, right? Burn X Flash is always 1-7 ahead against Echo, right? Echo, a little bit slower in the rotation. Zyda, I think, is already securing the orange buff, but the turtle is up right here. Sanford goes into ultimate. Super Chma getting burnt down just a little bit low, but she will be able to heal up because of the Brave Smite, right? But Echo's focusing most of the attention up top. They need to get outplay up and running. JP, that's a flicker forward. That's also going to be D7 surprise right underneath its turret. Zyda there to finish that kill. Donut hiding in, being sneaky right there. Donut just watching his turret getting battered down. He's going to finally enter the fray. Blazing Duet at the same time. Donut in a smaller trap, but the MI is already there. But C-Cat coming in to secure the kill onto JP. The lethal snipe coming in. Sanji from afar. Artillery strike from the sky. It hurt. Burn X Flash. The onslaught from Echo continues. They take down top side.
Oh, just by the edge of the better airstrike. But now Sanji needs to get away. ATM is there though. Sanji still has the time to like play recall. But Sanji, he's fine. He knows what he's doing.
Sanji wanted to recall, but the recall button broke, right, on Sanji. So unfortunate for Sanji. But Echo, you know, that was a very long draw-out fight. They got a lot of advantages right there, but they're trading in for the turtle. So both these two teams are just trading blows for now. Echo still on the minuscule gold lead. At the same time, Burn X Flash, the tempo is starting to slow down for them. They're unable to keep control of Zyda right now. Zyda, ooh, that's a purple buff. Getting dragged, but it shouldn't be a bit of a biggie for the side of Echo.
Yeah, do the little things, right? Try to buy time for your team, try to somehow deny the purple buff, but I don't think he wants to deny it. He just wants to buy time. But anyway, the idea is that try to get into the minds of Echo. Don't allow them the comfort of playing in their own jungle to get those buffs. And as long as they can maintain that, they can potentially scale faster than Echo and try to win the game as fast as possible.
Yeah, you talk about fast, right? Like Echo at 6 minutes mark, Outplay has already gotten the golden staff. Like this is big item boost. I'm not too sure whether he's already secured the Demon Hunter sword, but maybe because they took down the top side turret, it allows Outplay to have even more gold. But right now, it's BREN Flash looking for a ambush on top of Sanford. Sanford dashing around, does have the ultimate in the pocket right here. I think Echo knows it, but they chose to disengage. It's 4-member all the way down bot. But BREN Flash, you know, they're buying time right here. Oh no, they're gonna pull the trigger right here. D7 looking for some person, but JP kidnaps him instead. The bloody hunt. No, that's an Iron Hook landing on top of Sanji. That's also decimation. But here comes Zyda with the spinning around the cables, and all of a sudden you blink. BREN Flash crashes and burns. 3 men already down. JP looking for more. Zyda coming in with the steel cables, fighting Jamal. That's double kill, given over the side of Sanford.
Wow, beautiful counter engagement coming in from Echo. I saw what D7 tried to do. He tried to went in for the bloody hunt, but the fingers from Echo, JP was faster.
Yeah, and now ATM is going to get battered. He's going to be given money over the side of Echo. And now Zyda, you know, Blade of Heaven's is already being built. That's more burst damage. Echo, you know, wrestling the temple back from BREN Flash. Don't forget, in the early game, BREN Flash is the one that have a D7, tries to hook, try to take away the turtle away. Zyda secures it with the retribution.
Oof. Another attempt there by D7, but unfortunately at this point, Echo, they are already in control. Like they're going into the jungle, they are trying to find out where the members of BREN Flash are. It's just that they don't have the skills with they're probably still on cooldown after that fight. But if they do have it, they see an opportunity, they'll take it.
Yeah, BREN Flash, you know, like they lost quite a lot of land, right? Top side is already gone, bot side is already gone, and all of a sudden Donut doesn't really have any space far because Sanford and Zyda is on them. This is double assassin one combo coming out from Echo, and he's working well against Donut, right? Donut doesn't feel very safe in my opinion. As a gold laner, you see those two, yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, I mean 2 deaths so far, so that's a signal as well. By the middle, straightforward kill there for Echo.
Yeah, Yum Echo right here, the bravest warrior on top of the ATM. Sanford will be caught instead. It's going to be Zyda jumping in the fray. ATM, just bravest warrior, will not be able to connect to anyone for now. Blazing the way from the Outplay, just pushing Donut far away. The main goal right here is for Echo to crack open mid, taking 2 members from the side. BREN Flash just icing on the cake.
You crack open the mid, that means you crack open the jungle as well. Zyda will secure the orange buff. And now, where is BREN Flash going to farm? Like what you said. At this point, Donut is having a tough time just farming, and if he can't farm, he can't scale. There's nothing much he can do at the late game.
Yeah, you talk about his counter for Outplay. That's a corrosive scythe already. Huge item for the side of Echo already. So you talk about the gold lane matchup. BREN Flash on the very least, Donut, if he goes to late game, which takes another like 10 more minutes. Yeah, Donut starts to slap. You're gonna one-shot anybody that Echo is throwing at him, right? But then again, Echo, remember in the video, they were talking about they need to learn how to end the game and close the game quick. And there you go, Echo just decisively take top, take bot, and then take mid. And then now they need to try to stop out the farm as much as possible. And then they're gonna play for the Lord.
Yeah, and they can definitely do that, looking at the level of control that they have for now. But even if it goes late game, honestly, BREN Flash, I don't know how they're going to deal with the Fanny as well as the Joy, especially when it comes to a team fight and they're together. Now, we might see how they're going to do that with this Lord fight.
D7, Iron Hook will be landed, will not be able to land and connect onto anybody. Sanford pushing A-Team all the way. Outplay will be following suit at the same time. ATM, ooh, shredded by Outplay, and you blink, he's all the way back farming up. This guy's very efficient with this clock, and now with Echo, the Lord control is right there. Fanny has to recall as well. Super Chama goes in invisible. I don't think BREN Flash knows where the Fanny is. Fanny actually decides to back off. No Fanny right there. Super Chama doesn't really want to take the rest of battle.
But now Fanny has joined in to the fray, so the Lord definitely give it to Echo. There's no way BREN Flash can contest that, especially the fact that they don't have ATM together with them. Another extra tank. Only relying on to D7 won't be enough because he will be busy trying to target either Sanford or Zyda.
Yeah, pretty interesting build coming out from Echo, right? Especially on outplay. Knowing that the Leslie relies on true damage, ignores the Steel Leg Plaguings, went straight for the Demon Hunter Sword, then the Golden Staff. You saw it earlier just now, 6-minute mark, he's already got the item Power Spike, and that's why outplay is able to dish out enough damage. And not only just that, Echo, Zyda going in for a cheaper build for the side of the Fanny, Blade of Hephaestus, Malefic Raw Hunter Strike, ignoring the BOD. He needs more penetration, right? And just bursting anybody down. If you don't really have armor boots or any form of armor, you're dead. D7 drags. That's going to be a bloody cut. Sanford coming in for the flank at the same time. JP gets shredded all the way down. Void Crystal just to try to slow it down, but he doesn't slow down Sanford. He's going to electrocute everybody. Seacat with War Manipulation. Vengeance also popped to provide that damage reduction. You blink. Remember, so the Sun of Burn X Flash is already down.
Dude, the moment JP got caught, he instantly bought an immortality. And that's how he survived. It was just at the right timing. My goodness.
Timing is very important for the side of Burn X Flash. Same could be said on the side of Echo, right? Sanford a little bit low right here. We'll be able to chunk it all the way down with the help of the Lord. Zyda comes in. Seacat, he goes a little bit too deep. Then Steel Cables all the way out. Lucky for him for now. But Outplay takes another turret down in mid. The Lord will expire for now. But then again, there you go. Echo cracks open top and mid.
Yeah, now the jungle clear up is happening. Burn X Flash won't have much to farm. But the good news is that at least they still have the orange buff at the bottom lane, and that's about it. The top lane has been cleared up. And right now, Echo, they'll be prepared for the next Lord. The moment they get the next Lord, they can end the game.
Yeah, look at the gold earn, Sir Cloud. Outplayed. No, outfarm. 10k in his pocket right here. Man's walking around with coins and gold, and it doesn't seem to weigh him down.
Dude, 10k, that's like 1/4 of Echo's total goal right now. He's leading the charge. Of course, behind him, Zyda, Sanford. Just look at Super Chiba. It's like 7k. That's a huge gap between them.
Yeah, Chima right here, the only thing he needs is, decimation proc, right? But take a look at the damage leaderboard. Most of the damage is done by Sanford, but that's because of the AoE damage. And now Echo looking to contest the purple buff instead. Remember, D7 knows what's up. Seacat and also ATM leading charge at the same time. JP jumps forward just a little bit more. Super Chima, both of them, look at them. They know they cannot take a fight unless D7 lands out a perfect hook.
Okay, waiting for that perfect hook now. Okay, but everyone's out of range because everyone's like getting prepared for the Lord. And for Burn X Flash, they'll be busy defending their base. They have to go up, they have to go back down, try to push out the waves. But by the time they do that and they get back to the Lord, it might be a little bit too late. But that's why they have a few members up there waiting for the right moment. Echo not opening up the Lord yet.
JP playing around that pixel brush right there. I don't really like it because it's kind of obvious. D7 could just walk up and just try to hook it along. Echo would pull the Lord over to their side of the map, but then again, Burn X Flash is a little bit too busy, right? Seacat building the Holy Crystal will be good. Better airstrike just for good measure to zone everybody out. Literally blocking the chat, but no, not only just the chat, right? Blocking Burn X Flash away from the Lord for good measure. Echo in a dominant lead against Burn X Flash.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now they're just waiting for the Lord to come up. They're shoving all the waves. They're making sure all the waves are neat and tidy. Everyone comes in at the right timing when the Lord arrives. And by that, potentially they could close up the game.
Yeah, Burn X Flash is a little bit busy, right? There's two waves that's marching up against them. They already lost 2 inhibitor turrets. Echo, on the other hand, has full map control. They already also take down the Lord as well. The only thing that Burn X Flash has going is they have a mid lane from Echo already cracked open. Now, just a matter of Echo syncing up the waves.
Oh, there you go. The show will start right now, ladies and gentlemen, as Echo comes in the front door.
Front door knocking instead. They're not going to knock. They're going to pound onto the Super Shama. Actually going down low. The Lord actually ignored. Didn't consider amount of damage. Donut's a little bit confused. Not too sure what to do. Zyda jumps into the back. But he gets shut down by the snipe. The damage from Donut is starting to shine just a little bit more. But Echo still a little bit healthy. Even Outplay. Oh, is that a Twilight Armor that Outplay built for himself just to counteract against Donut? Yeah, you can see the damage from Burn X Flash starting to show.
Ooh, Donut. He had some help from turret, from the bottom turret. Because Zyda had some fun down there. I think a little bit of overconfidence, but they're going to start the fight again.
Oh, better airstrike. All of a sudden, Donut's already down, and now it's just the BMI and Outplay just secure the victory, ending the game by just focusing on the core.
There you go. Pretty straightforward win for Echo, to be honest. From the draft itself, we see that there is not enough answer for the Joy, for the Fanny, because there's only one Bloody Hunt. But even so, the Bloody Hunt didn't really land its mark on either one of those two targets. It led on to the others, yes, great, but the objective of trying to lock down either the Joy or the Fanny was not done.
Dr. Khan, I told you about the story of D7 and Franco walking into a candy store.
Well, you can tell me again.
Technically, he didn't get any of him. That's the problem, right? Because he doesn't really have money. He doesn't really have enough resources to basically continue on to shut down Echo right off the bat. Echo, yeah, they go off to a very bad start in my opinion, because like BREN Flash does have a better tempo, but slowly but surely once, you know, they start to lose members because Sanford was able to find the opening, Zyda was able to find the opening, and all of a sudden the tempo slowed down, and then you saw how Echo, what they do. Pedal to the metal, they up the tempo, they up the momentum, starts taking more resources for the team.
Yeah, there was even a moment where Zyda, when just the turret was still there, no objectives, it just go into the backline, just showing how much of a confidence level that they have in that fight. It's like, okay, Zyda goes down, it's okay. You still have the 4 because they have scaled so much, the 4 can easily cover whatever they're missing from Zyda.
Yeah, and the best part is, that's a Fanny, right? You can all of a sudden you blink and he's already there. And then you say, wait, I thought you saw him down bot. No, he's everywhere on the map. This is the invisible pressure that a Ling and a Fanny, and to a certain extent, Hanzo, if you want to be meme, yeah, can provide to the Land of Dawn, to your team.
I mean, that was what a match that was. But honestly speaking, after talking about the Fanny and the Joy thingy, I think it was just an outdraft here for BREN Splash. They had no answer from the draft itself.
I feel like they, to a certain extent, they do, but BREN Splash wasn't able to execute their roster, right? Their roster is a bit of a pick composition. I take somebody in with D7, I land an Iron Hook. Yeah, key winning con is D7 landing on the Iron Hook, CCAT open up the real world manipulation, ATM coming in with Raven's Warrior to push everybody, Donut to dish out the damage from the backline. But then again, if you take a look at on the side of Echo, they don't care about your wall, they don't care about your hook, they're just gonna zippy zappy in. Or they can also do the same, use JP to catch anybody from the side of BREN Flash.
Yeah, if you look at majority of the items from Echo, they are more focused on just dishing out damage, whether it's burst damage or whether it's physical damage. They don't even have a Tom Ice and they don't even need it. They just go, okay, we just want to burst them down. And like what they mentioned in the VT before this is that they want to end the game fast. And one way to end the game fast is to have a lot of damage to take down your opponents, take down the objectives, and end the game.
I feel like the tipping point for the side of Echo started at the team fight up top. Hopefully we get to see that during the MVP highlights. But if you take a look through the damage dealt for these two teams, right? Damage taken, in fact, JP actually absorbed most of the damage, but BREN Flash, however, wasn't able to land the damage onto the correct people. Like, for example, Zyda, for example, outplayed, right? These are your two members that you have to kill, but don't forget, BREN Flash has their hands pretty full because there's a Sanford running down at you. There's also 2 lanes open up for you. BREN Flash, they need another pair of hands. They need another pair, like, you know what Ants have, like 2 pairs, for example.
They definitely need to rework their draft here. Pretty much outplayed by Echo. Looking at the stats as well, like if you look at the total heals, nothing too special here, and I think it's pretty straightforward game between these two. At least ATM gets a mention here as the sandbag, and that's sometimes not too bad. You know, you play the role of a tank.
I think it boils down to, you know, during the head-to-head, we noticed that Sanford and ATM, you know, they were the ones being compared with. ATM is a very different form of EXP laner, like wants to fight front to back, like exactly what he did here. But I think right here from Echo, they ignore you, they ignore the ATM, they just went straight for the backline.
Oh, again, the MVP outplayed again. Yesterday on the chill stream, he was the MVP. Today again, 2-0-12, a clean win. I mean, this guy, on top of the stats, on top of the KDA as well, he dished out the most damage onto the turrets. So yeah, objective of ending the game fast is not to take the kills, but to take out the turrets.
Yeah, not going for the Wind of... I think he sold his Wind of Nature, I think. Because going for Toilet Armor, that item was meant to counteract against the damage coming off from the Leslie. Because they respect Donut was able to contribute a lot of damage in the later parts of the game. Going for the Common Emblem for, you know, additional mana regen, and the Quantum Charge as usual, Tenacity, and also movement speed as well. Because in the early game, without your stack Claude will be very slow. Let's take a look at the highlights. So this is when BREN Splash does have some form of priority, some form of tempo, right? Yeah, ATM just jumping in the fight, creating space. BREN Splash was the one that first secured the turtle. Now this is the tipping point for the side of Echo. Picking that one up, you unlock the Claude, and then all of a sudden, you know, you just let the Claude just go around the map and help Echo in these team fights.
Yeah, and just look at this fight. Sanford just jumping onto the back line, just like how we theorized earlier on, and that's what stopped BREN Splash from actually winning the fight and getting the free kills. So there was nothing that they can do about that. By that time, D7 would have been busy in the front, and because of the level of movement speed that Sanford has, D7 couldn't respond to it.
Yeah, not just that, right? Now this is the battle between the majors at the same time. CCAT going up against Sanji. Sanji is the Farsa, right? It's like a flying tank, right? A flying artillery strike, right? Sanji can be anywhere in the map, just launching those artillery strikes from afar. CCAT, on the other hand, is a Eve. He needs to walk there. It's a little bit slow, mind you. So that's the power of Echo, right? This rotation, if you replace that Farsa with an Eve, it doesn't work. If you replace that Farsa with Valentina, this doesn't work because of the three rotations. Sanford, Zaida, and also Sanji, right? These three are actively rotating around the map with Echo around the side and just ganking BREN Splash like no tomorrow.
Yeah, to summarize the theme for Echo in this round, it's all about mobility. Like, they can be anywhere in the map just in the blink of an eye, and you wouldn't even be able to respond to it. You can't catch up to them. And looking over at the draft that BREN Splash picked up, they themselves are not as mobile.
Yep, they really want to try to fight front to back, right? But then again, I also argue with you, right? Like the fact that you have heroes such as the Fanny and also Joy, right? Just bypasses your front line. You can't stop the Joy when down. And it's just so hard. It's just so hard to stop him. And if these have constantly tried to do something, what JP did is just screen him, right? You're gonna try to Bloody Hunt and Iron Hook. No, JP just Divine Judgment. All of a sudden, you remove that Bloody Hunt, remove the hard CC from the whole roster, and there you go. Echo took game one.
Yeah, but what we're definitely not going to remove is our sponsor for this tournament, Snapdragon Pro Series. Thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for being together with us when winning matters. And winning does matter to all these teams. And you can see the motivation that Echo has. They want to perfect all their moves as the game goes by because they want to be prepared for the playoffs later.
And of course, if you do perform an autopsy on the Galaxy S23 Ultra, you get to see the Snapdragon chipset at the same time. But of course, this is the phone, our official phone, that will help you elevate your game and share the epicness with the photos. The photos look sick. The LED of the phone as well looks very nice. When you watch videos on it, man, Samsung has been really upping their quality of their flagship phones.
Yeah, the way that they use Fanny, Joy, even like the Farsa to just move around the map that fast is, of course, thanks to that phone. Without a phone as great as that, they wouldn't be able to do it. So shout out again to Samsung for being part of this tournament. Now we're moving on to game number 2. The draft needs to be rethinked for BREN Splash.
You talk about rethinking about a draft, right? But I'm looking at just Echo just like maneuvering or outmaneuvering around whatever BREN Splash wants to draft, right? If you notice, the Lancelot is already taken out in game number 1. Echo doesn't really want BREN Splash to have that mobility to just go to the back line and just kill off Sanji on the Farsa, right? But even if you get the Farsa could just become a bird and just fly away, and all of a sudden, hey, I'm outside the map, you can't catch me.
Yeah, even the early Digi ban as well is really to stop all those mobile heroes. So they have it planned out from the start, considering that the Digi was banned out early. So they know that that is the strat that they want to play. But looking at the versatility of Echo, I believe they'll go for something else. But honestly, if they can still stick to a very mobile lineup, I think it will be really exciting as well.
I think the casters are also talking about it, right? Like BREN Splash, they are looking like the dark horses for MSC, and they're always also looking forward to this particular patch where assassins are back in the meta and the flavor of the month, right? But ladies and gents, we're going to go into game number 2. There you go. That's a Cadre Respect ban over the side of JP, but I feel like there's a lot of things that JP can always pull out, right? On the other hand, Echo takes away the Diggy, and the Franco gets denied.
Ooh, again, again the Digi gets banned out. So this is again a sign of maybe they want to go for a high mobility sort of lineup because that's what they did. The reason why they do that is because you don't want to deal with the time warp. So that's why. But on the other hand, interesting to see that both Kaja and Franco being banned out, considering that BREN Flash is going to get the first pick. So I guess they're going to try to get the Fedrin as the first pick at least, tanky enough to be in fights.
Okay, Kadita taken away. That's also the Angela taken away by Echo. Man, the draft from the side of Echo towards BREN Flash, they know what they're facing, right? Just taking these a couple of supports away. They're focusing down D7's roster earlier just now. You saw D7 on the Franco wasn't able to perform as well as you expect going into game number 1, right? But now, back to the banning phase, what else can they ban? Contract's already taken away. There's also a ever-looming Joy threat that BREN Flash can also pick up for Super Shima at the same time, or maybe they can also hunt down the Lancelot, just take it away.
Yeah, I think a Lancelot would be a great ban as well. But besides a Lancelot, okay, we got the signal there. Okay, it's going to be the Claude being banned out. Interesting. But that opens up space for the Beatrix to be played. We didn't see the Beatrix earlier on. If it's not the Beatrix, maybe a Tank Shredder, the Carry might be one of the hot picks. Brody has been pretty popular as well, if any of the teams want to go for it.
I feel like if I'm BREN Flash right here, I pick an R-Lot, right? Because Echo is inching towards a Melissa pick. I really don't feel like BREN Flash is going for the Melissa themselves, because I feel like you go for the Melissa, Echo will have two heroes to just counteract against this Melissa. So R-Lot is generally a very safe pick. And don't forget, there's also the Fredrin, right, from the side of BREN Flash. But BREN Flash, even if they go for the Fredrin, the go-away models is still very strong. But hey, okay, you know what? They're going to go for the Fredrin. They're going to go flex it. ATM can also play it in the XP lane. Super Chima can also play in the jungle.
Yeah, that's going to open up space for the Yi. But now the Yi we pick, well, we're going to see the sister of Yi, so to speak, the Valentina, definitely will be picked up by a BREN Flash after this. It's pretty much a counter, not really a counter, but it's a mirror for that. But on top of that, the Lancelot is still open though. So one of the problems that they have in the previous round is that they don't have enough mobility. And with the Joy being picked up, this is another signal that they need something who can at least match up to the movement speed of Joy.
Yeah, AoE damage all across the board from the side of Echo. Not only just that, the Joy also pairs up with the mobility as well. So BREN Flash right here, they know what they're dealing with. I feel like a Lapu Lapu is really strong for the side of ATM once again. There's also a Yuzhong that they can also pick to counteract against and try to burst down that Eve, right? But now they still need to find a way to deal with his Joy. But if you take a look at BREN Flash, they took away the very tools that can use that is used to deal with the Joy.
Oh, okay. So the Uranus is going to be picked up by BREN Flash. All right. So that's a signal for Echo to like, okay, let's get a Tank Shredder. So at some point, they might pick up the carry. So, yeah, the nope. There you go. Yep. Tirov is also an answer. I was about to go there. If it's not the Tirov, that's the carry. So this is a direct counter onto the laning phase.
Definitely, Darov known to shred against Uranus because you can take away armor, and then because he does burst damage, it also is the same thing as how you counter against Uranus, right? You don't deal DPS towards him, you do consistent burst damage. Wait, that sounds like DPS, but you get the point, right? You get the point. You need to consistently output enough burst damage to burst down this Uranus. If not, the Uranus is going to heal. And now Echo, ooh, banning away the 1-1 right off the bat. This is telling.
Ooh, okay. I can understand why the Beatrix play, because Echo has already mentioned that okay, they want to try to close games off faster, and the Beatrix is a good one for them to pick up. So that's why it's being read out by Echo, by BREN Flash to be banned out now. So the ones that are still open, well, I would say if you want a fast one, Carry is a fast one. Can burst down turrets, that's one. If not, you gotta go for something cheeky. Harry will be a good one for team fights.
Yeah, you talk about something cheeky immediately. Estes gets banned away by the side of Echo. Yeah, Estes one more combo alongside with Fredrin and also the Uranus. Super annoying, right? Even though you pair off the carry. But speaking about carry, BREN Flash should take to ban that one out. But I feel like Echo, even if they take away carry, there's still the threat of the Leslie. We saw Leslie can just immediately burst down the Uranus, right? So I think Echo is in a stable state in terms of the marksman pool, but BREN Flash right here, the last ban, do they want to carry for themselves though?
Ooh. Probably, oh man, it's a hard one, right? So should it be a carry or should it be a Brody? I guess they leave that out for later thought. They ban out the Kufra first, but looks like it's going to be the Brody. Okay, so now it's going to be the carry. Let's go.
Okay, this is interesting, right? Echo, instead of going for the carry known to shred through the Frigid and the Uranus, they're going for burst, right? And there you go. That's BREN Flash going for the carry instead. Echo, this last pick is definitely going to be a tank. Daryl can also be quite tanky because of the pseudo healing. So carry works well against him because he can just shred through HP bars as he heals it up. But now, right here, they're lacking a roam. They've already got 2 beefy front lines. Maybe they can go for a Florin to counter heal against, or even down to a roam Faramis perhaps, because you need to make sure that you are able to sustain the damage out of that Joy and also out of the Brody.
I think what's going to be interesting is if they can use a Cho, that would be pretty nice. Okay, so a Florin, a Cho will be pretty nice because the Cho can really does provide them a lot of mobility. And again, it comes into the same concept of like if you have 2 heroes with a lot of mobility, you already have the Joy, you add a Cho into the mix, you can come from multiple angles. That will really mess up BREN Flash.
Cho would work. You can look to pick off the Florin and then kick him all the way back. But Echo, on the other hand, I feel like, I don't know, a sneaky suspicion of an Atlas coming out, because this is like very clumped up fight, right? If you find carry and you find the Florin, just pull them all the way in. But no, instead of like on the top of the AoE CCs, there you go. That's a Lolita being picked up there. From the side of the Echo, the shields will help to block the carry from shredding through. So that's A-okay. And the AoE stun also fits into what Echo wants to do. They just want to lock everybody into the red wall manipulation and make it super hard for BREN Flash outmaneuver. You talk about mobility for the side of BREN Flash. Looking at this roster right here, Sir Cloud, do you think they have enough mobility to outmaneuver Echo's draft?
Ooh, I guess that has always been our discussion, right? About like how do you want to deal with the mobility of the opponent, and I think that this is going to be a big issue for them. I'm also worried for Uranus at the laning phase, so we expect that Uranus will not have a good time. And with that being said, right, like what are the answers that Echo has besides just dealing with the mobility head on?
They do have the catch. Technically with the Lolita, you do have this point and click stun, so I think that's A-okay with the mobility. But I think what BREN Flash may be looking out for Uranus, don't try to lane against the Daroth, right? Just cut your waves. Just don't care, right? And with D7 coming in place as well, this is a very safe and also very sustained heavy kind of roster. But ladies and gents, we're gonna go in game number 2. Echo going strong, even with this kind of roster. But on the other side, fans from Cambodia, I think they need your support. BREN Flash definitely need your support because, you know, they're down 1 game, they're not having a very good run in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and yeah, as much support is required for a team like this.
Yeah, even as the start, we see ATM already not having a good time, down to 50% of health. It's until the fact that the Seeker has to babysit him at the early stages until he's at least like level 2 or hopefully up to level 3, and then ATM can start to move around. Now ATM, I think learning from what they have gone through previously, they try to just mess up the jungle, but we're going to see the first blood here for sure. Wait a second, Sanford.
1 dot. ATM lost in green numbers, right? But then again, like I said, I don't think Uranus or ATM should actually lane against Sanford, right? But even though if Sanford actually, you know, respond to ATM's wave cutting, I think Sanford could just turn around and just burst ATM down and then go back to lane. And Echo, you know, looking around the bot side, Super Shma taking over the way to level 4. His counterpart Zyda is already a level 4 in this Joy.
Yeah, honestly, even if ATM goes for the lane cutting, I agree with you. Sanford just needs to, well, if you're there, I just go for you. And ATM is not the most mobile of heroes, so he will be at one place for quite a while and he can be countered.
Yep. Oh, Zyda, I think he does have the ultimate ready. Donut. Try to shred through JP. JP raises his shield for now, so Donut's pretty safe in lane, but Brody out bullying, outplaying against Donut down top. But meanwhile, at bot, ATM and CCAT already here, trying to take to level 4. Super Shima is already on site. Sanji and Sanford will try to drag the attention of the turtle over to their side. JP coming along, but Zaida is just, having a lot of time. The best part is Echo reset to the turtle.
Yeah, you know what? I saw some videos recently about the Lolita potential new update. But hey, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, new update coming in. That's the Lolita Lumina Blast. Will not be able to catch anybody but the Super Shima right here. CCAT responding with a Loy's own one. Doesn't connect to anyone at all. Zaida just hiding in the bush, just zippy-zapping around, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The turtle skill being tagged on top of Super Shima. Super Shima is actually clearing, and JP is a little bit low. He has to bounce back, but at the same time, top side down, torn apart memory, bursting down Donut off the screen, and Echo still secures the turtle.
Oh, too bad for JP. He doesn't have the flicker when he pulled out the Numenon Blast, so he was not able to reach onto his opponents. But I guess at this very early stage, it's not necessarily about hitting your target. It's about just shooing them away, allowing your teammates to secure the objective, and I guess job done.
BREN's Flash is trying to shoo away Echo. These orcas, no, they're pigeons. They're annoying flying rats, right? They're just hungry, walking around Super Shima's side of the turtle. They have the lane, the turtle priority. And BREN's Flash, like what you said, trying to shoo them away. Zaida comes in, still takes the turtle away. That's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and that is just like the start of it, right? I expect to see more disgustment, but hey, CCAT in trouble.
I see Luminum Blast on both sides. D7 and Bloom popped off, but the amount of burst damage by Echo is still there. Zaida and Sanji will be working down CCAT, and all of a sudden up top there is going to be the carry going up against Outplayed. Donut torn apart memory just a little bit short. JP coming in to also try to secure the kill. Concussive Blast will be there to secure that kill.
And he'll be tanky enough. D7 just tickling JP there, so D7 just letting him go for now. Super Shima joins it onto the fight with Sanji there.
That's the taunt coming out. That's also the stun. JP looking a little bit low. Zaida needs to try to avoid crystals. Slowing down D7's retreat right here. Zaida's on him as well. Pop the ultimate, looking for more. Shima a little bit down low. Does not have the Appraiser's Wrath. Outplay will absorb some damage from CCAT, but they're unfazed. They have solid map control up top and down bot as well.
Yeah, we talk about ATM cutting the waves, going behind, but look who's going behind. It is Sanford, and Sanford got a kill in the process. At this moment, ATM, he's not able to play at all.
Oh, BREN's Flash is pandemonium. It's a flashbang and also a crash and burn. Flicker, CCAT does have a flicker. Doesn't want to use it at all. Decides to save it up, but JP still has the Luminum Blast. BREN's Flash doesn't have it, unfortunately.
Right now, second round. Here we go. The total. So at this moment, BREN's Flash seems to be in control of the situation, but Echo, they are waiting for the rest to come, and we'll definitely see a fight. Zaida has arrived, outplay as well. Everyone's just waiting for the turtle to go down.
Yep. Oh, D7 spotting out 2. JP right here, walking all the way in. He does have the Luminum Blast, don't forget. That's a stun coming out. Real warm manipulation from Sanji, just laying down the damage. Unfortunately, get cancelled. Super Shima. Zaida will be able to secure the kill on D7. Super Shima next following suit. No Appraiser's Wrath at all. Gets denied. Retribution at the same time. Zaida secures the turtle. Zaida looking for more, but will be clearing the mid lane and pushing down mid.
0-7. Make that 0-8 now again at the bottom lane, Chase. The bottom lane again, and Stanford is just, to a certain extent, having fun. He doesn't mind giving himself away to the turret because I guess it allows him to go back faster. I don't know.
No way, no way. Stanford actually duked it out against ATM down bot. ATM didn't do any damage towards him. It was the turret that executes him instead. So no EXP, no gold. Give it over to ATM. ATM is starved. This is a ATM where you click on it and it doesn't want to give you money.
Yeah, go to the next register or use e-wallet instead.
Damn annoying.
Yeah. Please. Anyway, Super Shima now in the mid lane. JP's gonna come in.
One manipulation by CCAT right here. Sanji's gonna respond the same as well. But he has the back run, and alongside Zaida, the atomic bomb landing down, and D7 has to roll. D7, no. He is down in the ground. Donut following suit. No more circle, no more bread for the side of the BREN's Flash. Echo, echoing out loud and proud. Mid lane crack open, top side gone. ATM successfully shut down by Sanford.
They thought they would have at least got Zyda, but Zyda had backup together with him. I mean, the backup from Echo on point. This is the chemistry that they talk about. Train for 12 hours. This is the result.
I don't know whether like this is basically like I don't know. This is like how many how additional. Okay, I'm going quick math right here. Oh, sorry, 4 hours additional OT. All right, this is exactly what Echo has to go through in order to play at this top shape right now. Look at the damage leaving the board. Sanji's taking most of the Super Chima. Speaking about damage, the Appraisal's Wrath doesn't land. Outplay, shut him down before he could do anything. Zyda looking at C-Cat, gets electrocuted like a little mouse. Unfortunately, Burnex Flash slipping away. Luminum Blast will be landed, but Burnex Flash, they get pushed back into their base. Echo focusing on the bot lane turret.
Dude, look at where ATM is at right now. But the rest of Echo, they're just ignoring him. No one is really going back. Okay, maybe Sanji, but hey, why not get a kill before you do so?
Okay, we joked about ATM, you know, running low gold, so he decides to go and cut the waves, 2 waves at the same time. But this ATM is weak. Look at Sanji, he's doing a lot of damage against ATM.
JP.
ATM knows. ATM knows. ATM knows. He's going down.
Yeah,
he's going down. There's 2 men on him. He's got to sacrifice himself to Sanji.
Oh.
No, Outplay steals it away. Rude.
Yeah, it feels like they were waiting for like, okay, Outplay, you come here because you want to give you the gold, the experience, you have to go later anyway, and secure that kill. They were just buying time for Outplay to come get it.
Yeah, it's just last-ditch effort for the side of ATM right now. Zyda securing the Lord right now. Burnex Flash diving for gold. Look at the gold lead, leaning in 10k in the favor of Echo. That gold lead translates into items. BOD on the way for the side of Outplay. Malefic Roar already built by the Brody. It's beginning of the end for the side of Burnex Flash. Unfortunately, Echo sending the Lord down bot.
Yeah, still tons of defensive items for the side of Burnex Flash, and that's not going to be enough to answer back to Echo. I mean, it is a 11k gold lead that we're talking about. Echo going for all-out damage again for their side. Yeah, 1 Dom Eyes, and that's about it. Everything else is just focusing on the burst, focusing on the physical damage.
Yeah, now with the Lord Intel down bot, Zyda is just rampaging all across the board, burning the deforestation happening for the side of on the side of Burnex Flash's forest, and Echo is the one that's profiting out of it, right? All that timber, yum yum, but at the same time, Zyda looking for Donut as well. That Donut, that's a lot of damage. Zyda can up consistently against Donut, gets pushed back into his own base. Echo still have the Lord Intel slowly sinking up the waves. ATM get busted down just a little bit low. Zyda already has committed with the ultimate, and C-Cat needs to burn the ultimate just to defend against this Lord. But the Lord is cleaving onto it though. ATM will be there to still clear off the Lord, but at the same time, Zyda looking for more. C-Cat, Luminum Blast charging out just to zone away Burnex Flash. Echo cracks open mid, and now they'll be focusing up top.
Yeah, the top will definitely be taken down, but C-Cat nowhere for him to go. He tried to join onto the fight, but there was no way he could survive that.
Oh, Sanford unleashing the combo right here. Still fights D7 though. No healers on the side of Burnex Flash anymore. They're crashing a burn. Echo right here leading the charge. Sanford fighting Donut in the back line. Zyda has to just zip away, but still catches Donut though. The proc, and ladies and gentlemen, Echo solid 2-0 against Burnex Flash.
0-19. That was the final score before the game ended. A perfect game for Echo. We did thought about like, oh, there's no answer to a lot of these things. Like Uranus had nowhere to play. Oh man, it is just massacre from Echo.
Joy was wide open, right? Like Burnex Flash literally banned out the only tools that they can do against Joy. And don't forget, they are first pick. Joy could have been easily going to the pockets of Super Shma, but instead they went for another hero. So I think they ultimately paid the price right there.
Yeah, and the Uranus pick. I mean, we've seen enough games by now in this tournament, right? Like during the early stage of the tournament, like, oh, how are you going to deal with the Uranus? Are you going to go for the cut wave versus cut wave and all that? Nah, the moment the Uranus been picked, you just pick a Tero. That's it, done deal.
Yeah, and I was talking about this before during the draft, right? I don't think the Uranus wants to face a Dyrov head on. The Uranus needs to try to be smart about it, right? Cut even more waves, cut even deeper perhaps, force the Dyrov to return all the way back into base, and then, you know, Dyrov will lose in gold. And maybe that's the only thing that they could do by then. But when ATM decides to do so, I believe it's a little bit too late.
And I guess if we look at the items, very unfinished from Burn X Splash. I mean, it's 0-19. The last time we saw the numbers, it was like a 12k goal lead. And even for Echo, well, they're not really complete as well. But hey, it doesn't matter. They're just going all out damage. How many defensive items do they have? Like 1, 2, rough count, maybe like 2 or 3, and that's about it. Everything else is just going out for all out damage.
3, I counted for you. 1, 2 Dawn Ices, 1 Immortalities. Whereas Burn X Splash, right? There's a lot of defensive items all across the board because they're just too squishy. They feel that they're always getting bursted down. But don't forget, look at the kill score. No kills given over the side of Burn X Splash. It's a perfect game for Echo.
Yeah, it is. Perfect game. Maybe only the fact that they lost 1 turret. But anyway, that's okay, right? At the end of the day, it's a quick win. And this is what Echo wanted. Echo wanted to learn how to finish game, close games fast. And yeah, objective done for them.
Damage dealt. Sanji just outputting damage like an absolute beast, right? Zaida, on the other hand, just there to just shut down Donna before Donna could do anything. Yeah, I was thinking about, carry is, I was wondering whether carry is a good pick for the side of Burn X Splash. Now that looking back at it, I don't think it's a good one at all because, like, you know, I mean, it just doesn't work because you are constantly getting chased down. You can't really kite against, you know, a Joy that's running straight at you. There's nobody for the side of Burn X Splash to successfully lock down this Joy, right?
Yeah, unless if the carry was played by Echo, then that will be like the cherry on top. Because you got like 2 tank shredders. You got the Dyrov, you got the carry, perfect. But anyway, no harm done for Echo. I mean, we cannot deny the 19-0 score, right?
I also cannot deny 0 damage to tower as well. It's just salt on the wound that's really festering, and it's not a very good sight if you're a Burn X Splash fan. But Echo, on the other hand, man, they held their heads wide out proud because Outplayed was just really bursting down Donut like nobody's business. And then at the same time, you also got Zaida just running for the hills, gunning down CCat and also Donut and Super Chama, even though as a Freshen, you can technically stun lock somebody, but you don't see that at all. Super Chama mostly just get shredded because Sanford farmed from ATM, using ATM as a way to get gold, and then start to transfer that damage over to Super Chama, and Sanford just escalate out of control.
I guess that 1 turret that Burn X Splash got from the previous stat was because of the minions, and that's about it. From them, it's obviously 0 now. Total heals, I guess no surprises here. ATM definitely the one with the highest heal, but the amount of heals from Echo, that means they took a lot of damage as well in those fights. But they know how to swap in and swap out, and also back up each other. Like one of the fights we saw, I believe we'll see that in the highlights later on. Zaida was super duper low, but he managed to just run away just in time. But his teammates were there to cover him up and allow him to escape.
Yep, Zaida takes the MVP this time around. Like I said, a very surprising emblem choice instead of going for, you know, the assassin emblem that we always usually see. Went for the mage emblem. Like I said, maybe because you want to abuse the fact that the scaling of Joy is a lot better now as compared to previous patch, and Lethal Ignition, the go-to emblem for now for all the healthy Joys out there. Right? Rupture for good measure for more penetration, and also the Season Hunter, a mainstay for all junglers. But we also do start seeing some junglers opted not for the Season Hunter, opted for the Master Assassin emblem. So that's a-okay. But of course, you know, Zaida being a Joy that really wants to run people down, no deaths, man, this guy is an absolute beast.
Yeah, we have 2 types of Joys, right? One type of Joy is just to run around the jungle or cut waves, do something that's really safe. But for him, it's like, okay, he wants to get engaged into fights. He wants to go in for the backline. And it's been consistent with the 2 rounds that he has played. So now he's showing like some sort of pattern of the play style, how he would do if he plays a Joy. Well, I'm pretty sure he can do the other as well, but he has shown that he's really good at doing the engagement type.
Yeah. Now we're gonna have to take a look at the highlights, right? You can see Joy really enjoying this game. Zaida really enjoying this particular game, right? I think it all started when, I think this is the first turtle fight. Yeah, this is the one where it's very very crazy, right? And you saw the Luminum Blast being stolen by CCAT. Not able to find anything at all. Just JP at the same time. The Zyda just zapping around. All these people from the side of Burning Splash. You notice how short each clip are. It's just goes to show Echo is just busting everybody down for the side of Burning Splash because there's nothing to show after that, right?
Yeah, true. I mean, it's all the Echo show here. So all the clips, definitely theirs. And because they have so much damage, right? From the item builds we did discuss, it's all out damage, whether it's burst, whether it's physical. So this the Zyda thing. Okay, just look at how low he is. And the moment he goes back, the follow-up from the rest of the teammates is just beautiful.
Yeah, and also if you notice, that's a very nice appraisal drive just now, but Super Shima got busted down before he could actually use it, and by then, Outplay is just outplaying Burning Splash and ATM. This is just this is the saddest part ever.
Yeah, it was quite clear that they were just waiting for Outplay that, hey dude, you're the goal leader, you get this goal, okay, take care of bounty, and that's how they just bought time for it. And the rest of it is just Echo just wrapping up the game. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, a clean 19-0 victory for Echo, the current world champions.
Yeah, congratulations over to Echo. It feels like, the 12-hour work schedule definitely works very well, and I believe the game ended around 10 minutes as well. So it's a very fast game for Echo. And remember, this is something that they really want to really take from their checkbook, right? Which is to really end the game quick. If not, going to the later parts of the game, they know they will suffer. They suffered really tough during MSC against Burning Splash, and now with the Brody in tow, right, it means that you're going to take down turrets even faster. So yeah, they are playing towards the win condition from the side of Echo.
Yep. So we're gonna have an interview after this with Sanford from Echo. So let's have a chat with him just to pick his brains. Here we go, Echo.
Hey, it's Sanford.
Hello.
Man, you have no idea how many fans you have here in Singapore. I believe you also do know that, right? But of course, congratulations over that win. How does it feel to finally win against Burning Splash in their full roster, and with you not on your full roster? It must feel good after the MSC game, right?
For me, it's just normal because every team we fight, we just treat them each other fair. Yeah.
I see. So, in your opinion, just now, right? Do you think Burning Splash is at their tip-top condition as compared, you're facing before in MSC, right? Do you think they're in their tip-top condition in that particular series?
I guess yes, because Shima is not feeling well, and I hope Shima get this message to Shima, get well soon, bro. You're a very good player.
That's so cute. So Cloud, anything you want to ask Sanford?
Yeah, so now Echo, with this win, at this point at least, you are topping the group. So do you think you guys can go all the way to be the champions of this tournament? And who would you like to meet in the grand finals?
Of course, we're feeling it, but the team I want to face in the grand finals is Onyx.
Oh, okay. Very interesting storyline.
I love it. It's like it feels like Snapdragon Pro Series will just allow you guys to have the second chance to go up against, teams like, for example, Onyx ID, right? But of course, you have a message to your fans, supporting back at home or even all across the world.
Hello to the fans, and thank you for supporting us. We're gonna do our best to get the championship.
All right, that's it. Thank you very much, Sanford. You're amazing EXP laner. You're one of the most humble EXP laners that I've ever seen so far. Big fan of Diablo right here, and then I put you against each other. But then Sanford, you're always very humble. Diablo, on the other hand, he's very arrogant sometimes. But with that said, thank you very much, Sanford. Hope to see you next time going in as well, and hope to see you in the grand finals for Snapdragon Pro Series.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sure. Oh, my heart melts when I see Sanford. I just don't know why. In real life, he's also very small and cute at the same time. Yeah, it just melts my heart.
I mean, you have to pick one, man. Diablo or Sanford. Come on.
No, Diablo is more like the bad boy vibe that I cannot bring back to my mom.
Oh.
And then you have Sanford is like, yeah, the cute little boy that I can bring back to my mom.
But you know what else you can bring back to your mom? You can bring back to your mom drinks, and that is courtesy of Monster Energy. Thank you so much for being with us, Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Don't unleash the beast in your mom. They'll be really scary though. But
I don't understand how you're gonna do that, because if you unleash the beast in my mom, she's gonna chase me down. She's gonna chase me down because I probably lied a lot of things about to her as well. So yeah, she's gonna find a revenge on me as well. So I gotta run away and dash around. And speaking about dash, there's also this FEBot Dash Cup that's going around by THL. Win up to 5,000 euros. Find out more in esl.gg/FEBot.
Yeah, 5,000 euros. You can bring that back to your mom. She's gonna love you for it, for sure. It's like, oh, finally, my son.
Buying affection.
Don't we all do that? Okay.
Anyways, ladies and gents, thank you very much for joining us for this particular series. Upcoming match, it is going to be RFR going up against AP BREN. So yeah, continuing on the tradition of stream chilling, it is going to be AP BREN that we'll be seeing as the last series of the day. But thank you very much for joining us. My name is Jace. I'll be currently going to be signing up. Going to introduce Husky back onto the desk. Going to be, Sawyer Cloud as well. With that said, thank you very much. Hope to see you and stay tuned for more.
In my personal opinion, I would say Balan, Khalid and Benny, because not because I only can play them, but to me they are the strongest heroes that I think if you use them right, they'll bring you the results that you need. Yeah, so to me, I mean, maybe different people have different opinions. But okay, not sure how. Just tell you physically, I would say it's like how you play gold lane, but you just have to keep watching for your farms, and once you hit the power spike, then you will know you are able to one-shot enemies, then just find the right opportunity to go. But before that, he's not very weak in the early game. You just have to know how to utilize his kits. Like his first skill, there are pushbacks and stuff, and depends on how you use it against the enemy. You can stop him from trading with you so much, and you can clear the waves and just focus on.
A little more time right now. The Immortality comes up, and Diablo in the back with a fish cloud. The passive still going to be able to connect right now. Diablo!
If you are able to get plating, I will get it instead of joining the fight. So if I get my items fast, then afterwards, I feel like once I hit my pulse fight, I will know. So I will just find the squishy targets and just burst them down. Yeah.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Mincathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed, this ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work. Till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals, day number 3. Last day of the group stage and last best of 3 for Stream C. Well, this one is going to be a doozy because Bigatron Alpha, they take center stage again. And this time, they're going to be facing off against Evo's Legend. So, well, actually not Bigatron Alpha, BREN, AP BREN against Aura Fire, because that series is what we'll be looking at. I'm Husky, and of course, I'm with Sir Cloud.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the biggest series today because this is going to be fight for survival between AP BREN and Aura Fire. Right now, at this moment, AP BREN, they are number 3 in Group B, Aura Fire number 4, but the point difference between them is only 2 points, meaning that assuming Aura Fire wins this game clean, they will go up to the top 3 and they will push down AP BREN to bottom 3.
Yeah, and that is a very scary thought, right? I think at the start of the day, we did say that there's this 3-way tie happening, and there's a very good chance that, 2 out of the 3 teams that are tied up will not make it through. At first, we established that, okay, AP BREN, they have a pretty good record, right? 3-0. Then they drop a series against Bigatron Alpha, and now this is do or die.
Yeah, if only they won against Bigatron Alpha, then it will be a different story for AP BREN. AP BREN can take a chill pill on playing this game. But now, because they lost that game, this is going to be a very important series for them. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Aura Fire and AP BREN. going to be a huge one. It's our last series for Group B in Stream C.
Yeah, and the craziest part is that, because Group A, they have played all of their matches. So right now, we actually have no idea who is going to make it through the top 3 until the end of the broadcast, because Toda is going to be playing, Esports Legends is going to be playing, everyone will be playing the series in Group B at the same time. So, I mean, for all of these teams that are fighting to stay in top 3, they got to do their best. And of course, the team that still has a chance is Aura Fire.
Yeah, so we're going to introduce Aura Fire, ladies and gentlemen. So again, we present to you Aura Fire.
I saw them first here in the challenge season and oh my god, they shocked me.
Massive damage, and the one they got was BREN of all things.
Gak ada sih yang pengen dihindarin ya, semua sama aja lah. Jadi kayak pengen lawan semua lah. Ya pendapat gue tentang tim-tim yang invited sih, ya mereka kuat sih dan gue sangat senang untuk melawan mereka.
Berhasil dilakukan pula. Ada pergerakan begitu bebas. Free hit pula didapatkan oleh Betty. Kali ini di pada Francois pun menjadi korban dan juga pentakernya masih ditangkap.
Gue cuma main biasa aja sih di season 9 dan season 10. Dan kayak gue lakuinnya tuh konsisten lah. Kayak bangun pagi gue main-main terus. Dan kalau misalnya untuk apa yang kalian harapkan, mungkin semoga gue masih bisa tetap konsisten terus-terusan.
Is this their peak? No. This phase will definitely be the time to showcase their peak Aura Fire.
Kita memang jarang sih ketemu tim luar, jadi kayak ini kesempatan lawan tim luar kan. Semoga kita bisa buktiin kepada tim luar, dan untuk strategi turnamen kali ini kita lebih ke tim kita aja sih. Kita bakal buktiin kepada mereka sih, kayak bahwa kita memang pantas lah untuk berada di turnamen ini.
There it is, Aura Fire on the screen right now. Kimura, Van, Sin, Kabuki, and Hai. One last ride, one last best of 3. And there's a chance by the end of this, they keep burning on and make it to top 6, or they might just get extinguished under the wrath of AP BREN, which is a very scary thought nonetheless, right? Because AP BREN, despite losing early on to Bigatron Alpha, still has proven that they are one of the top contenders in Group B.
Yeah, what makes it even more interesting is that this is pretty much the El Clasico region, the Philippines versus Indonesia. It's always the talk of the town whenever any of the teams from this region go up against each other. As for Aura Fire specifically, they are coming into this round on a win as compared to AP BREN. So they definitely have the motivation. They're on a high right now. So we can expect to see the best of Aura Fire coming soon.
Yeah, and I mean, for Aura Fire, they definitely, you look at their track record, right? They beat 2 teams. They beat Esports Legends and they beat Todak. They end up dropping to Bigatron Alpha, and earlier on they also dropped to Onyx, 0-2. So actually, both AP BREN and Aura Fire came in with a loss with the previous series, but luckily for one of these teams, they're gonna walk away a winner. Speaking about AP BREN, let's bring the boys up and take a look at what AP BREN has to say.
Now, to be honest, the journey for BREN Esports is quite interesting.
The silence is taken out. Izanami. Now, Chico, guys, left in no man's land. He's taken out. The Fatal Links gonna come to 1.
So us, AP BREN, coming up from another tournament and we won, I think we are more comfortable and well prepared in this tournament, and I believe that we will reach the highest result ever.
They proved it in Cambodia. They won a gold medal for the Philippines in the 2023 SEA Games. I'm expecting them to bring home another title in the form of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Out, Sword, super low. Gonna be safe for now, but will be taken up by Rikitiano, the cleanup.
They dominated in their group, and honestly, they still look like they're in their gold medal form.
BREN here in the challenge season reminds me of BREN Esports in season 11 regular season, where they've been on top week after week after week, and they're so clean.
We already know our attitude inside and outside the game, and we respect each other. That's why our team is really strong. So recently, we won a couple of tournaments, so I don't find a reason why we couldn't win it here.
AP BREN one last time in the group stage. Flapteasy, Cowteasy, Few, Super Marco, Ogwen. I gotta say, Cloud, out of the 5 series that they've played in the group stage, we've been able to witness 4 of them. This one being the 4th. So it feels like we've been following AP BREN's story from start until end, and this is either going to be a fairy tale or this is going to end in tragedy.
Especially how they started off the day, right? It was a huge game earlier on today, a full series. Man, I hope that doesn't affect their performance overall coming into the next game, because that full series, it was a tough one.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are in a group where you look at Group B, right? Out of 6 teams, 4 of them are from Indonesia. They had to play Onyx, they had to play Bigatron, they had to play Esports Legends, and so far out of the 3 in ID teams, they've beaten 2 of them. They beat Onyx 2-1, they beat Esports Legends 2-0, they rolled over Esports Legends 2-1, sorry. They rolled over Todak 2-0, and they just dropped the Bigatron Alpha 1 and 2. So far the record between AP BREN and the rest of Indonesia is 2-1 in their favor, but Aura Fire, kind of the last bastion of the Indonesian region, and just so happens Aura Fire wants top 6 and AP BREN stands in front of them.
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one between these two, right? And when it comes to hero matchup, they have fairly different type of hero matchups that they like to play. Interestingly, Aura Fire play like the Grok on the XP lane, so we don't get to see that much. We normally see it on the roam, but let's compare these 2 players before we get into the draft. We have Kabuki here, who was the MVP before, and Super Marco as well, multiple MVPs to his name.
Super Marco is literally one of the best marksmen that we've seen, at least on Stream C so far. You look at this goal lane matchup, it's easy to just look at Super Marco and be like, this guy is going to crush his lane. We saw him perform earlier on against Sakin from Bigatron Alpha. He also put his weight. I think this is going to be a big challenge for Kabuki, right? He has been a consistent player, from MPL ID Season 9 and 10, and here they are, one of the best journeys from the Open Finals all the way until the challenge stage. I would say that, in this gold lane, Super Marco is going to be the biggest challenge that Aura Fire has to face.
Yeah, can you imagine that he only has a single digit depth to his name for Super Marco? That is insane, especially when you're a gold laner and you're always targeted by assassins. People want to try to go in for the backline, but somehow he still managed to maintain that as a single digit as of now. That also feeds into his damage taken per minute. It's like what, 1,600 lower than Kabuki. So that also tells the story of like during the laning phase, when it comes to poking each other, Super Marco evades poking really well.
Yeah, and you even see yesterday against Esports Legends, right? Super Marco is just out-trading brands in the gold lane with a losing matchup, which is insane. And when we, kind of also go through the emblems that he takes sometimes in losing matchups, he does go for the tenacity as well for the extra resistance to, kind of deal with the burst damage of assassins. So overall, Super Marco, he just spends less time dead and more time farming and dealing damage.
Yeah, but one thing about Aura Fire is that they have a good level of versatility in their draft. So I did mention about the Grok. They played it in an XP lane. They played Arlot in the roam. They even played Baxia before in the jungle. So we don't see many Baxias. We normally see like the more high mobility type of heroes we play. As for AP BREN, they have some level of versatility. They have played the Hayabusa, which we don't see much, but Hayabusa, a lot of mobility, Fanny, a lot of mobility, Ling, a lot of mobility. So it does seem like there's a trend that AP BREN does favor movement over anything else in the jungle department.
Yeah, in AP BREN, they have shown us, some of their chops, right? In the mid lane, they do run the Novaria from time to time. We've seen them play the Hayabusa in the jungle. We've seen them play the Terizla as well. So it is a very flexible team. And when you look at their opponents, Aura Fire, I think they have been one of the few teams that do favor the Fasa a lot more than many other squads. They've also run the Esmeralda, kind of the Grok XP lane, like you pointed out. Both teams having different approach to the game. And it's also one of the best things when you watch a Indo versus Philippine, Philippine matchup, right? Because both the metas on both regions are so unique.
Yeah, but we think it's unique. Do you guys think it's unique there? Let us know in the comment section. Do tell us your prediction because this is going to be huge. It's going to be the regional clash here between LFI and AP BREN. Leave it in the Twitch chat comment section because if you notice that there's a lower third when names pop up, yeah, you could be featured on the show as well. So do not miss out on this opportunity here. Put it in the comment section right now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of very supportive comments from the fans out there that we could not possibly gather everything because everyone is just I would say very invested in their respective teams. But I also want to look at our predictions because frankly speaking, I think this is going to be a fairly close series. And just like the first series between AP BREN and Pikachu Alpha, I want to see teams put up some fight. I want to see Aura Fire draw some blood from AP BREN, and this time I still think that AP BREN will overtake Aura Fire.
Yeah, that's why to us it's not going to be a clean series. We predict it to go all the way full series. But that also means that for AP BREN, another full tiring series for them. Can you imagine for the last two series that they played, it has been full series. So AP BREN has played more games as compared to Aura Fire, which also translates to giving away more of their stress for Aura Fire to analyze.
Yeah, and let me tell you, right, AP BREN has played 4 series so far. 3 out of the 4 series are all 2-1. So they played the most games. They actually played the most games overall, I believe, in Group B. So, like you said, right, there might be a lot of stress that they have shown. And now the question is, how deep is the pockets of AP BREN? How much more do they have left in the tank?
Yeah, but like what we discussed, I believe that they are versatile enough to show different type of cards. So Aura Fire got to be prepared for this. But for AP BREN, I mean, okay, so to be fair, both teams coming out of the loss, right? So in terms of morale of like whether they bring on the momentum, I guess it's a no discussion there. It's just the fact that AP BREN has played more games. So Aura Fire definitely will take advantage of this data that they'll be able to analyze and try to overcome AP BREN. And for AP BREN, they have lesser data. So it's the opposite as compared to Aura Fire onto them.
Yeah, I mean, with that, if you put it that way, it definitely could be a factor. I think overall for AP BREN, they just, despite the loss against Pikachu Alpha, it was a hard-fought series, right? So I think you don't really, I feel like you still give yourself a pat on the back. You know, look forward to this final series. I think for AP BREN, there are a lot on the line. They are the sole Filipino representative in Group B, and yesterday when we talked to them, they predict that they will be in the top 6 alongside Echo and RSG Philippines. So they have a responsibility to fulfill.
Yeah, so far, okay, if we compare like the highlight players for between AP BREN and Aura Fire, and based out of the MVPs, Aura Fire's MVP, Van as well as Kabuki. There's 2 key players. But for AP BREN, they have out of the 5 players, 4 players have got an MVP before. We got Baptiste, Kaldizi, Supermarco, as well as Ogwen. So if we talk about like distribution of MVPs and also potential individual player skill, it does look like AP BREN has a more balance in terms of how they're going to distribute the skill level of the players.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the teams that have made it, from Group A, we've already found like our top 3 teams, which is pretty crazy, right? RSG Philippines, Echo, and Red Giant Esports. All these 3 teams have already made it. So the final 3 slots really comes down to the end of today's broadcast. We know that it's between contention of 4 teams. Onyx Esports, Bigatron Alpha, AP BREN, and Aura Fire. These 4 teams are fighting for the final 3 spots, and one of them eventually will have to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tradition of a competition, right? Somebody has to bite the dust, bite the bullet at some point. So it's going to be either one of these. Sadly, both of these are great teams. I would like to see them in the playoffs, on the stage. But yeah, it is just part of the game. Somebody has to, say goodbye.
I mean, we talk a lot about AP BREN. Right? I think coming to this, a lot of fans would consider them the favorites to win the series, but Aura Fire, right? We were able to witness one of their games, I believe, on day 1. What do you think is going to be kind of the advantage that Aura Fire can bring into this to hopefully overcome AP BREN?
I think for Aura Fire, Okay, one thing about AP BREN is that they like to play the Uranus. They played it a couple of times before. One of them with a win, one of them with not. And with the games that we have seen in recent time, Uranus have been pretty popular, especially at the start of the tournament. But towards like the last, I think like towards the second half of yesterday and also like today, we see how the Uranus has been easily countered by just picking the Tyroff. So if they want to play that, they have to make sure they ban out the Tyroff. But Aura Fire, it's not only about the Tyroff. If they don't have the Tyroff, they can still go for the carry. As long as they can get a tank shredder, Uranus will not be able to function. So for AP BREN, perhaps because of that and the current state of how Uranus is being played, they might want to consider to not play the Uranus at all.
Yeah, and I think we also saw like what was that hero? Esmeralda getting picked up, right? Esmeralda, we saw early on Bigatron Alpha game 3 against AP BREN. AP BREN had a Uranus, and Bigatron Alpha they just completely ignored the Uranus, right? They make quick work of it, of that hero from that mid to late game. I do wonder if AP BREN would just fall back to the Novaria. When we talked to them on day 1, they say that Coach Ducky asked their mid lane to play Novaria, and he just played Novaria all the way. And we also saw how a hero like Angela is more favored in the Indonesian region, and Bigatron Alpha proved that this hero could be a big headache for unprepared teams.
Yeah, Aura Fire has played Angela before, now that you pointed that out, and they got away with a win with that. So it could be banned out. Even in like the previous series, Angela was banned out, even though it was between Burn X Splash versus Echo. But I guess they were just being prepared on what they might face in the playoffs later on for Echo. As for AP BREN, well, they might want to learn from that and just straight up ban out the Angela during the first phase ban.
Yeah, and that has been kind of like a debate, right? A discussion between me and Jace. We were talking about that during the Bigatron series. But here they are, 20 seconds until we head into the draft. Definitely the atmosphere is a bit more tense. I think if you're on the side of AP BREN, you kind of let the previous series slip away, and now you put yourself kind of in the hot seat. Obviously, we are going to have a potential tiebreaker if Aura Fire, if the other series kind of go in an unexpected manner. But for Aura Fire, right, you get that win, you get that extra points, and we are going to see them overtake AP BREN. So I feel like if you are AP BREN, this is a must-win series, and you got to do it as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, it's absolutely a must-win. This is the battle for survival for both teams. Now I don't want to go home as we head on to our first game's draft. Here we go. So the Paquito as well as the Valentina banned out. With the Paquito being banned out, Paquito is one of the counters towards Uranus. I don't know if AP BREN still wants to go for it now that they banned it out. But if they do plan to go for it, then they have to ban out the Daroff at least.
Yeah, I believe the Daroff was used as well. I'm trying to figure out if Aura Fire did pick that up. I know that yesterday in one of the games when when was it Onyx or was it Aura Fire against Todak? No, it was Bigatron Alpha against Onyx, where Bigatron Alpha went Uranus 2 games in a row, and Onyx had Daroff as a counter for both games. So that could be a possibility, but I can see that AP BREN, they are showing a lot of respect to Kimura by banning out the Paquito. They also are banning out Hyde, Franco as well. This could allude to a possible Joy opening for AP BREN as they ban out the Fanny.
Ooh, okay, Franco out too. So yeah, Joy is one of them. I guess high mobility ones like the Lancelot could be open to. Hayabusa could be another option for Aura Fire. If not, then I would say I'm thinking around the lines of, well, it's definitely the Fedrin will be one of the early picks. And if AP BREN doesn't pick it for themselves, Aura Fire would go for it. But AP BREN, they don't have a common record of playing Fedrin.
Yeah. And there's a chance that this, because Link and Fanny are banned out, the Novaria could also be a pick, AP BREN falling back to what they're comfortable with. The Yeeve is going to be the choice of ban for Aura Fire to wrap up the first phase. Many openings to be taken, and there it is, the Joy picked by AP BREN. Very, very straightforward.
So now, when it comes to the mid lane, Fedra is definitely going to be picked up by Aura of Fire. It's played commonly by their XP lane. So I am seeing a Farsa be picked up now that Valentina as well as Yip is out. Farsa, there is a potential of a Novaria as well, now that we are cutting down on the majors.
Yeah, and we also have the Grok in the equation, right? One of the best answers to a Farsa. If the Farsa gets reviewed, I would say for AP BREN, they are not as inclined to pick Farsa as Aura Fire's Sin. So that could be a less contested pick. I think the Farmers is kind of still up on the table if, AP BREN wants to go for it, why? But they're going to go for the Angela themselves.
Oh.
Taking a page out of Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, because they didn't ban it, right? And you mentioned about how the Indonesian teams, they love how to play the Angela strat. So rather than giving it away to them, they'll take it for themselves. So now that the Uranus has been picked, okay, this is the moment a Dyrov can show up. Like the best moment. They can still pick it.
I feel like it would be okay if the Angela wasn't in the equation, but with the Angela, with the Heart Guard, it's going to be a bit tougher, right, to kill the Uranus unless you absolutely dominate him early game. I have an answer though, the Esmeralda wouldn't be too bad because Angela gives you shield, Uranus has shield, Esmeralda loves to siphon the shield away. We'll see if that's going to be the case for AP BREN.
Okay, so the Kaja pick is really to try to catch the Joy when the Joy starts running into team fights. And if he's able to keep like the flicker, like for later use, at least he can protect the backline. And that will be really important because the Joy will try to target Claude, who will be at the backline. But now we're going to the second phase ban, and we still see the Dyrov still open though. I'll be surprised if Aurofire don't pick any tank shredder. If it's not Dyrov, then I want to say carry, but unfortunately they already got the Claude.
Who else can? I also think that Esmeralda would actually be a fairly decent pick, but that also means that they're relegating this Fredrin into the jungle role, which is completely fine. You can see that they took out the Leslie because you don't want anyone to shred the Fredrin. There's a high chance Aura Fire also bans out the carry because they don't need a marksman anymore and they want to keep the front line as robust as possible.
Yeah, there is that. And there is also the... Okay, taking the time to ban though. Alright, so it's still a Kadita. So no Dyrov ban still. I will be surprised if Dyrov is not being played. Because yeah, you can move the Fedra into the jungle, Dyrov goes to the XP lane and go with a 1v1 matchup with Uranus, just pushing him back and drop that. Even if Uranus chooses to like cut the wave, he can just turn back and either he goes onto the Uranus, just pokes him directly, or he goes in and cut the wave himself as well. Dyrov is pretty flexible in doing that.
So Aura Fire bans the Grok. They're still missing a mid laner, so this could be a Farsa mid lane still. The final bet is going to be the Esmeralda. There we go. AP BREN reading it correctly. I think the Esmeralda would have really ruined the plans of AP BREN because you just take away what Angela and Uranus are good at. Aura Fire, they're going to get the Farsa for Sin. The Grok ban is very telegraphed of it. So far, Aura Fire is still playing within the confines of their comfort.
Yeah, I see the Farsa pick because Feather S-Ride combo with Kaja can be very disruptive, especially at the early stage. You got good enough burst damage at a long distance even. So you don't need to worry about, okay, I'm not in the right position when Kaja jumps in, that's fine. So now they can still pick an XP lane or a jungler, but if they do either one of that and they go for Dyrov, that means they will be sacrificing mobility instead. And that will be a risk of trying to catch the Joy then.
AP BREN gonna take for themselves too. Still looking for a potential jungler and marksman. I mean, there's the Beatrix available, and there it is. The Beatrix and the Rome actually will be the Minotaur. So we do see the Angela mid, just like what Bigatron Alpha did earlier on. I do love what AP BREN has. Beatrix is one of Super Marco's best hero as Aura Fire. They're gonna lock into Terissa to finish things off. So this is gonna be a jungle Fredrin. I mean, how do you feel about the drafts?
A lot of mobility on AP BREN and they have Uranus that will be very disruptive. But the good side about Aura Fire is that they have a lot of team fight stuff. So you got the Terizla who can open up the fight as well, or you have the Kaja who can open up the fight. You have good follow-ups from Claude, good follow-ups from the Fasa. So I think they're going to go for more team fights instead. But they need to be aware of AP BREN just being annoying, like cutting waves or going for, I wouldn't say split push, but at least cutting waves to just try to dominate a certain lane.
And there's not much ways to stop the Uranus in this game. I suppose with the Terizla it's not the worst, right? But in terms of cutting waves, Uranus, he won't face as much resistance in this game. You see the thumbs up from both AP BREN and Aura Fire, which means that we are getting locked and loaded to head into game number 1 between AP BREN and Aura Fire. The El Clasico, the Wild Wild West, the final showdown, the last ride, one best of 3 to determine who makes it to top 6.
Okay, here we go. Keep your eye on the SP lane. I really want to know how FlapDZ is going to play, or how Aura Fire is going to deal with FlapDZ during the laning phase. Because when he hits like what, level 3 or level 4 especially, he can start going backline, he can start going into the base, and we have seen that multiple times. He can cut 2 waves at the same time in a certain position, and that allows him to scale even further.
Oh, yeah, Kimura, he might go down to flicker forward and knock him down enough. Kimura! No way, just walks out like that. That's 2 for the start of Aura Fire. I mean, Kimura surviving. Brace might heal. His passive damage reduction at low health. That is unfortunate for AP BREN.
That was insane from Kimura. Unfortunate for AP BREN, but that was insane for Kimura. Like, he really trusted his teammates to come follow up to him, and he has measured the amount of damage that he can take all at once.
By the way, they blew 2 flickers just to kill him, and they could not. Kautizi in the meantime, level 4, trying to run after High, does have the ultimate to work with. High's going to flicker over the wall. Kautizi just could not get the finisher. As Sin shows up, I mean, Aura Fire off to a great start, and this does give a bit of problem to FlapDZ, right? He's 1 level behind. Kimura's going to have the items to deal with, and now he can really start pushing back on this Uranus.
Okay, so now with Kimura having a bit of an advantage, we can see him using his first blood advantage to push back FlapDZ. Now, FlapDZ is being pushed back. Not only that, Kimura has backed up from Van, who has joined him at the top. So they really want to lock down the Uranus, not letting him play the top lane like his playground.
Yeah, and you can see they're just gonna do it in tandem, right? Both, both Van and Kimura working together. Van's gonna start on the turtle just a little bit. AP BREN will see this happening, but not that easy to get close to BREN. Not when Kimura is around. Forcing the flicker for few already. He's gonna go for the recall. Turtle is pretty much gonna be going to Aura Fire, no contest.
Oh yeah, great start here. They not only got the 2 kills with the first blood, they also got the first turtle as well. So far so good. But keep your eye on the top. We see a little bit of a skirmish here as they try to steal away the purple buff. And yes, they did. Van, they would want to secure it. Again, another mini win for Aura Fire.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, Kautizi is not even there contesting. He was the bottom lane trying to fight for a gold crab. So this purple buff, unfortunately, is just not going to, be in his favor. And Aura Fire actually, having a minor advantage over this game. 1.7k gold lead. It's going to keep on increasing. 2,000 in just a little bit. Good news is that AP BREN, they're able to stave off the snowball, right? Aura Fire cannot convert the lead so far.
But you know what? The one thing that we learned from AP BREN's first game today is that it doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you end, or matters how you finish. So yes, nice lead here for Aura Fire, but they need to keep out the momentum to the end because anything can happen from what we learned.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have already witnessed some crazy series today, right? This is probably the best way to end it all. Ogwen, gotta be careful. Van's gonna chase after him and force him out of the jungle. What AP BREN has been playing is that they play towards Super Marco a lot, right? You want to make sure that this Beatrix has a good time. And so far, it hasn't been looking good because you're not supposed to be... Kabuki isn't supposed to have so much freedom. This matchup is Beatrix favorite, and yet Kabuki is ahead.
Okay. FlapDZ now doing what Uranus does, cutting the back wave And he's just doing okay. Now that he has gained like a good amount of levels, probably good amount of items from the cut of the wave. So he's joining on to the team fights now. But they need to regain back their jungle because he's been invaded by Aura of Fire from the start.
Looking for the purple buff again. Easy. Doing his best. Crazy Strike even used by Ben. The purple buff actually goes over to Phil, who deals with the hard wave. Now Ben is trying to disengage. Kimura caught out. Flicker to safety. Flicker from Oakwood with a Minon raid and instantly Sid uses the Feather Airstrike onto all three of them. AP Ben still finds the kill onto Kimura, and Ben is gonna be next. Has no combo points to use, and ultimately he's gonna be brought down as well. The Divine Judgment onto Kautizi. Not enough damage to finish him off, and AP Ben walks away with 2 kills. Phil still going. Kabuki shows up with a blazing duet, gets knocked up instantly by Ogwen. There will be 2 for AP Ben.
Oh, the Tara was actually targeting onto Kautizi, but somehow he managed to get away from that last shot just by the last tick of health. And with that, they managed to even up the numbers. At this moment, AP BREN have a little bit of a leeway in terms of gold against Aura Fire.
And you know, probably the best case scenario, right? You even up the scoreline, you even up the net worth of both teams, kind of making up for a slightly unlikely early game. And of course, for everyone watching, we do want to get your feedback with us as well. Just like how High gonna get the Divine Judgment that is not gonna finish off Super Marco, unfortunately. But yes, do share your feedback with us using the link down below, bit.ly/SPS-MLBB-EN. Let us know what you like or what we can improve on so that you will continue to enjoy our broadcast for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, enjoy, just like what literally Joy is doing right now. Just being a nuisance towards Van, who invaded their jungle. And now Sin as well as Kimura is here to back him up.
And here we go, pick up forward, Ogwen with an arc-up. Van couldn't get the ultimate off. He's gonna go down to Slap TZ. Kimura with the penalty zone, getting onto 3 of them, locking them into place, but he's the one trapped with them. And once more, Kimura somehow escaped with a sliver of health. The Feather Airstrike was used again. High knocked up into the air. Kautini running on top of him and electrocutes him to the grave with the help of Phil. That's 2 more for AP BREN. Super Marco getting the snipe with Kimura won't get him off. So once more, AP BREN finding 2 kills.
Okay, but they're not done yet though. Kautini going all the way to the back. Kimura needs to flicker away to safety, but Kautizi, he's not done yet though. Okay, Van is in between Owen as well as Kautizi, but they decided to disengage.
This is AP BREN slowly winning these skirmishes and just, I mean, Ogwen is creating so much opportunities for his team just on his Minotaur. Meanwhile, on the other end, Kabuki free farming. You can say the same for Super Marco as well. Both the marksmen finding space for themselves as AP BREN. They're gonna start working on this 3rd turtle, and there's no contest from Aura Fire.
Yeah, so now AP BREN has the lead. This total secured. Let's calculate the numbers. 1,200 ahead of Aura Fire. Just like that, and they're starting to scale right now. And with this scale, well, FlapTZ, they needed 3 onto him, but can they get the kill onto FlapTZ? FlapTZ is still dancing around. And look at his HP. What does it take to take him down?
They need some kill reduction, right? I mean, they just don't have enough damage with the Angela helping him out. Van's gonna unleash the ultimate, but I mean, absolutely shredded by the Nibiru. Super Marco just destroys him.
AP BREN. Okay. Looking over at the items, it does look like, okay, Dom Ice, definitely a must-have, considering they're going up against the Uranus. But they, on the side of AP BREN, they also need a Dom Ice for themselves because there's a Terizla who can be really, really tanky. But they seem to be saving that for later, not too bothered about the Terizla just yet.
Oh yeah. Kautizi is having a field day, just running to the backline of Aura Fire, who are trying to defend this tier 1 mid as best as they can, and so far they will be able to hold the structure, but at the same time, if you're clumping up S5 so early on, you are essentially giving space up on the rest of the back.
Alright, speaking about space, now FlapTZ moving down to the bottom lane, trying to find space and opening up the map for his teammates, but nobody's gonna have a care for Flapeasy for now. It's just not gonna be worth it because they don't have the damage or the type of heroes to be able to take him down.
And you kind of also want High to be kidnapping people with the Divine Judgment, right? So you can kind of get these pickups. Easier said than done though. It feels like Aura Fire, they just do not have the means. Like sure, every time High drags someone back, the Angela's gonna use their ultimate and suddenly all that effort will be for nothing. Van does get the taunt though, massive damage from Kabuki on the field, but unfortunately not enough.
Yeah, now that the Lord is up, we can see both teams prepared to take it. Aura going towards the Lord. Van will open up the Lord first, but Flapeasy is there, and there's nothing they can do about Flapeasy now.
Yeah, he's just gonna put his body in front. It's a harass Aura Fire as slowly, little by little. And the best part about AP BREN right now is that you can send Field to a side lane, which is where he's at now. So he's gonna push out the side lane, and whenever he needs to join a fight, he's just gonna pop an ultimate and it show up, right? Just attach himself to the teammate that needs him the most. So while Aura Fire is jostling for control over the Lord Pit, you are going to have a side wave that's getting slowly shoved out by the Angela. This Lord Dance, quite a while.
See a tangle here between the two, but now the Lord is down to 50% of health. Still a long way to go though, because we don't see the big damage coming out just yet, and everyone is not really committing to the Lord 100% because they know that the snipe will come in.
And there it is, penalty zone. It's going to be concealed as well. High looking for a smash, and they do. They grab Ogwen. Perfectly sprung trap from Aura Fire to find 2 kills for themselves and the Lord. Kimura pushing Flapeasy away as well. Few joining in just a bit too late. And the fact that Super Marco got caught out was what Aura Fire needed.
Yeah, Aura Fire needed that. Aura Fire needed the turtle because they don't want the gap to be too big. But overall, Flapeasy still stands tall. And not only that, he managed to get a couple of kills in the process. So he's not only a big chunk of wall, but he's also able to be a brick that can be thrown onto the opponent and take them down.
Yeah, Aura Fire, they do have a silver lining with just the Lord. So AP BREN will have to defend against that. So oddly, it's definitely a slightly slower game, right? Slightly odd. AP BREN, I do not believe I had seen them run this Angela Joy before. I think they definitely are, learning a little bit from what Bigatron Alpha has brought to the table. But so far, both teams are kind of at a stalemate.
Yeah, playing a very disciplined game. Yes, they do have a Joy that has a lot of mobility, but Joy does not necessarily give you that instant burst damage up front. So it's not like they can go for pickups that easy. And plus, they need to be careful of the Kaja on the other side as well.
Yeah, the bottom tier 2 has already been taken down thanks to the Lord. And now this High's Divine Judgment becomes slightly more deadly. AP BREN will need to show a lot more respect to this Kaja down the road.
Oh, okay. They're just pulling them back right now, okay? Bringing them to somewhere that they can start a fight. Flapeasy now at the front. High will be the first target, but High is not the target that they want.
There's no flicker for Oakland, but the airstrike used already. Unfortunately, Flapeasy is still alive. They got the penalty zone. Big knockout from Oakland. It's been 1-for-1 trade so far. Super Marco able to take out Kimura, and Sin gets run down by Kautizi. Van staying alive as much as possible. Big Appraiser's Wrath for a kill. But it's still AP BREN coming out on top. And meanwhile, Kabuki in danger. Kautizi almost grabs him down. 2-for-3 trade in favor of AP BREN.
That was a close one. Nice sidestep there by Kabuki. But after all that, the first turret is still up, but it will go down really soon. There's nothing that High can do about this. Kabuki joins in. High cannot catch anyone because he does not have the Divine Judgment to his answer, and plus he doesn't have the flicker as well. 95 seconds more to go. It's going to take a while.
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, look at this replay, right? This fight, Flapeasy doing so much nuisance, and Open instantly just engages. All the while, the Aura Fire were not able to get to Super Marco, and he just shreds the health bars of Aura Fire.
Yeah, and look at Van. He's tanking this like a champ. It took Super Marco, the one with the highest damage dealing hero on the side of AP BREN, to take it out finally, but that is after suffering like 3 casualties at least.
Aura Fire once more calling dips on the Lord. That is what has been keeping them in the game. is being able to get Lord and get the side lane precious, but I do not feel like it will be as easy as the previous one.
This time it's definitely going to be harder now that both teams are starting to stack up in terms of their items and level as well. But BREN, they are playing the disciplined game. They're starting to fight now on the mid lane.
Instantly, Ogwen shows up once more. Big knockup onto Kimura, who cannot move at all. Natizi soaking up majority of the damage. What are you going to catch? Lord dropping low already. Ban wants to finish off there. Going to blow out Ban! And it's perfectly executed by AP BREN. There is nothing that Ban could have done in that situation. Aura Fire forced to retreat as AP BREN takes the Lord.
Oh, and look at Flapteezy's position. He's like, yeah, just going in front, opening up the map, just being a nuisance, and there's nothing that you can do about it. He's pushing the rest of Aura Fire back, and with that, they'll be able to take the turret.
And just start to see that massive damage by the top wave. It's going to be dealt with by Kaltizi. Mid inhibitor will be down. Lord coming in bot as well. This is the empowered Lord, so AP BREN, they might be able to crack open a second inhibitor turret.
Yeah, that's very high potential because right now the top lane, Aura Fire is missing.
Aura Fire, how do you defend this? The Lord charge again, inhibitor down to half health. They might need to use the Feather Airstrike. Ogwen continuously healing up his team. The rest of Aura Fire desperately try to hold on the structure, but it's just not doable. 2 inhibitors down in one fell swoop.
Ooh, like what you mentioned, like what you predicted. Looks like the inhibitor turret is down. Now, the focus for BREN is going to be on top. The minions are there, and they still have Flapteezy at the front.
And Kimura just solo defending by putting his body in front. They will be able to hold his structure. That last inhibitor, keep it alive. But look at AP BREN, almost 7.3k goal advantage, 7.5 now. Next Lord in less than 90 seconds.
Yeah, and items-wise, pretty much almost done. We have the immortality onto Ogwen, meaning that he can open up fights as well. But it does not need to expand the immortality. It can be a follow-up, especially if you have a chunky Flapteezy here in your team. But for him to open up fights as well, he needs Aura Fire to be able to get there. Aura Fire, they're smart enough to know that the Minoan Fury will be waiting for them if they all gather up for like a party.
And High, he's just gonna get run down. Nothing that he could do in this situation, and now the electrifying beast is gonna use Kimura with the penalty zone instantly. The counter engage from Ogwen, big Minoan's range with the knockout. They all just stand there as Kaltizi dances on the dead bodies. Kabuki couldn't do enough, and AP BREN finds 3 kills.
Yeah, again, Flapteezy into the base, just showing himself, and now showing dominance over Aura Fire. I mean, Aura Fire, there's nothing they can do about Flapteezy. He will be in the front, okay? No minions, that's fine. He can still tank out, no issue. And now they're trying to counter back.
Kabuki doing his absolute best to keep this intact. High will be back. Does have the Flicker and Divine Judgment. This could probably be the last chance. You can see the Conceal play. High instantly goes in, gets the pull, knocked up as well. Can they do enough damage to defend the base? And they can. No kills for Aura Fire, but the base stays intact for now.
Well, that is also because the Lord is already up. So for AP BREN, it's like, yeah, it's okay. You can defend as fine, but you won't have enough time to come and take the Lord away. You can see the movement here coming in from BREN, but there's not much you can do, especially with Flapteezy at the front being the bodyguard.
Yeah, a very hopeless situation for Aura Fire right now. I mean, how do they come back from this?
Ooh, I guess they need to deal with Super Marco, which is way, way behind. But the problem is, how are they going to get to Super Marco? Okay, who has the mobility to go onto the backline? If you kind of think about it, none of them from Aura Fire. They don't have like a Lancelot or that kind of like assassin who can go in behind. They're probably the best bet is for High to be able to catch Super Marco, but even so, the distance will be too far for him.
Many things. I mean, I guess if they hit to the late game, you have your fair share of damage, right? You have Fasa and Claude, but I honestly do not think that they are going to get to that point at this rate. One last push, the third Lord charging down the middle lane. Aura Fire needs to do with it as best as they can. You can see Kabuki just churning all of his damage to the objective. AP BREN continues to slowly poke and prod at them. Flapteezy absolutely fearless. The Lord will drop But Aura Fire, they gotta do something there. They're letting AP BREN run circles around them.
Yeah, and they gotta be careful about gathering up as well because the Minoan Fury is active. Well, they can somewhat counter with a penalty zone, but that is also with the condition that Kimura is not caught in the fight.
Van sustaining massive damage again. Ogwin fading back. Kabuki once more forcing AP BREN to retreat. I guess we're going to be waiting for the 4th Lord to possibly end this. 80 seconds until that happens.
Yeah, and we have more than 50k goal for these two teams. So in general, these teams would have completed their items. So items or goal lead will not be a big issue for now. It's all about who can make that right execution or who will make that first mistake will be punished because we're heading into the 20-minute mark game. Potentially, which team gets wiped out can be finished off in just one push.
Absolutely. Death timers are starting to get unbearably long. Aura Fire are taking control on the bottom side. Let's make sure that Lord spawns. They will have some sort of presence, but they just still know what to do with Lapteezy, right? The best candidate is going to be Kabuki. As he hits that late game, he's starting to do massive damage, but even then, getting to AP BREN is a tough task on its own.
Yeah, getting to the back line. Super Marco, how are they going to reach him? At this point, 513 KDA. Flapdeezy will be the front line together with Ogwen. They got two front liners if we think about it. Of course, Flapdeezy will be the main one, followed by Ogwen because he can still follow up in team fights with the Minoan Fury. But if you look at AP BREN, they can deal with the backline. They have Flapdeezy, they have a George who can just run onto the backline. So they have that versatility, that option to deal with Aura Fire in the fight.
Oh yeah, 4th Lord spawn already. Van does see this happening, but he needs his team with him, right? Kabuki will have to be the difference maker. Kabuki and Sin somehow get to the backline. If they can catch Super Marco, it's gonna be not a win, but they will save the game and put it back where it belongs, the neutral state.
Oh man. Okay, Van just poking. I hope he's not doing favors for BREN. Just winding out the life of the Lord and then BREN just finishing it off. It will be heartbreaking because he's doing a lot of work now. Flapdeezy still at the mid, just taking care of Kimura, but that will be the main target. At some point, once they see that the Lord is low enough, they will go in onto Van.
Kabuki's gonna be in the brush as well. Trying to chunk it down a bit more. Flapdeezy taking massive damage. There it is, a concealed play into Divine Judgment. Not enough to catch Kautizi. You have the hard guard on top of him. Kautizi now to jump back in. Candy secure the lock for Aura Fire. He needs it, but no! Kautizi! Oh, the hero for AP BREN steals everything from Aura Fire. Now Aura Fire gonna win this. Kabuki needs to go massive on this plot. Blazing Duet still in hand. Kabuki, can you save the game for your team? Flapdeezy taking massive damage, losing in terms of health. AP BREN, they already lost Ogwen, but Aura Fire decides that this is not the fight that they want to commit to.
Well, they lost Ogwen, they lost the tank, that's fine. They still have Flapdeezy as the main tank, so it's not going to be an issue for them. Unfortunately, the purple buff will not be secured by Van. And now, for AP BREN, they can march in together with the Lord.
Could be the final push. Kimura needs another 20 seconds to be back on the Terizla. All 3 lanes are getting shoved in. The Lord down mid. They will have to deal with that first. Kabuki doing as much damage as possible, but he's going to be pushed back by Kautizi with Angela on top, and they're just going to try and run it down. AP BREN trying to force the end. Kabuki is going to be there. The Lord dropping low, placing to wet unleash as well. Crystal still fairly healthy. The Lord has dropped, but it's going to be mega Q3 for Kautizi as he runs up Kabuki. The Angela keeping him alive for so long. Kabuki is still alive. Aura Fire is still alive in this game.
Somehow Aura Fire managed to defend this, and now they need to clear out the minions. But there was a great move by Kautizi going onto the back line to catch High, because he saw High was slow. He was about to go back, and now Kabuki, look at the amount of damage taken as well as dished out by Kabuki.
And the Feather Airstrike just to keep AP BREN back, only temporarily. Kabuki has no Blazing Duet right now, so if there's no Blazing Duet, then it's harder to clear the wave. That thing just came back off cooldown. Aura Fire, they have potential opportunity. Kautizi concealed up. Watch out for Sin. Awkward straight in with the knockup. Instantly taken out by Sin, but they're gonna try and run circles around Aura Fire. Sin back in the fountain. Dies in this fountain of all places. Kabuki pushing Kautisi back. As the rest of Aura Fire try to keep the base alive. Kimura barely surviving. Van and Cyril Phelps. Kabuki going huge. Few down low. Kabuki still firing away. And Aura Fire again keeping AP BREN away from their base.
Oh, Kabuki cannot continue on firing because he needs to defend his base. Oh man, this is hard for Kabuki. He wants to get the kills, but he can't because the base isn't being invaded by the minions. And now again, another reset time for AP BREN. But let's watch this replay from the previous fight.
I mean, look at Sin, right? This guy just dies in front of his fountain thanks to the love waves from Few. So unfortunate. That he probably could have went for more chase if this Farstar was still in the game, but she will respawn just in time for the Lord to respawn as well. The 5th Lord of this game. Surely if AP BREN gets it, there's no way Aura Fire will be able to defend against it.
Oh, they have to make a choice now. If they want to go in for the Lord, they need to be careful of the wave. So this is where it's a very difficult choice for Aura Fire. What are they going to do now? But they cannot lose the Lord. If not, they risk losing the game as well. But Kimura now is in trouble. Suppresses himself. Kabuki from the side lane, but now Kabuki will be chased away.
Yeah, not enough. Even with the Trunken, they get the drag onto Awkward, but Kabuki needs to go massive. The blazing duet not doing enough. And Kautisi just finds the opening and electrocutes him. Super Marco with the flicker gets the 3rd, and this game has finally concluded. There's nothing left in the tank for Aura Fire. Sin wasn't even in the fight because the base was under danger. And Hai, what can you do against the full force of AP BREN? They're gonna let the minion wave push in. Everyone is dead for almost a minute. One last artillery strike from Sin. Nothing can be achieved. And AP BREN looking to close this out. Sin dies to Super Marco. And game 1 in the hands of AP BREN.
Oh, the defense from Aura Fire really buying a lot of time towards the end, but to no avail. They cannot even come out of their base at some point, so it was really difficult for them. AP BREN, as long as they don't make the mistakes, they'll be okay. And what we learn again from this round is the Uranus. If you don't have a tank shredder, there's almost no way to take him down.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing, right? It was such a tough game for for Aura Fire to kind of hold because they didn't have enough damage, and we saw a lot of maneuvers from Hai to try and drag and kidnap the members on the side of AP BREN. Even then, it wasn't enough. Kabuki, you can see that this guy, he's used every single resource, but the Claw just couldn't do enough.
Yeah, they were very dependent on Kabuki towards the end to deal the damage. And the moment Kabuki was taken out, and they know, and for AP BREN, they know they need to somehow target the Kabuki. They need to take the advantage. And when Kabuki was coming from the right lane through the jungle to the mid to join in on the fight, he was caught off position. And AP BREN, they took advantage of it. They know the moment they got the kill, that's it. They can end the game. Because AP BREN was the only one standing between them and ending the game since AP BREN, since Kabuki is the one to clear off the lane.
Yeah, it's such a rough game. I mean, look at this, 23-8, Aura Fire. They got to a pretty decent start, the unfortunate deaths of 2 members of AP BREN early on when they tried to go for Kimura, but the rest of the game, it was almost as if AP BREN never fell behind.
Yeah, although it took a long time for them to end the game, right? 25 minutes and 51 seconds, but AP BREN, for 80% of the time, they were in control. Maybe during the start, Aura Fire tried to be in control of the situation by ganking onto AP BREN at the top lane where Uranus was at. They got the first blood that time, but that was pretty much their only moment. After that, the moment Uranus comes online, gets onto level 3, level 4, then AP BREN just takes control of the map.
It was as clean as a game as it is, right? AP BREN definitely learned something from their series against Bigatron Alpha, sporting the Joy Jungle and the Angela mid, just like how Bigatron Alpha did against them. And you can see overall, in the damage output, right? At Kabuki, most damage dealt, but conversion of damage into like a kill or an objective, that was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, this stat just shows that again they were very reliant on Kabuki to pull off the damage. And on top of that as well, yes, they have more damage than AP Brand, but couldn't convert the kills. That is also because Flapteasy have been taking in a lot of damage. They have Ogwet as well, who naturally is as a tank. Taking a lot of damage. So they got two big tanks there as the front line. So naturally, Aura Fire would stack up all this damage. But like what you said, they couldn't end the kills.
Yeah, it's you look at that, right? Ogwen 20 assists in this game. Flapteasy, the sandbag, 474,000 damage taken on this Uranus. Absolutely unkillable.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is something that we kind of expected, right? Like, he's an Uranus. His role is just to soak damage, and he did it really well. He became the target man, and his distance between him and his teammates was far enough that his teammates could follow up, or the opponents couldn't get any more closer to his teammates, especially protecting Super Marco. And again, Aura Fire, they don't have an answer on how to go onto the backline. Everyone is just annoyed by the sandbag that is Flapteasy, who is just standing in front, and there's no way to go around him.
Yeah, absolutely no solution, right? But I as much as we say that is a very resounding victory for AP Brand, let's take a look at the MVP of game number 1, none other than Kautizi on this Joy Jungle 6-0-14. Complete menace. I know you have a lot of kitty cats at home, Cloud. Does this remind you of when one of them is very, very mischievous, is running around your house? Quite hard to control.
Yeah, I am going to call my cat Kautizi now. Looking at how he's playing this. I mean, 6-0-14, right? Man, this just reminds me of me putting fried chicken in the kitchen and not even able to touch it. It's gone. It's exactly what Kautizi is doing. Not even able to touch him. 6 kills in the bag.
So you're fighting for food with your kittens, huh?
Yeah, we are literally like fighting every time, especially when it comes to fried chicken. So, Aura Fire is the fried chicken for Kautizi.
Yeah, I mean, at least AP Brand, they're willingly giving Kautizi, the kills. He probably had a very, very full meal. But, we see all these small skirmishes, right? Kautizi and Spew, when these two are together, when the Angela, every time she uses the hard guard onto the Joy, and the Joy is running around on top of Spew with the lethal ignition, it is such a menace. Like you could not do anything to them. He's constantly healing up the Joy. The Joy is two-shotting your backline, and then you have an Angela who's shooting you down, who's healing his teammates. And I mean, look at this, right? Look at Sid. He cannot even show his face.
Yeah, and just like the cat that Kautizi is, like how are you going to catch it? Like we talked about, like Aura Fire does not have the mobility to catch onto a high mobility cat like a Joy. So no answer for that. No answer to go in for the back line. No answer to deal with the front line as the Uranus. I think to a certain extent we can say that AP Brand outdrafted Aura Fire.
Yeah, you can even. I think that when we said that Aura Fire is most likely going to go for Farsa, that one did come true, right? They are one of the few teams that still actively run the Farsa. But in this case, I mean, AP Brand, they have just found the best possible answer, with this Joy Angela, and perhaps you might see AP Brand just adapting a little bit to the Indo meta, right? You are, assimilating what you learn in the Philippines in your own local region with what other regions are doing. So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to see AP Brand take this first game.
Yeah, so AP Brand, well, coming out of a loss now, at least starting this round with a win. But if we learn something from the previous series, AP Brand did win their first game, just saying. And then after that, we know what happened. So hopefully AP Brand is not haunted by that nightmare still, and they can maintain the level of consistency that they have in this tournament or in this series so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you can smash your opponents 23-8, I'm pretty sure that the previous game did not affect you at all, right? In fact, I feel like they probably got inspired by Bigatron Alpha because they ran the exact same thing that Bigatron Alpha did.
True that. I mean, I'm just trying to find that balance, right? But Aura Fire ain't no pushover team. Let's not forget about that, right?
100%.
So, yeah, that is why they are still in the running to get into the top 3. So for AP brand, they need to maintain that level of mentality, that level of discipline, because anything can still happen with a team like Aura Fire.
I do hope that Aura Fire can push us to a game 3. I think that they definitely would, they have some need of adjustments. Looking at the middle lane, right? Most importantly, I think one of the heroes that was completely ignored was the Farmist. I know that Aura Fire and AP brand, they have very different approach to the game. Just now we talked about Bigatron Alpha against AP brand. We said that the Angela is a very, very big problem, and AP brand didn't really deal with it. And now they decide we're gonna embrace the darkness. In this case, embrace the Angela. We'll see if Aura Fire, considers that in the ban list. But before that, we are going to go for a short break, and when we come back, it could be the one last game that AP brand needs to make it to top 6. Stay tuned.
Kalau untuk perubahan emblemnya, gue kurang tahu sih secara signifikan. Cuman gue suka sih sampai sekarang karena bisa kita mix-mix emblemnya.
Yang pasti sekarang tuh emblemnya lebih seru dan bervariasi lah. Tergantung player ya. Contoh kalau kayak dia main satu hero, pasti kadang tuh hero-nya bisa emblemnya berbeda tergantung gameplay dia seperti apa.
The new patch consists of new emblems which you can use 2 emblems at the same time, like Killing Spree, and at the same time you can use Weapon Master. This patch is really good for those players who like to explore like me, and I really like it.
គាត់ថា emblem ថ្មីគឺបានផ្លាស់ប្ដូរច្រើននៅក្នុង patch ហ្នឹងដោយសារតែពេលដែល emblem change ភ្លាមគឺខ្ញុំគិតថា assassin OP.
Dihapusnya emblem jungle itu bikin tank jungler tuh jadi semakin menurun lah picknya. Terus juga ada emblem baru namanya yang basic common itu buat pengganti emblemnya jungler. Lebih kreatif sama fleksibel aja sih.
I would say now because of the new emblems, heroes that are not able to be played last patch, we are able to bring it out now because of the different types of emblem that we can use on the heroes, and because it's very versatile right now.
Dia agak hybrid lah sebab kita macam boleh fleksibel lah nak pakai emblem mana. Walaupun kita pakai match, kita boleh juga pakai emblem assassin contohnya.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Minat dengan game ni first kali bila abang ada bagi tahu, dek, jom kita pergi cyber cafe nak. Lepas tu daripada situlah kita orang selalu cakap dengan mak kita orang nak pergi surau lah, kita orang nak pergi sekolah lah, kadang-kadang ada koko ke apa. Tapi kita orang sebenarnya pergi kepada cyber cafe untuk bermain game lah.
Dia keluar rumah macam biasa pakai baju uniform apa semua, tapi dia tak pergi sekolah. Dia pergi duduk kat sisi.
Dia ponting lah kiranya kan. Dek, ingat tak dek masa kecil-kecil dulu? Asyik nak pergi terawih je. Rupa-rupanya bukan pergi surau, bukan pergi masjid. Pergi main game kat sisi.
Macam mana boleh kantor yang mana tu? Yang Umi pergi surau.
Oh, Umi pergi surau. Cek kita orang tak ada. Bila dah dapat tahu, sebab surat datang dekat rumah kan.
Ayah balik and ayah buat apa yang patut lah. Basically rotan ke apa.
Kayu dia pun ada lagi, tahu mana lah tak tahu. Bermula daripada hari itu saya slow down sikit lah.
Actually ayah dia tak tahu kita orang ada laptop tau kat rumah. Bila saya dengar je bunyi motor tu dah bergerak, dah berjalan, time tu lah saya akan turun, saya akan main game sampai dia balik. Waktu tu lah saya akan macam terus shutdown PC apa semua, macam tu lah. Try main senyap-senyap lah. Sama lah antara kita orang 3 beradik pun lalui benda yang sama.
Waktu dia sekolah dulu, dalam masa yang sama dia tolong jugalah bantu.
Saya buat barang, macam barang burger kita orang ada macam secret recipe lah. Kat sos kita tambah apa, kat mayo kita tambah apa. So daripada situ ayah cakap, okay dek, kalau kau tolong ayah kasih kau sehari dalam RM5 macam tu. Dekat sinilah tempat dapat pocket money lah from ayah. Dia ada banyak sisi dulu, ada kat sini, ada yang kat sana, atas sana. So itu antara sisi-sisi yang selalu pergilah.
Dia tolong dia burger, tapi dalam masa yang sama dia akan cari ruang macam mana nak pergi sisi. Tengah malam sampai pagi pun ada juga. Saya tahu. Tapi nak marah pun nak buat macam mana kan.
Bila kita suruh dia buat kerja, dia buat. Jadi kita tak marah dia. Dia tak ada nantilah, tak ada. Dia okey, dia macam tu. When he was younger, dia agak kelakar orang dia. He likes to tell jokes.
Kita panggil dia Pak Lawak. Selalu buat joke sana, joke sini. Dia happy-happy macam tu lah.
Kan? Dia lahir pun special.
Apa ni?
Dia lahir dalam kereta.
Mana datang? Waktu tu saya dah start macam full time lah with kerja burger. Bila dah lama, Umi ayah pun tanya, Dek, kau nak buat apa ni, Dek? Saya tak tahu nak pergi mana lah. Umi pun bagi idea try lah pergi kulinari kan. Saya jumpa beberapa orang yang membuatkan saya punya motivation tu tak ada. Waktu tu lah saya betul-betul start main ML lah. Saya tengok abang saya Amin tu, dia dah sampai tahap rank yang tertinggi at Mobile Legends. So disebabkan jiwa kompetitif saya ni, saya rasa macam dia tak boleh jadi ni kan. Aku nak kena main juga ni. So dari situ start slow-slow main.
Dia jenis yang penyayang, dia suka kucing.
Ini nama dia Along. Kita orang dulu memang banyak kucing lah, lebih daripada 10 ekor lah. Seronok lah kalau ada kucing kat rumah, dia rasa tenang, rasa happy. Best lah kalau ada diorang. Tu kenapa tu? Tos. Waktu saya tengah intern, ada orang tag saya. Waktu tu dia cakap, aku nak kau join Todak ni. Ada satu nama tim Todak ni. Waktu tu saya dalam dilema lah. Sebab at that time, saya tengah intern tu, lagi 3 bulan after that, saya dah boleh habis belajar. Dah boleh dapat sijil. And dalam masa yang sama, kalau peluang ni terlepas, dah memang takkan ada dah.
Dia beritahu saya yang dia tak dapat nak teruskan internship tu. Dia cuba nak berubah haluan kepada pemain Mobile Legends lah masa tu.
Mak saya ni dia jenis anti lah. Dia fikir yang gaming ni buruk untuk dia punya masa depan. Saya cakap dengan mak saya yang Umi, adik ni jenis yang dia boleh pergi jauh. Dia memang power. Dia antara the best in Malaysia. So why not let him try lah.
Kami pun cuba lepaskan tali itu perlahan-lahan. Saya kata tak apalah kalau macam tu. You just proceed with what you think it's best for you.
Okey lah, you pergilah saya kata. Tapi you kena buat betul-betul. Kalau you buat tak betul, kau balik sini.
Saya pun dapatlah keluar daripada kawasan belajar lah. Saya pergi ke Todak. Saya terpaksa menipu lah basically. Saya bagi tahu dekat umi ayah saya yang Todak akan sediakan kontrak. Permulaannya macam mana kita orang dapatkan kontrak is kita orang nak kena lepas that task, iaitu task kita orang kena lepas ataupun dapatkan top 3 lah untuk Todak Fest 2019. Sampailah satu tahap kita orang kalah game yang kedua. So kita confirm bubar lah. But actually benda ni Asia dia cakap dengan saya, aku still nak engkau dalam Todak. So biarlah diorang bubar pun aku nak kau dalam todak. Saya stay dekat gaming house, saya tak pergi mana-mana. Dengan lagi beberapa orang ni, kita orang tak ada makanan kat situ.
Dia pernah telefon saya tak tahu dia tak ada duit ke apa kan. Dia kata dia nak pizza. Saya orderkan dia 2 kotak pizza. Dia makan dengan kawan dia 2 orang, large pizza.
Actually pasal yang kontrak tu, saya bagi tahu diorang selepas beberapa tahun punya cerita. Saya sikit pun tak komplain apa-apa tentang that struggle that I've been through. Saya bagi tahu umi ayah saya waktu dalam kereta, random things. So waktu tu lah saya baru cerita mana datangnya, kenapa tiba-tiba adanya suruh order pizza datang ke rumah. Yang pertama reaction is diorang shock lah dengan apa yang saya dah bagi tahu diorang, sebab diorang tak expect saya akan buat macam tu and saya boleh sampai ke tahap yang macam tu saya boleh buat kan.
Ayah dia sampai menangis. Ayah dia kata tak sangka anak dia susah, dia kata tahu.
Touching sikit lah. So sedih jugalah. Saya dengan family support dia lah.
Sebenarnya semua ibu bapa mahukan yang terbaik untuk anak-anak.
So that is the moment that it hits me hard lah. Kalau saya tak follow my passion, saya habiskan study kulinari apa semua, mungkin saya tak dapat nak banggakan my parents, adik-beradik saya bangga, tak dapat nak wakili Malaysia untuk SEA Games, and saya tak dapat nak pergi tengok pun negara-negara lain like Vietnam, Singapura, Indonesia, Jakarta apa semua kan. So the choice is very unpredictable lah untuk kita buat ya.
Saya harap dia pandai uruskan benda dalam kehidupan dia untuk menjadi seorang player yang betul-betul lah.
Saya sebenarnya sangat berbangga dengan Moon, dengan pencapaian dia bukan saja untuk Moon tetapi juga pasukan teammates dia yang lain.
I want to achieve to win international punya tournament lah. For once, at least for once lah. My things is maybe I nak menang international or dapatkan top 3, top 2 lagi sekali. Baru I rasa puas hati and no need to prove to anyone anymore lah. Yeah. Saya Moon dan ini adalah cerita saya. Saya harap daripada kisah ini dapat memberi makna dan semangat untuk korang terus berjuang. Minat dengan game ni first kali bila abang ada bagi tahu, Dek, jom kita pergi cyber cafe nak. Lepas tu daripada situlah kita orang selalu cakap dengan mak kita orang nak pergi surau lah, kita orang nak pergi sekolah lah, kadang-kadang ada koko ke apa. Tapi kita orang sebenarnya pergi kepada cyber cafe untuk bermain game lah.
Dia keluar rumah macam biasa pakai baju, uniform apa semua, tapi dia tak pergi sekolah. Dia pergi duduk kat sisi.
Dia ponting lah kiranya kan. Dek, ingat tak Dek masa kecil-kecil dulu? Asyik nak pergi terawih je. Rupa-rupanya bukan pergi surau, bukan pergi masjid. Pergi main game kat sisi.
Macam mana boleh kantor yang main tu?
Yang Umi pergi surau.
Oh, Umi pergi surau. Cek kita orang tak ada.
Bila dah dapat tahu, sebab surat datang dekat rumah kan.
Ayah balik and ayah buat apa yang patut lah. Basically rotan ke apa.
Kayu dia pun ada lagi, tahu mana lah tak tahu. Bermula daripada hari itu saya slow down sikit lah.
Actually ayah dia tak tahu kita orang ada laptop tau kat rumah. Bila saya dengar je bunyi motor tu dah bergerak, dah berjalan, time tu lah saya akan turun, saya akan main game sampai dia balik. Waktu tu lah saya akan macam terus shutdown PC apa semua, macam tu lah. Try main senyap-senyap lah. Sama lah antara kita orang 3 beradik pun lalui benda yang sama.
Waktu dia sekolah dulu, dalam masa yang sama dia tolong jugalah bantu.
Saya buat barang, macam barang burger kita orang ada macam secret recipe lah. Kat sos kita tambah apa, kat mayo kita tambah apa. So daripada situ ayah cakap, okay dek, kalau kau tolong ayah kasih kau sehari dalam RM5 macam tu. Dekat sinilah tempat dapat pocket money lah from ayah. Dia ada banyak sisi dulu, ada kat sini, ada yang kat sana, atas sana. So itu antara sisi-sisi yang selalu pergilah.
Dia tolong dia burger, tapi dalam masa yang sama dia akan cari ruang macam mana nak pergi sisi. Tengah malam sampai pagi pun ada juga. Saya tahu. Tapi nak marah pun nak buat macam mana kan.
Bila kita suruh dia buat kerja, dia buat. Jadi kita tak marah dia. Dia tak ada, nantilah, tak ada. Dia okey, dia macam tu. When he was younger, dia agak kelakar orang dia. He likes to tell jokes.
Kita panggil dia Pak Lawa. Selalu buat joke sana, joke sini. Dia happy-happy macam tu lah.
Kan? Dia lahir pun special.
Apa ni?
Dia lahir dalam kereta.
Mana datang? Waktu tu saya dah start macam full time lah with kerja burger. Bila dah lama, Umi ayah pun tanya, dek, kau nak buat apa ni dek? Saya tak tahu nak pergi mana lah. Umi pun bagi idea try lah pergi kulinari kan. Saya jumpa beberapa orang yang membuatkan saya punya motivation tu tak ada. Waktu tu lah saya betul-betul start main ML lah. Saya tengok abang saya Amin tu, dia dah sampai tahap rank yang tertinggi at Mobile Legends. So disebabkan jiwa kompetitif saya ni, saya rasa macam dia tak boleh jadi ni kan. Aku nak kena main juga ni. So dari situ start slow-slow main.
Dia jenis yang penyayang, dia suka kucing.
Ini nama dia Along. Kita orang dulu memang banyak kucing lah, lebih daripada 10 ekor lah. Seronok lah kalau ada kucing kat rumah, dia rasa tenang, rasa happy. Best lah kalau ada diorang. Itu kenapa tu? Tos. Waktu saya tengah intern, ada orang tag saya. Waktu dia cakap, aku nak kau join Todak ni. Ada satu nama tim Todak ni. Waktu tu saya dalam dilema lah. Sebab at that time, saya tengah intern tu, lagi 3 bulan after that, saya dah boleh habis belajar. Dah boleh dapat sijil. And dalam masa yang sama, kalau peluang ni terlepas, dah memang takkan ada dah.
Dia beritahu saya yang dia tak dapat nak teruskan internship tu. Dia cuba nak berubah haluan kepada pemain Mobile Legends lah masa tu.
Mak saya ni dia jenis anti lah. Dia fikir yang gaming ni buruk untuk dia punya masa depan. Saya cakap dengan mak saya yang Umi, adik ni jenis yang dia boleh pergi jauh. Dia memang power. Dia antara the best in Malaysia. So why not let him try lah.
Kami pun cuba lepaskan tali itu perlahan-lahan. Saya kata tak apalah kalau macam tu. You just proceed with what you think it's best for you.
Okey lah, you pergilah saya kata. Tapi you kena buat betul-betul. Kalau you buat tak betul, kau balik sini.
Saya pun dapatlah keluar daripada kawasan belajar lah. Saya pergi ke Todak. Saya terpaksa menipu lah basically. Saya bagi tahu dekat umi ayah saya yang Todak akan sediakan kontrak. Permulaannya macam mana kita orang dapatkan kontrak is kita orang nak kena lepas that task, iaitu task kita orang kena lepas ataupun dapatkan top 3 lah untuk Todak Fest 2019. Sampailah satu tahap kita orang kalah game yang kedua. So kita confirm bubar lah. But actually benda ni Asia dia cakap dengan saya, aku still nak engkau dalam Todak. So biarlah diorang bubar pun aku nak kau dalam Todak. Saya stay dekat gaming house. Saya tak pergi mana-mana. Dengan lagi beberapa orang ni, kita orang tak ada makanan kat situ.
Dia pernah telefon saya tak tahu dia tak ada duit ke apa kan. Dia kata dia nak pizza. Saya orderkan dia 2 kotak pizza. Dia makan dengan kawan dia 2 orang, large pizza.
Actually pasal yang kontrak tu, saya bagi tahu diorang selepas beberapa tahun punya cerita. Saya sikit pun tak komplain apa-apa tentang that struggle that I've been through. Saya bagi tahu umi ayah saya waktu dalam kereta. Random things So waktu tu lah saya baru cerita mana datangnya, kenapa tiba-tiba adanya suruh order pizza datang ke rumah. Yang pertama reaction is diorang shock lah dengan apa yang saya dah bagi tahu diorang, sebab diorang tak expect saya akan buat macam tu, and saya boleh sampai ke tahap yang macam tu saya boleh buat kan.
Ayah dia sampai menangis. Ayah dia kata tak sangka anak dia susah, dia kata tahu.
Touching sikit lah. So sedih jugalah. Saya dengan family support dia lah.
Sebenarnya semua ibu bapa mahukan yang terbaik untuk anak-anak.
So that is the moment that it hits me hard lah. Kalau saya tak follow my passion, saya habiskan study kulinari apa semua, mungkin saya tak dapat nak banggakan my parents, adik-beradik saya bangga, tak dapat nak wakili Malaysia untuk SEA Games, and saya tak dapat nak pergi tengok pun negara-negara lain like Vietnam, Singapura, Indonesia, Jakarta apa semua kan. So the choice is very unpredictable lah untuk kita buat ya.
Saya harap dia pandai uruskan benda dalam kehidupan dia untuk menjadi seorang player yang betul-betul lah.
Saya sebenarnya sangat berbangga dengan Moon, dengan pencapaian dia bukan saja untuk Moon tetapi juga pasukan teammates dia yang lain.
I want to achieve to win international punya tournament lah. For once, at least for once lah. My things is maybe I nak menang international or dapatkan top 3, top 2 lagi sekali. Baru I rasa puas hati and no need to prove to anyone anymore lah. Yeah. Saya Moon dan ini adalah cerita saya. Saya harap daripada kisah ini dapat memberi makna dan semangat untuk korang terus berjuang. Minat dengan game ni first kali bila abang ada bagi tahu, Dek, jom kita pergi cyber cafe nak. Lepas tu daripada situlah kita orang selalu cakap dengan mak kita orang nak pergi surau lah, kita orang nak pergi sekolah lah, kadang-kadang ada koko ke apa. Tapi kita orang sebenarnya pergi kepada cyber cafe untuk bermain game lah.
Dia keluar rumah macam biasa pakai baju, uniform apa semua, tapi dia tak pergi sekolah. Dia pergi duduk kat sisi.
Dia ponting lah kiranya kan. Dek, ingat tak Dek masa kecil-kecil dulu? Asyik nak pergi terawih je. Rupa-rupanya bukan pergi surau, bukan pergi masjid. Pergi main game kat sisi.
Macam mana boleh kantor yang mana tu? Yang Umi pergi surau. Oh, Umi pergi surau. Cek kita orang tak ada.
Bila dah dapat tahu, sebab surat datang dekat rumah kan.
Ayah balik and ayah buat apa yang patut lah. Basically rotan ke apa.
Kayu dia pun ada lagi, tahu mana lah tak tahu. Bermula daripada hari itu saya slow down sikit lah.
Actually ayah dia tak tahu kita orang ada laptop tau kat rumah. Bila saya dengar je bunyi motor tu dah bergerak, dah berjalan, time tu lah saya akan turun, saya akan main game sampai dia balik. Waktu tu lah saya akan macam terus shutdown PC apa semua, macam tu lah. Try main senyap-senyap lah. Sama lah antara kita orang 3 beradik pun lalui benda yang sama.
Waktu dia sekolah dulu, dalam masa yang sama dia tolong jugalah bantu.
Saya buat barang, macam barang burger kita orang ada macam secret recipe lah. Kat sos kita tambah apa, kat mayo kita tambah apa. So daripada situ ayah cakap, okay Dek, kalau kau tolong ayah kasih kau sehari dalam RM5 macam tu. Dekat sinilah tempat dapat pocket money lah from ayah. Dia ada banyak sisi dulu, ada kat sini, ada yang kat sana, atas sana. So itu antara sisi-sisi yang selalu pergilah.
Dia tolong dia burger, tapi dalam masa yang sama dia akan cari ruang macam mana nak pergi sisi. Tengah malam sampai pagi pun ada juga. Saya tahu. Tapi nak marah pun nak buat macam mana kan.
Bila kita suruh dia buat kerja, dia buat. Jadi kita tak marah dia. Dia tak ada nantilah, tak ada. Dia okey, dia macam tu. When he was younger, dia agak kelakar orang dia. He likes to tell jokes.
Kita panggil dia Pak Lawa. Selalu buat joke sana, joke sini. Dia happy-happy macam tu lah.
Kan?
Dia lahir pun special.
Apa tiba ni?
Dia lahir dalam kereta.
Mana datang? Waktu tu saya dah start macam full time lah with kerja burger. Bila dah lama, Umi ayah pun tanya, "Dek, korang buat apa ni, Dek?" Saya tak tahu nak pergi mana lah. Umi pun bagi idea try lah pergi kulinari kan. Saya jumpa beberapa orang yang membuatkan saya punya motivation tu tak ada. Waktu tu lah saya betul-betul start main ML lah. Saya tengok abang saya Amin tu, dia dah sampai tahap rank yang tertinggi at Mobile Legends. So disebabkan jiwa kompetitif saya ni, saya rasa macam dia tak boleh jadi ni kan. Aku nak kena main juga ni. So dari situ start slow-slow main.
Dia jenis yang penyayang, dia suka kucing.
Ini nama dia Along. Kita orang dulu memang banyak kucing lah, lebih daripada 10 ekor lah. Seronok lah kalau ada kucing kat rumah, dia rasa tenang, rasa happy. Best lah kalau ada diorang. Tu kenapa tu? Tos. Waktu saya tengah intern, ada orang tag saya. Waktu dia cakap, aku nak kau join Todak ni. Ada satu nama tim Todak ni. Waktu tu saya dalam dilema lah. Sebab at that time, saya tengah intern tu, lagi 3 bulan after that, saya dah boleh habis belajar. Dah boleh dapat sijil. And dalam masa yang sama, kalau peluang ni terlepas, dah memang takkan ada dah.
Dia beritahu saya yang dia tak dapat nak teruskan internship tu. Dia cuba nak berubah haluan kepada pemain Mobile Legends lah masa tu.
Mak saya ni dia jenis anti lah. Dia fikir yang gaming ni buruk untuk dia punya masa depan. Saya cakap dengan mak saya yang Umi, adik ni jenis yang dia boleh pergi jauh. Dia memang power. Dia antara the best in Malaysia. So why not let him try lah.
Kami pun cuba lepaskan tali itu perlahan-lahan. Saya kata tak apalah kalau macam tu. You just proceed with what you think it's best for you.
Okey lah, you pergilah saya kata. Tapi you kena buat betul-betul. Kalau you buat tak betul, kau balik sini.
Saya pun dapatlah keluar daripada kawasan belajar lah. Saya pergi ke Todak. Saya terpaksa menipu lah basically. Saya bagi tahu dekat umi ayah saya yang Todak akan sediakan kontrak. Permulaannya macam mana kita orang dapatkan kontrak is kita orang nak kena lepas that task, iaitu task kita orang kena lepas ataupun dapatkan top 3 lah untuk Todak Fest 2019. Sampailah satu tahap kita orang kalah game yang kedua. So kita confirm bubar lah. But actually benda ni Asia dia cakap dengan saya, aku still nak engkau dalam Todak. So biarlah diorang bubar pun aku nak kau dalam Todak. Saya stay dekat gaming house. Saya tak pergi mana-mana. Dengan lagi beberapa orang ni, kita orang tak ada makanan kat situ.
Dia pernah telefon saya tak tahu dia tak ada duit ke apa kan. Dia kata dia nak pizza. Saya orderkan dia 2 kotak pizza. Dia makan dengan kawan dia 2 orang, large pizza.
Actually pasal yang kontrak tu, saya bagi tahu diorang selepas beberapa tahun punya cerita. Saya sikit pun tak komplain apa-apa tentang that struggle that I've been through.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals Group Stage Day 3. This could be the final game of this best of 3 between AP BREN and Aura Fire, because man, game number 1 was a walkover for AP BREN, and they are here with us. My name is Husky, and of course I have Sir Cloud with me.
Yeah, and I have some updated news as well based on the grouping, because some games are played simultaneously with the game that we're watching right here on stream chilling. Unfortunately for Aura Fire, even though if they win this series, they would have enough points to move on to the next round. So because all the other series, while we were at break, Onyx winning 1-0, BTR winning 1-0 as well against their opponent. So basically all the top 3 teams, they have won. So they have created that gap.
Oh yeah, and I think it's very, very unlucky for Aura Fire, right? Because they needed to have a perfect series, and that means they're not even dropping a single game. And unfortunately, like you said, that one loss kind of sealed their fate in the group stage. So it's fair to say that we are going to have all 3 Philippine teams in the top 6. But you know, either way, for Aura Fire, as much as the journey has ended, I think you got to put that at the back of your mind first, and actually put it away from your mind and actually focus on the task at hand, right? Because there is still a series to be played. Perhaps that if you want to go out, you want to go out with a bang. You know, leave a mark on AP BREN before your exit.
Yeah, this is a playing for pride moment for them. So a little bit of a recap of whatever happened earlier on. So in game number 1, we saw that they have no answer to the Uranus. That's the one that they have no answer to the Joy, who was running around rampant and able to going on to the backline. They depended a lot on the Claude to dish out a lot of damage, which is Kabuki. But unfortunately, the moment Kabuki was taken out towards the end, the door is wide open for AP BREN to finish up the job.
Yeah, and I think, you know, overall for Aura Fire, you know, Kabuki, him and Sin, they were kind of like the biggest damage dealers in game number 1, right? You know, a lot of these output, a lot of these team fights really comes down to whether Kabuki can get to the back, get that blazing duet going, whether Sin can get some snipes with the Feather Airstrike. It's just when you have a Joy who has an Angela attached to it, running at you, it becomes infinitely harder. So hopefully Aura Fire is going to adjust to that a little bit. I don't know if you are looking to ban the Angela or you just ban out the Joy completely to kind of remove the threat. I feel like the Joy also is an important hero to consider.
Yeah, so there needs to be a big rework on Aura Fire's draft. But speaking about the draft, we're going to head straight on to it. So this time, we see the Joy being banned out. No surprises. They had no answer to that. They banned out High Mobility League as well. They banned out the chunky one, Franco for AP BREN, and as well as Paquito. So now the Joy is out. Fedrin is still open, some of the early picks, and some of the top majors are open as well. The Yves as well as the Valentina could be one of the early picks.
Yeah, and you see, I mean, for the side of AP BREN, right, it's very straightforward. Brand Franco means that we don't want anyone to lock down the Joy, and Aura Fire, very, very good response. They just take out the Joy, so we're going to see AP BREN probably in going for a different approach. They did ban the Fanny as the 3rd hero in the first phase, and they're going to do it again. Fanny banned out, still opens up for the Novara if they ever want to go back to basics.
So with the Fanny out, at least one mobility that they don't need to worry. Actually 3 now, so 3 mobilities. But if you talk about the topic of mobility, the Lancelot is still open. We have not seen much of a Lancelot in this tournament. We could probably see a couple, but not that many. But one of the popular ones, so Fedrin is still in. Other than that, if you want to ban out the Marksman, may not be in this phase. But yeah, so I'm reminded again, the Angela now is starting to come into popularity. So now that Aura Fire is banned out, we won't be seeing it in use.
Yeah, the Valentina slips through, right? And you know, we haven't been able to see Valentina for quite a long time. So AP BREN basically getting a steal with that mid laner. And for Aura Fire, they're going to go back to the standard opening, the Fredrin and the Claude.
Yeah, basically they ban out whoever that have learned from the previous round. Both Angela as well as Joy was against them. Uranus will be an interesting one as well, considering that their first 2 picks, at least for Aura Fire, is not accounted to Uranus. But if they would have learned anything from the previous round, if you have an Uranus on the other side and you have not banned the Dairoth, or the carry, then it's still open to be counted.
Yeah, and I think, for the side of AP BREN, they're gonna get even more AoE. Look at that, the Terizla and the Minotaur. I mean, have fun trying to fight into them, right? With all these crazy crowd controls. I say that Valentina is a steal on the side of AP BREN. You can say the same for Aura Fire. They do get themselves the Eve, but when you are a Valentina, you can also become the Eve if you want to.
Yeah, now with the Yi pickup, so that means the Valentina will definitely have the real world manipulation in hand. So can you imagine this? Like penalty zone and going in, and then you have the Minoan going in, and then you follow it up by a real world manipulation. It's just all out AoE. Team fight seems to be the name of the game for AP BREN this time.
Yeah, it definitely feels so, right? Now for Aura Fire, what else? I think they have a lot of things that they need to kind of consider. In this case, we are seeing the Hayabusa ban out on the side of AP BREN. They're gonna take out the Novaria as well, so they are worried that it might be a potential Novaria roam on the side of Aura Fire. I believe that was it MPL Indonesia, but Yim has been put in the roam role before. That could be a possibility, but sometimes I think it was Jace who said that Yves got relegated because the Novaria was farming so much as a roam. But overall, you want to eliminate the presence of these snipes and vision this intel gatherer for the side of Aura Fire.
In fact, Jums from Tora did the Yves roam during a PR Malaysia too. So it's doable. It's unusual, but it's doable somehow. And they won that game, by the way. So I don't know if we'll see that. I think if we do see that here, it's going to be mind-blowing for me. I don't think we'll see that. I think they will pick a chunky one, because right now their 3 picks are not chunky for Aura Fire. So they could go for like a Grok or maybe even like a Kaja again. But the Grok would be the good one. At least they need a chunky frontliner.
Yeah, and at the same time, right, because Aura Fire revealed the Claw so early, AP BREN, they are not concerned about tank strengths, right? You can see that they instantly locked in 2 beefy frontliners with the Terizla and the Minotaur, and not having to think about what if there's a Leslie, what if there's a carry that just stressed to our health bar. So this is going to be an XP lane Fredrin as the Lancelot gets locked in for Van.
Ooh, okay, the Uranus is taken out, and finally some level of mobility for Aura Fire. So at least something for them to deal with the Valentina, able to go onto the backline, just skipping by the Terizla and also the Minotaur and just ignoring them going all the way back, because they also still need to deal with the marksman. And I think they're going to pick a Beatrix, yeah. Because why Beatrix is great? Because Beatrix also has good AoE damage at once. So you can see all of, so far the picks from AP BREN is all set up for team fights.
Yeah, and there's a Lancelot, sure, but how do you get to the back, right? We're still waiting for a jungler on the side of AP BREN. It's going to be a Martis as well, so big beefy frontline, massive disruption on their end. I mean, Aura Fire, they have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, at some point we're going to see like AP BREN just going around as a 5, trying to take fights, trying to catch like 2, 3 at once. This is going to be a massacre that they're planning out to take down their opponent, Aura Fire. And now Aura Fire, the last pick, definitely going to be a chunky one. A Grok is still available. I heard the sound, so I guess we're no longer guessing, but no chunky one. Interestingly, Kadida likely to play as a roam. So everyone's pretty soft. They're going to hope for the Fedrin to really tank out most of the damage then.
Yeah, going for the one shots, right? And there are some very good rolling potentials to kind of open up the map a little bit. We talked about needing to get to the back, needing to get straight to Super Marco. The Kadida is one of those better options where you do have means to keep Super Marco in place if you reach that. But I still think it's a tall task for Aura Fire, right? This game, there are not many stakes left. They are not going to make it to top 3, but still, a win would be nice. Taking one game off of AP BREN would be nice.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Kadita pick. I know the idea of the one shot is great, but you have a lot of chunkiness on AP BREN. So it's going to be hard for them to target. the best target is definitely going to be the Valentina or the Beatrix, but Valentina is going to be staying far, far away. The Beatrix will naturally stay far away as well. So with the three strong frontliners, beefy front, it's going to be hard for them to reach the backline even.
There it is, game number 2 of AP BREN against Aura Fire. Could be the very last game in the series for Group C, at least for Stream C. Kautizi and Van, two decorated junglers, but Kautizi has definitely had a much better game in game 1. You can say the same for the gold lane as well, Kabuki and Super Marco, where Super Marco just had a very dominant game number 1.
Yeah, Super Marco, a perfect game for him. No kills on him. So it was great. He could probably do that again now that he has great protection in front. So gotta keep an eye on that. But Onward goes in onto bat, but it's still early. Everyone's still level 1, level 2, not having enough of those skills yet to get that first split.
There's a lot of contests on this river at least. They want to keep the Lancelot safe as much as possible, but BREN, once more, this is what they love to do. A bit of disrespect, a bit of dominance, high, forced away already. Orange buff under contention. This Baptiste will not be able to pose much of a nuisance as Van still secures the buff with the help of his team. But you can see that AP BREN, the idea, right, just to interrupt the jungle pathing as much as possible.
Ooh, lots of assassin as well as fighter type emblems for AP BREN. No one's going in for like tankiness emblems, so that means they're going to take more fights just like now.
And First Blood instantly going over to the side of AP BREN. That won't be taken by Oakwood. The Decimate will be there by Kautizi, as he was able to take down his counterpart. Van drops. Not the start you want as Aura Fire.
Yeah, team fights is the name of the game for AP BREN here, and they're not leaving this lane just yet. Kabuki has no space to farm as he needs to back out. At the same time, the total is up, and Kimura is starting it though, but we can expect a rotation coming for AP BREN to go up to deny it.
Yeah, absolutely. You see High also getting out-traded in the middle lane, right? Again, there's just a roamer for the side of Aura Fire. They really are looking at Sin to be able to do something in these team fights. You gotta make sure that you don't have your RWM stolen by few as well. Total will get resetted. AP BREN, they're not in a rush to get the objective as Van once more having his cam stolen underneath his nose. It's gonna be a tough one for Aura Fire to contest this.
Kimura has arrived. He will be at the forefront because he's the tankiest of them all. But even so, there's only so much that he can do, especially try to protect the backline. And now Van being chased away by Flapdeezy, while Kautizi happily takes away the turtle.
Nothing that Van can do, right? You get hit by the penalty zone, instantly you're tethered to a very restricted spot. So Aura Fire, they're gonna lose that objective and still trying to find certain openings, right? And I think there's a lot of responsibility for High and Van to really get the ball rolling. But AP BREN, they are just playing together as a unit, and it's very hard to get these individual pickoffs for Aura Fire.
Yeah, and that's part of the idea of AP BREN, right? It's like move as a unit, try to get team fights, and as long as they can do that, Aura Fire, pick up players like High, will have a very difficult time to do his one-shot. So the only way that he can do his one-shot is, I don't know, try to get lucky that someone's left alone at the lane, I guess?
Yeah, that could be the approach, right? But for Aura Fire, I think that you, as much as this game is slowing down, because you are running a Claude, so it is okay for the game to slow down a little bit. You want this Claude to be able to farm up, get 2 to 3 items before he really starts to become effective. But at the same time, you also want to make sure that Van doesn't get invaded as much and doesn't have any extra pressure put onto him. He's already one full level behind Kautizi, and it's only going to get worse because that means you are always going to lose out in retribution fights. You're always going to lose out in objective contests.
Okay, Ong went down to 50% health, but no worries. He can just swap in, swap out with his teammates. Flat easy, yep, not going to be an issue. He can evade that as well. And just look at the chunkiness that they have. At this level, early stage, is still not going to be enough damage for Aura Fire to pick out anyone one-on-one. Super Marco even. Oh, the follow-up beautifully rotated by AP BREN. They have this all part of the plan.
Yeah, so tough for Kabuki to deal with. Right? We are in a losing matchup against Super Marco. and your entire team was drawn to the other side of the map. So AP BREN, they was like, wow, it's a free kill down bot, we're gonna take it. Turtle now spawning as Aura Fire, they're gonna catch a fight in the jungle. Kautizi actually dropping low, but unfortunately High ends up going down. They go for one trade. Kimura though, caught in a rough spot, finished off by Super Marco as the Turtle now down to less than half health. Kautizi keeping Sin in place, the penalty zone, and RWM used by few as well. Van will take the Turtle away, but Sin is on the run. Baptiste looking for him. Sin most likely will go down. Van surely will. 2 kills for AP BREN.
You know, it's like that meme, right? It's like, you got the turtle, but at what cost? That is exactly what happened to Van. He got it, but ooh, he loses teammates. High could be the next one as well.
Just absolutely shoved away from this mid-tier 1, and this is a big problem for Aura Fire. You lost the mid-tier 1 under 6 minutes. The jungle is now going to be a free-for-all, and this Lancelot is not going to have a good time at all. You're going to lose your objectives. All the buffs will start to be invaded by AP BREN. Aura Fire, they gotta somehow come up with a contingency plan, right? You're looking to somehow try to trade that mid-tier 1 if possible, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, and speaking about trades now, if Owen knows that High is there, he'll definitely try to go in for it. But Kabuki is there as well to guard him. More like Owen guarding Kabuki at this point. Looking at the movement of BREN, right? Every day talk about like, okay, Aura Fire, if they want to get pickoffs, they need to get lucky to find someone all alone. BREN, nobody is alone if you think about it.
It's, again, right, you can see AP BREN, they're putting so much pressure onto Kabuki. I mean, sure, High is there, but I do not feel like High can protect Kabuki himself. He's going to try to go for a cheeky. One shot gets interrupted by Kautizi. AP BREN came prepared, and with High down, this turret is gone. I don't think Aura Fire can hold this for long. They'll be able to stave off the wave just for a while, but Aura Fire once more, right? They bring 3 members up top. Van is going to farm bot and try to catch up. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and Kautizi is just roaming behind, so he's giving information to his teammates as well as to how many people from Aura Fire are there. Kimura on the other side, Owen catches him, so he's going to stop him there, but at the same time, Super Marco definitely secures the turret as like what you mentioned, and now they're fully focused on the bottom lane instead.
Turtle spawned, third one, the third and final one of this game. Baptiste once more, looking to isolate Van, making sure he doesn't get in, but penalty zone will miss. So Van will be part of this contest. Kautizi though in a fight, trying to take down Van, but it ends up getting destroyed by High. Lovely rough waves to get the kill, and that means that now AP BREN has lost their bargaining chip. Kabuki also takes down the mid-tier 1. That is exactly what you want to do if you are Aura Fire.
Yeah, but Aura Fire loses the real-world manipulation. Now that they don't have it, AP BREN can go in. As of now, Van will manage to secure the objective.
And lovely stuff, honestly. I mean, for the stuff of Aura Fire, Van gets the turtle. They even, they didn't lose too much, in fact, in the interaction. So overall, Aura Fire, they open up the middle lane. Kabuki gets a ton of farm in the meantime. They get the objective.
Okay, High is alone. Tries to get away with the rough waves. But Super Marco will be there. Okay, here we go. High will be okay.
Not even want to take any risk at all. Kabuki just showing up at bottom side as well. He's gonna always have either High or Sin with it, right? And in this case, this is not as ideal. Both your cores in the same lane. You're gonna share a bit of resources. It does relegate Kimura to this pseudo roamer role, right? Because he doesn't really have much space to farm anymore. All the tier 1s have gone down. Van is going to be cutting the wave. Kabuki will be doing the same in the side lane. And Kimura, he's just left to kind of be that tank that opens up the map because High can't really do it on a Kadita.
Oh, and look at the items. Aura Fire don't have the items yet to deal with Flapdizi, especially with this HP regeneration, able to go up easily. But now Van could be caught out here. Everyone's around him.
And should be able to get away, no problem. Kautizi taking off some damage in the middle lane. Very, very careful, right? Aura Fire, just a measly 1,000 net worth deficit. Definitely not a lead that they can't overcome. Purple buff under contest, but Aura Fire won't be able to do anything. So AP BREN secures it.
Yeah, Kimura can go in. I mean, you have the penalty zone, you have the minimum fury waiting for him, so he's gonna let that go. It's not gonna be worth it just for a purple buff, but Kabuki takes advantage of the roaming done by AP BREN as a group, and now opening up the bottom lane instead, considering that he knows that the Lord will be taken by AP BREN.
Yeah, you gotta love it that Kabuki is able to find the space to get farmed in, but now this is where it gets very, very dicey. Aura Fire needs to take this Lord. The contest is very crucial. Flapteezy losing a big chunk of his health. Penalty zone use. Kabuki able to get away with the BMI. Kimura losing half his health. Lovely appraisal scrap to regain someone that lost HP. High looking for a flank. Flapteezy has found him. They're gonna try and blow up Flapteezy, but unfortunately the damage is just not enough. Phantom Execution used by Van as well. Open keeping everyone on his team topped up with the Minotaur kill.
Yeah, even the rough waves, not enough damage. And AP BREN is able to tank that, and now without the rough waves, they can go in. They know that one skill is out, but the real world manipulation is still there.
Watch out, Kabuki is gonna be the hero. Open closer to Minoran Rage. Not much of a knockup. Sindo, he's gonna get sniped by Super Marco, and Phil will go in for the finisher, and suddenly everything goes haywire for Aura Fire as AP BREN with a pincer maneuver catches them off guard, left, right, and center. 3 dead for Aura Fire, and they only got Phil, which is a small price to pay for AP BREN. They get the Lord.
Oh, I really like how AP BREN waited for the real world manipulation. The moment it's popped out, they go in and they take out Sin. Sin didn't have much life anyway that time, so there's no way he could tank out anything. Just like one shot, and he's gone. Real world manipulation had no effect onto AP BREN.
Absolutely zero, right? And you gotta really commend Super Marco. He got that snipe that brought Sin down low and triggered AP BREN, gives them a great green light to go for the contest, because Sin going down basically means that Aura Fire will lose a lot of that control, a lot of that the utility in these team fights. Meanwhile, bottom end, Kabuki gonna solo kill Few as the Lord gets taken care of in the top side. So Kabuki doing massive work. Unfortunately, he's gonna be traded back by Kautizi.
Yeah, I mean a Kabuki, a Claude versus a Valentina 1v1. You would expect a Claude to win that fight. But the follow-up after that is where he loses. So with that loss, this opens up the bottom lane. The turret will definitely be taken out. Kautizi will be there. Kimura and Sin, nothing much you can do except just becoming a spectator at the bottom.
All things considered, right? AP BREN are just 2,000. They were just shy of 3,000 net worth lead. It is still fairly close, honestly. Again, Kabuki, we say that he is the guy in game 1 that is gonna save the team. Like, we need Kabuki to come online. We need him in these fights to make heroic plays, and we have seen that he's able to do so. But the rest of the team, they gotta be able to back him up.
Well, at least this time, they will be overly dependent on Kabuki. If they don't have Kabuki, they still have Van. They can dish out the damage. Because going in for Assassin Emblem, so expect him to build a little bit more damage and not going for the tanks a lot instead. So with that being said, at least they have a backup in case Kabuki goes down, or vice versa. If Van goes down, Kabuki is there to still dish out the damage.
You can see Kautizi as well. Easily hops over the wall. I mean, Van will try to clear the wave as much as he can, right? Just making sure that at least one of the waves is going to be shoved in favor of Aura Fire, but even then, they don't really have the best means of rotating. I mean, look at this. Kabuki playing with fire, literally. Van does see this rotation. Super Marco is going to be the target. Van knows that he can't win this. Meanwhile, High just shredded by Phil and Flapteezy.
He couldn't. He wasn't able to even pull off anything from there. Rough wave, still not used. Goes down just like that, giving the kill away to AP BREN. And now Kautizi, although they see he's alone, but he's actually not. Flapteezy has arrived and they just need information where Sin will be at. Sin is way behind, just keeping himself safe right now because he knows that the Lord will be the next contest.
14 minutes in, AP BREN slowly but surely winning down the Lord a little bit. Van has to be very careful with Flapteezy zoning him out. Don't want to get hit by the penalty zone, that's for sure. Kimura also shows up to the battlefront. Kabuki able to secure the orange buff for himself. And once more, look at Super Marco. Unthinkable position.
Okay, Elgren. I don't think they know that Elgren is there though. So Minoan Fury can come out. Okay, here he goes. Ogren reveals himself so he knows that he's in the bush. But anytime soon, the Minoan Fury will come out. They can combo in this fight.
And High is coming from back as well. Real manipulation, start things off. Van waiting for the safety. High goes in. Can't get it done again. He interrupted before he got anything off. Aura Fire needs the lore and he can't get it. It's awkward to secure the objective of all people. The Mad Cow giving AP BREN the breath of life that they need. 2 kills for AP BREN and Aura Fire, they are sent packing.
Great idea from High to go for the back line. I know he wants to do the one shot, rough ways onto the back, onto Few, but Few sidestep away the moment he notices that he is on the way. What a great mechanical move that's shown by him. And with that, they managed to win the fight, and now the counter is coming from AP BREN to take down the turrets.
Yeah, absolute, disaster for Aura Fire, right? High, not the first time he got interrupted trying to pull out the full combo, but AP BREN are so aware. Top inhibitor down, bottom inhibitor under siege, and it's just Kimura trying to defend the structure. It is not doable. AP BREN will break both side lanes, and Aura Fire in the same position that they were in the previous game. Kabuki doing work on both side lanes with the better mirror image, trying to take everything into his own hands, gets sniped from afar, losing most of his health bar. Aura Fire trapped in their base.
Ooh, now this is the moment where Aura Fire, how are you going to come out, all right? Even if we look at item differentiation, okay, first, gold difference is about 7k towards AP BREN. They pretty much have everything in the bag right now. Maybe just about like one item for some of the heroes, but that's about it. But for Aura Fire, look at how far High is. He's like 3 items away to completion, so that's the big difference.
Look at this. Look at AP BREN, right? Almost 7,000 net worth advantage. 2 lores in hand. The third one spawning in just 70 seconds at the bottom side. We talk about how Kimura is relegated to a role where he's just looking to be a tank, right? Looking to open up the map, because we see every time Highs try to do that, he gets destroyed by AP BREN. So Kimura, his hands are tied, that's for sure.
Yeah, he went for full tank items. So he's expected to be the target man. And with BREN knowing that, obviously, they'll be like, okay, when you see him, it's just like, just tickle him, but don't go full on engage with him. Yes, a Paladin is naturally tanky enough, but you can, of course, go different kind of builds by Kimura. There's no other choice except for Kimura being the only tank for them.
What is the way for Aura Fire to come back into this claw? I mean, we say that Kabuki is the win con at this point. Even at the damage leaderboard, right? Kabuki is the only one who is reliably dishing out damage. But we saw what happened in game 1. He couldn't do it on his own.
Yeah, in fact, he's the top damage dealer amongst all. But yeah, like what you say, right? If he gets taken out, like what we saw in game 1, that's it. Game over. Unless Van will be the second one. But if you look at the damage output, Van is not dealing as much damage as Aura Fire would have hoped for. So with that kind of track record, unless he can scale towards the later stage of the game, then great. But if not, if it's still down to Kabuki, then it's going to be the same story again for AP BREN.
The lore used already, and Van did find Flap TZ in the brush. Kao TZ slowly working on the lore also. Kabuki's going to show up early.
Okay, here we go. The dance, ladies and gentlemen. Kao TZ really starting it up, and he knows he can because RFI is now in the deficit. They know that they can't go in because they will be worried about the whole team fight thingy. Oh, look at the damage. 60% health shredded onto Kabuki just like that.
Yeah, Kabuki's going to heal up with the minion wave. Does have the Demon Hunter sword, so it's back to full health, back to a healthy state. High. I feel like he has to be the one to find that flank, right? But it's easier said than done, Kabuki! Holy!
Look at this. Not even Kimura is brave enough to go in, like sending Kabuki to poke a bit. There was a little bit of a risk that Kabuki would have been caught out. But speaking about getting caught, Flaptizi, nope, he's tanky enough still. He is a Terizla. So if this goes on, then for sure AP BREN can secure the Lord. But Aurafire is just waiting for the right moment still. 40% health left on the Lord. They won't go in anytime soon.
Cloud, look at the top wave though. It is stacking up. They got it. Aurafire, that force back. it was on a plan, right? AP BREN, they are just waiting for that wave to stack up. And Aura Fire would have to make a decision, and guess who is going to handle that wave? It's Kabuki. He's not going to be around for this fight. I mean, Van has to pull off a heroic play. He has to get this Lord to even keep the game intact. They're going to go straight to the back. Kimura, they found him! Super Marco bursted by high! Aura Fire needed that, and feel under danger. Van pounces onto him, and he goes down as well. There's 2 dead for AP BREN. This is the fight that Aura Fire has been looking for. And AP BREN completely caught off guard. This Lord now is in control by Aura Fire.
They were so focused on the Lord that they forgot that, oh, someone's going to sneak up behind to pull that one shot, the rough waves onto Super Marco. And the moment they got the target, this is it. Aura Fire is back on track. And the decision to set Kabuki up, well, looks like it was a bait for AP BREN.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kabuki shows up top, and you see this concealed play from High and Kimura somehow reading Super Marco. And AP BREN, they have lost all the lead that they previously garnered for themselves. Aura Fire, they're back in the game, and this is a Luminous Lord. It's the 3rd one of the game, and it's AP BREN's turn to play base defense.
Ooh, okay, not the position that you want to be in, playing the defensive role. But anyway, the members of AP BREN, they are now up and running again. But for Aura Fire, on the other hand, they'll be waiting for the Lord to arrive before they push in. But this will be the big question. How are they going to push in? When they get funneled at the doorstep of the base, that is where AP BREN can work strongest, because they got all the team fight skills.
I feel like you just have to get one more one-shot onto Super Marco, right? That's his only death so far in this game. But if Aura Fire can blow him up one more time, this game is going to end right then and there. Lord coming in the bottom. That bottom inhibitor is going to go down instantly. Nothing much that AP BREN could do to defend it. Super Marco has to be the hero. Van straight to the back. Super Marco still staying alive. Will have to return to the fountain to queue up. Meanwhile, the RWM will be used with Immortality powered by Cow TZ. Big penalty zones to the back by Flap TZ. Super Marco needs to go absolutely huge, but it's not doable as Flap TZ falls. Super Marco nowhere to be seen. Not finding a safe way to do out the damage. Van straight to the back. They got open with the Immortality, but Kabuki is going to show up with the Wisdom of Nature, but shredded by Super Marco as he guns him down. And Super Marco flickers forward. Super Marco with 3 in a row. And Aura Fire overstepped. AP BREN punishes them.
Say it again. Say his name again. Super Marco. Super performance there. Sidestepping. All the skills. Sidestepping. Everything trying by Aura Fire to be thrown at him. And he survives, and with that, he's able to dish out that amount of damage. Look at this against a team fight as what we expected. All the skills thrown in at one area when Aura Fire is funneled into the base. But look at the distance for Super Marco. It's just sidestepping everything while dishing out the damage to defend the base for their team.
And they just got high as well. Super Marco has the Immortality. Sin is going to get knocked back. Gets rid of Super Marco. Decimate on top of him. Goes into the Winter Trunket, but he's going to come out and face the wrath of AP BREN. And just like that, Cloud, in the blink of an eye, AP BREN, they are in the driver's seat. Aura Fire only has 3 members to defend this. Sin and High out for more than half a minute. They gotta wait 30 seconds for Hive to come back. Almost 40 plus seconds for Sin to return. And AP BREN, they're gonna split all 3 lanes. The middle inhibitor under fire. Kabuki, can you hold on? Van straight to the back, looking for Super Marco, but he's gonna get shredded very quickly. Super Marco just stands his ground, and there's nothing that Aura Fire could do. But Super Marco, he's not done just yet. Kao TC with a decimate, gets to the Kimura. Super Marco finds a double. Super Marco looking for Kabuki. Kabuki is gonna fall, and Aura Fire, they burn to ashes as AP BREN completely extinguished their flames. It's a 2-0 to close out their group stage.
Super Marco towards the end became the hero for AP BREN in the defense against the incoming Aura Fire. It was all part of the plan, ladies and gentlemen. Lock them in when they funnel into the door and allow them to force them to use every skill in that box. The moment they don't have any more skills, they try to go in for the background to Super Marco, but Super Marco steps away. Shoot it back onto Aura Fire, taking them down 1 by 1. What a game this was.
What a game it was indeed. I mean, Aura Fire, big props to them, right? They had that glimmer of hope. In fact, they were the Super Marco's one death could have pushed us to a game 3, right? Aura Fire, they planned everything. They set it up. I know they had to fight against the odds. Top Wave was pushing in. AP BREN pulling them, apart with their setup. They find Super Marco, they get the Lord, they push into the base, but Super Marco just would not say die. Single-handedly saved the base and won the game for his team. I mean, if anyone who is watching still doesn't think that Super Marco is one of the best marksmen we have, oh boy, it's time to really pay him some respect.
Yes, I do hope that we get to interview him later on, so we get to pick his brains on how he feels towards that end when it was a really nervy end for them, because the pickup onto him that gave hope to RFI to almost finish out the game, but lucky enough they have the turret still that bought them enough time so that they won't be pushing, like just ended the game just like that. And there was enough time for Super Marco to revive, and everything was just history.
Yeah, Superman of AP BREN. Let's take a look at the post-game statistics, because this one is, I would say, right, AP BREN, sure, when you look at the numbers, 22-9, it felt like they absolutely ran over Aura Fire, but a lot of these kills are from the early game, right? You look at the net worth difference, it's less than 2,000 for the entire game, or at least for most of the game. Aura Fire came within touching distance at one point, but they just could not touch Super Marco.
Yeah, I think there was only that one time where they Aura Fire overtook AP BREN in terms of net worth. But other than that, it was all AP BREN all the way. I mean, items, everyone maxed out. Looking at it, Kimura expected going in for full tag because there's no other option. One of the items, I believe Sin, his immortality was bought like just before he was about to be killed at some point. So that was a last minute buy there by him. And I believe at some point as well, Van had immortality, but I think he resold that again towards the end when he knows that the immortality has been used up so that he can get more damage.
Yeah, and look at this game, just one of the best ways to close out the group stage for Group B, at least for these two teams. I think AP BREN, they have found their resolution, right? Qualifying into top 6 with a 4-1 score in terms of series, only dropping to Bigatron Alpha earlier today. But for Aura Fire, it is definitely a rough defeat that they can kind of take back as, as something that they can refer to down the road. But I think, for Aura Fire fans, you have to really still commend them, right? They put up a fantastic fight against a beast like AP BREN.
It was. I wouldn't say that it's a total one-sided. Maybe at the start it looked like it was, but the moment they got that snipe onto Super Macro, it looked like at some point it was swinging towards the way of RFI. So there was a little bit of back and forth between the both of them. Looking at the stats, Kimura, no surprises, he is the tank for this round, so that's why he takes a lot of damage. But the damage distribution for AP BREN, we got Flapeezy, we got Kartizi, we got Ogwen. 3 of them are pretty much quite even in terms of damage taken. So they got 3 beefy guys to protect Super Marco.
Yeah, and that was one of the few questions that we posed at the start of the game. How can Aura Fire hit the backlines? You have Van, you have Hai, you have Kimura, but it's not going to be as easy as it seems. And they managed to do it a few times and almost getting the game-winning pickup onto Super Marco. But when you look back at the game, it really felt like Aura Fire might have broken the code, right? Against all odds. Unfortunately, I feel like it wasn't their time to end the game. And on top of that, Super Marco just mounted an impenetrable defense.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, I think there was a lot of reliance on Kabuki again to dish out the damage. That's why he's crowned the carry in this round. So imagine in the alternate universe that Kabuki was taken out. I mean, it's pretty similar to like round number 1, right? They have no other answer. Maybe like Van, but even so, Van couldn't dish out as much damage as well. Yes, he went for the Assassin Emblem, great, a lot of damage potential there, but if you have 3 tanks, like only him alone is not going to be enough.
Yeah, and you have so many abilities that you need to be aware of, right? the Minotaur knockup, the Martis, the Martis Mortal Coil, the penalty zone from the Terizla. So many abilities that you kind of need to filter through. Overall, I think Aura Fire, they have so many things that so many concerns to address that, in the heat of the moment, AP BREN easily caught them off guard. Let's take a look at our MVP of game number 2. I feel like we don't need to, think too much about who it is. Of course, it is Super Marco on that Beatrix, 10-1-7.
Yeah, you know what? In his item build, I think he sold one of his shoes to maximize his damage potential. So you see that it's all out damage for him, just up the back.
Yeah, I mean, even in the final sequence, right? Like, he bought an immortality. The moment he dies and revives, he sells it and buys a damage item, and then goes for the end game. So, I mean, Super Marco, he has shown up on an MVP screen more than enough times. Definitely one of the the highest performing gold laner that we have in this competition. I mean, even if you can pit him against people like Kabuki, right? Players like Kabuki, players like BREN, even in series that they lost against Victortron Alpha, players like Saken. I mean, Super Marco, he's definitely up there amongst the greats.
You know what? To be the greatest, this is what we learned from is that mid-game, you can buy and sell items depending on the situation. You can even have the tendency to buy an immortality, use that immortality during a team fight, it goes down, it gets burned out, never mind, you sell it off and you buy another damage item to counter back your opponent. I mean, can you imagine the amount of thought process while all that action is happening? It's insane for one individual.
Yeah, I mean, at my age, I can not do that at all. I think my reactions are too slow to pull out these kind of maneuvers in what? It takes 1.5 or 2 seconds to revive for immortality. That's 2 less time for me, right? I need double the time to make it happen. But Super Marco, look at this moment, right? The base defense. And also one thing that's impressive, the target selection. Aura Fire, they were looking for the juggler already, right? They took out 2 members on the side of AP BREN. And, Kabuki overextend just a little bit. And the moment he goes down, Super Marco just flickers forward and cleans up house.
I guess this also answers. So I posted a clip a couple of months ago of Izanami's hand cam. And a lot of people were questioning okay, why is he playing while he's opening and closing the shop at the same time? So I guess this is one of the answers of why these top level players, they do that. It's because that they want to get used to in certain situations, they're able to mechanically open the shop, do their buy, get back into the game in split second, minimize the time to do that. So I guess that's just part of their mechanical training.
Yeah, it could be. I think, you really do have to be incredibly aware, and the thought process for Super Marco, right? I think he definitely has lived up to his name multiple times, right? The super in his IGN. But this is the 2-0 win that AP BREN has earned over Aura Fire. I felt like, as much as it looked like a no contest, Aura Fire did put up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good fight though. It's not saying one-sided per se, especially when it comes to Game 2. So Game 2 did show that Aura Fire still has the fire in them. It was just that they were put in an unfortunate situation that the final game didn't really matter. It was just playing for pride, but they had pride in them to really fight back and almost brought us on to Game 3. So hopefully we'll be able to see the best, or hopefully we'll be able to see more of Aura Fire in the future.
Yeah, and Aura Fire, right? Their journey to this area isn't simple, right? Aura Fire is one of the few teams, alongside Esports Icon, that play all the way from Open Finals and survive until the Challenge Group stage, right? I mean, we talk about Esports Icons, we have to wave goodbye to them as well because, they were not able to win the final series. Aura Fire, the same predicament. So the 2 Open Final teams not able to make it to top 6, but they have put on such a clinic, such a performance for us. So really grateful and hope to see more of them. But for now, we put that aside because we want to talk to the winners of that series. And guess what? We have Super Marco himself with us. So let's welcome him. Hello, Super Marco. Congratulations on your win. over Aura Fire as a fantastic 2-0. How is the team feeling? How are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are so happy because we make it to the playoffs, even though our bracket is so hard.
Oh yeah, I mean, you could not have said it any better, right? The only Philippine teams in a sea of Indonesian representatives. We've on Stream C, we followed 4 out of 5 of AP BREN's, best of 3 series. So it really felt like, I personally feel like I was following the story of your entire team, but here you guys are, only losing against Bigotron Alpha early on. But I want to quickly kind of talk about that game number 2. You got caught out that one time. That was your only death. Aura Fire marching down your base, and you pull off this crazy base defense. How was the communication like, right? What was the thought process behind it?
Yeah, our mindset was to defend because we have no choice. I got killed. Yeah.
So you just kind of came back and pulled off that massive defense, right? So, I mean, okay, so I remember talking to, I believe, Few before, and he said that, you guys will join Echo and RSG Philippines in the top 6, and both of those teams have already made it to top 6. So now, in top 6, you have your team, AP BREN, you have RSG Philippines, Echo, Red Giant Esports, Bigotron Alpha, and Onyx. Where do you see AP BREN, standing amongst the others?
What?
So among the top 6, where do you see your team? Like, how far do you think AP BREN can go? Do you think you guys have what it takes to win the whole thing?
Yeah, we're confident we can go to finals.
All right, Cloud, you got anything, Cloud?
Since you mentioned you're confident to go to the finals, I want to know which team do you want to meet the most in the finals?
I think Onyx Indo.
Onyx Indo, right?
Right.
So kind of that rematch, right? You guys did beat them before, so that would be amazing. But before we send you off for the rest of the night, anything you want to say to all the other teams, or you want to say to the AP BREN supporters that have been tuning in for the group stage?
Shout out to my family and my girlfriend Jamie, and to all our sponsors, and to our bosses, Boss AJ, Boss Jeff, Boss Job, and to all the supporters of AP BREN. Hope you will support us until the end.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they will. So AP BREN against Onyx Indonesia in the grand finals. I'm very looking forward towards that. But for now, thank you very much for joining us. Wish you have a good rest of the night and all the best for top 6.
Thank you.
A man of little words, but straight to the point. We can make it to the finals. We want to rematch with Onyx Esports, even though we beat them before, but we want to beat them in front of the home crowd.
You know what the best part is that I actually asked the same question to Echo, like, okay, who do you want to meet the most in the finals? And they also mentioned Onyx as well. It's like everyone has a grudge against Onyx for some reason.
I mean, Onyx did win MSC, right? They were the one who took it away from the Filipinos, so it makes a lot of sense that the Philippines, they're coming in with a vengeance. They want to just rip it away from the Indonesians and their home ground, just like what they did at M4, right? It's the same venue. Oh, it would feel so good if you can do it 2 times in a row, which is crazy.
Yeah, but if they were to do that, they have to go up against one of their own, which is Kyrie as well. So it's going to be a very interesting story. But speaking about stories, we're going to check out the standings after. Not sure if we have completed all the other streams yet, but this is as of now, so don't take it too hard yet. But I think right now with the current standings, it is quite clear that who is in the top 3 for the both groups.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look on the standings as it gets pulls up on your screen in just a little bit. I mean, prior to that, we already said that the top 6 have been pretty much locked in, right? On Group A, we have RSG Philippines, with Echo and Red Giant Esports, and in Group B, with Onyx Esports, AP BREN, and Bigotron Alpha. I think for me, the biggest surprise is definitely Red Giant Esports. This was a team that was invited to the challenge stage. Again, in fact, out of the top 6 teams, Red Giant Esports is probably one of the most rookie team, right? In terms of competitive experience, in terms of how long the organization has been in competitive Mobile Legends, this is definitely kind of the dark horse moving into the playoffs.
Yes, and they are the only team who is not invited directly onto the challenge finals that made it onto the playoffs.
That is crazy.
Okay, let me just fact check that, right? So it looks like we have RSG Philippines as well that actually go through. So so they have a couple of them. We got BTR as well that went through, and here are our top 3 from each group. So we got a couple of them. We got a good mix basically.
Yeah, and of course, the match between EVOS Legend and Bigotron Alpha is still ongoing, but that one is not going to affect the results in any way. EVOS Legends will not be able to make it through to top 6, even if they win the series. So overall, once more, we've already locked in our top 6 teams to playoffs. Group A with RSG Philippines, Echo, and Yudo Red Giants, and Group B with Onyx, AP BREN, and Bigotron Alpha. Yeah.
Yes, and thank you to EVOS Icons, RGSG, Bird Splash, Our Fire, EVOS Legends, as well as Toda for playing together with us. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them again in the near future because they have shown us some amazing plays throughout these past 3 days.
Yeah, they definitely have. And of course, if you guys want to continue checking out the third game between EVOS Legends and Bigotron Alpha, you can head over to Stream B. That's where our colleagues are commentating that game as well. It's the final game, the last game on the group stage. So if you don't want to miss it, you can pull up Stream B on a separate screen or a separate tab just to witness how this is going to go down. Again, doesn't affect the standings in any way, but for EVOS Legends, I think it would mean a lot to take down a titan like Bigotron Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the bragging rights, right, of the team that's in the same region, the same Indonesian region. So you want to go home and tell people that, hey, you know what, at least we got a game out of Bigotron Alpha, that a lot of people are saying that this is a team that needs to, that all the other teams need to be aware of. And speaking about being aware of, we'll definitely see them in the playoffs later on. And the playoffs will be played in a LAN event. So can you imagine that they'll be closer to each other? There'll be a lot more taunting. And this is where it gets fun.
Yeah, we have 3 Filipino teams, we have 2 Indonesian teams, and 1 Malaysian teams. And yes, we made it to top 6 after so long. It does feel really good, again, to see a team like Yudo Red Giants going that far with, as much as we say that this organization in competitive ML isn't as veteran as the other names, but you look at the roster, right? You have players who played with Blacklist prior. You have one of the most decorated coaches, you have Coach Arcadia. You have Coach Ozora Vecchi, who has had an insane amount of experience, and even as an MPL MY winner at some point in his career as well. So this is a team that can be a dark horse. If there are any upsets, I think it's going to come from Yudo Red Giants.
Yeah, I think this is the team that definitely you need to keep an eye on. But the next journey will not be easy. Basically, that we've filtered the teams now that we are with the Titans, so they're going up against the Titans. Basically, it's going to be the David versus Goliath side of the story. And Yudo Red Giants, like what you said, being one of the newer teams, the so-called rookie team in the Southeast Asia. In fact, if I want to think about it, right, they just entered the professional scene like last season. Like they came from the open qualifiers, they fought their way, entered the professional season, and even the professional season they did well to go on to the playoffs. And then now they are playing in a Southeast Asia level. So this team, if they can continue on like this, we might even see them in the end series.
Yeah, I mean they faced off against our current world champion. They faced off against MSC 2022 winner, and now they're gonna have a chance to face off against the MSC 2023 winners, the ISF winners, Bigotron Alpha and AP BREN, SEA Game gold medalists. So many decorated teams in the playoffs. I mean, Yudo Red Giants, this is a buffet. This is a gold mine of experience for Yudo Red Giants to kind of explore themselves. But we want to bring up the top 3 moments, the top 3 sequence of plays for today, because we need you guys to help us out. So many good plays out there. Tell us which play you think is the best. Is it going to be Sakin from Bigotron Alpha? Is it going to be Zyda? Or is it going to be Super Marco?
Oh man, these are all great picks, right? It's very hard for us to pick one. But I guess if you want to talk about heroics, right? Like Super Marco arguably was the hero. Like if he didn't play like how he played, like Out of Fire would have won that round. So I would think it. But of course, Zaida has a good moment as well. But I think that all of them have great moments. Not gonna lie. But if you talk about impactful moments, I think Super Marco will get my vote.
Yeah, I am also kind of torn between Super Marco and Sakin, right? I mean, Sakin, okay. miracles, all of them delivered. So, you know, there's a lot to be considered, but end of the day, pick your favorites.
Yeah, pick your favorites. All three of them had their own moments. So I don't know. Sometimes they can be like, oh, irregardless of the moment, because I support that team, I will vote for it, and no matter what. And that's absolutely fine, right? And that's the whole point of being a fan. You want to support your team no matter the ups and downs and whatever happens to the team. So just cast your votes away, and who knows? There could be a reward for the highest vote. I'm not too sure about that.
I hope so. I hope so. You know, the easiest way is to draw participation is to have free stuff. You know, have a reward, incentive, right? People play tournaments for prize money. You know, people go to what do you call that? Garage sales for cheap stuff, and that's me. I go to parties for free food.
I wouldn't mind free food though, but besides the free food, looks like we have a free game for you guys. The night is not over. The night is still young, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump straight onto EVOS Legends versus Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, you thought the night has ended. You thought that, you know, we're going to send you off to stream B. Well, don't worry. We're not going to send you off to stream B. Who am I kidding? We want you guys to stay with us because we're the best. So we'll bring stream B to you guys. Here is Bigatron Alpha against EVOS Legends. In the middle of the game tree, right? We said EVOS Legends, they took one game over Bigatron Alpha early on. This is the very, very last game of the group stage. So here we are. I mean, the stage so far, very, very even game.
Yeah, EVOS Legends, well, pretty much playing for pride at this point. So Bigatron Alpha, whatever happens, it wouldn't change the final result. They are in a 1-1 anyway. But it looks like the fight here. Super Bin goes down immediately. Hijume gets a kill just like that.
I mean, there's nothing the Super V could do, right? Goes for the engage. As a Kufra, if you fully commit, then you pretty much put yourself in a rough spot. But Nia will be traded back as he goes for Super Ken, a 2-for-1 trade. EVOS Legends taking the lead.
So now that the Lord is up, it looks like Bigatron Alpha, not enough people here. And EVOS Legends, well, they have the time to contest for it.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS Legends, they will be able to set up Lord, but without Nia, it will be kind of a stalemate, right? Bigatron Alpha will get to reset this, Super Ken will be back. EVOS Legends tussling over this area. A lot of that responsibility will be on Dreams on this Atlas, and whether he can kind of get to the backline, right? It's all about the tanks. Both of them can and have the potential to catch multiple targets, and immediately Super Vin's getting brought back straight into the rocket barrage and almost sprayed down by Lead. The Rumor Manipulation will catch him. So Rizzo in a rough spot, almost finished off, but damage wasn't enough. Fluffy caught between a wall and a hard place, still survives, but Nia! Oh, solo kill Super Ken?
Oh, okay. Not too sure what happened there on top, but that opened up some space for Nia to put pressure on the top lane, and also opening up the Lord for EVOS Legends to take down. So this is going to be a free lock for them. Once they're done with that, everyone goes back to clearing up the lanes and wait for the Lord to arrive to push in onto Bigatron Alpha.
And now EVOS Legends are definitely in the driver's seat, right? Because of this Lord, they are going to be able to crack open that mid-tier 1, and with the bottom lane losing all the out-tier turrets, that jungle is completely inaccessible. So for Super Ken, this might be the last purple buff that he'll ever get in this game.
Ooh, okay. Defense time here for Bigatron Alpha, but they still have the turrets though. Just need to keep an eye on the bottom lane. But for EVOS Legends, they sent Nia to actually go in for the split push. She's still waiting for the top lane, for the minions to come in, and by that time he will do his work.
There we go, Lord marching in. It's going to be held back for a while, but Dreams is always going to be a menace. The Lord's going to start pounding onto the inhibitor. Engage coming in from the side of Super Bin, trying to go catch on Hijume, who will try to get out, and he's out of it. Nothing much can be done. Hijume will be safe. Inhibitor turret barely hanging on, instantly taken down by BREN. Super Ken wants to survive this. Flicker forward by Dreams, go in with the ultimate, getting the fatal links on, but unfortunately not able to finish off any kills. They end up losing Dream instead. Bigatron Alpha, hold on.
Well, they traded back 2 turrets, so I'm not sure if it's a worthwhile trade. But at least they got an inhibitor, so maybe it's an okay worthwhile trade for them. but that also means that everyone is back on a reset right now. And looking over at the items, interestingly, so there's a Terizla on EVOS Legends, but no Dom Eyes. I always believe that if you have a Terizla, that kind of hero that can increase or can lifesteal back, you better have a Dom Eyes. But the fight in the middle now.
Meanwhile, Charles Dorizo straight to the back, and they able to find Brent. Brent ends up going down. Inisaki start putting out the damage on this Melissa, but unfortunately, both Dorizo and Super Win have already been taken out. So, Bigatron Alpha are not able to continue the chase. EVOS Legends continues to hold on.
Dude, this is like brawl in the middle, okay? It's like just everyone just going head on with each other. It's like, okay, don't need to think about going for the flag or something like that. You just go in. That's all. And just look at this. Because there's a good distance for the side of Bigatron Alpha to pull off the better airstrike, that's why they can pull off that amount of damage. But they lose 3 in the front, including Super Vin, who's supposed to be the tank, as well as Zorizo.
And look at this, Bigatron Alpha still really hanging on. Look at the damage overall leaderboard, right? Hijume at the top, Sakin coming in second. Definitely a bit of a flashback. As Bigatron Alpha, they did run the Melissa in the earlier series against AP BREN, and Sakin was able to completely demolish the game. Second Lord spawning on the bottom side also. Again, EVOS Legends the first one to arrive.
Yeah, EVOS Legends going again for the Lord for the second time around. And it does not look like Bigatron Alpha is contesting, at least as of now. But they're sending Super Vin just to scout out, just to see what's the potential for them to come in and steal it away. But time is not on their side though. 50% of health left. Zorizo needs to make it fast. But Super Cat behind.
Watch out.
Out. He cannot go in.
Yeah, there's no way for him to head in. But he did cause enough distraction to get EVOS Legends to pull off the Lord, so EVOS can get resetted. As the top tier 2 does fall, Nia also not with the team, so they can't start on the Lord just yet.
Ooh, okay, so now Lord back to reset, unfortunately. And now EVOS Legends needs to continue it on, but this time around, Bigatron Alpha, they are ready for it. But Zorizo is all the way up top, and now he'll be coming back to join his team because as a Grok, the wild charge will be very important when it comes to team fight, so he needs to be together with them.
Yeah, and EVOS Legends just camping on that mid bush, right? If they find someone, they can catch anyone from Bigatron Alpha. It's gonna open up the Lord for them. Sakin will check that one. Super Brain also hanging around that area. It's gonna be a stalemate around this Lord pit for a while. However, for Bigatron Alpha, they will always have to tend to the bottom wave because they have lost an inhibitor. EVOS Legends will always have that pushed in. Fluffy spotted up by Zorizo as Super Win. Super Ken starts working on the Lord little by little. Seeing Dreams on the other end. This Atlas can cause massive damage with the Fatal Links. They gotta avoid him. The Lord dropping down less than half. Where is the Fanny? Is not in this area at any point. So the Lord given away to Bigatron Alpha. Zorizo, wild charge, trying to get to safety. Using the flicker as well. Will try to survive just for now, but Nia cuts him to pieces as Sakin also almost loses his life. But Bigatron Alpha, they do get the Lord. Fatal Lanes connecting on the Super Win. Super Win will lose his immortality as Dreams alongside Brands will try to finish him off. The better airstrike, not enough to finish off Brands. The Super Can caught by the RWM as well, trying to head to safety with this recall. But Brands able to find his Super Can with the remnants of his energy, gets to safety, and Bigatron Alpha staying alive, but just barely.
Wow, speaking of staying alive, Super Can couldn't stay alive. They were everywhere. They were waiting for Super Cat to come to whichever direction, and they anticipated it well. But for EVOS Legends, despite those kills, they can't end the game just yet because they need to deal with the Lord.
And I mean, Bigatron Alpha, given the Lord on silver platter, so they still stay alive in this game. Thankfully, EVOS Legends continue to fight Dreams, Fatal Links. What happened to Sakin?
Beautifully done indeed. Sakin goes down, and now without the marksman and with the Lord down. But they don't have the midnight wave, unfortunately. That means EVOS Legends will be back to just shoving the wave still, back to farming, because by then, Bigatron Alpha will be back at the 5.
I mean, Sakin going down, thankfully, because of the Lord that they got earlier on. EVOS Legends won't be able to push too much. But still, Bigatron Alpha gotta defend the base right now. EVOS Legends at the doorstep. Could be Dreams looking for another pick. Top side, Nia almost destroys Supercan's health bar. Mid inhibitor is gonna fall. Super Win goes for the engage. Slow down, but Ice Queen one forced to flicker. Caught by the RWM. Gonna just barely scrape away.
Okay, so now it's back to the reset. 1 minute before the Lord comes up, and it's going to be back to 0 between these two teams. You know what? Despite it being a matchup that is nothing much more for them to play in terms of the group stage, you can see these two teams really going in for pride. And especially that these two teams coming in from the same region, they want to at least go back home and be proud of their achievement among each other.
Supercan and Zorizo on the bottom side. Nia is messing around a little bit with the steel cables, but Dream's gonna show up. Zorizo corralled away. Hijumi spotting Supercan. Fatal Link's gonna be landing on the Zorizo, forcing the wild charge out, but Zorizo is in a really rough spot. Brand's behind him. Zorizo, he's gonna be surrendered over. Evil's Legends getting a free pick.
Ooh, yeah, there's nothing much that Zorizo can do, but at least he pulled away the members of Esports Legends from his teammate, but that also means that they are down with only Super Vin that's able to tank out any damage in case a fight happens. But the fight will not happen for now. Instead, the Lord is up. But speaking of fight, oh, Super Vin caught out.
Uh-oh, Super Vin torn to shreds. Hijumi on a killing spree. They might not even need the Lord right now. Super Ken on the run. It's gonna be forced back to his base. Zorizo back in another 15 seconds. So Esports Legends, they can't end the game yet, but they sure as hell can get the Lord.
Yeah. Because we can see the movement from Nia going towards the Lord. That's a signal already that Esports Legends is not interested to end this. But they sent two of their chunky heroes, Fluffy, as well as Dreams at the front, just to block things out. Okay, Super Ken coming
Super
in.
Ken
But will he be at
wants
the
to
right
go for a
timing?
steal.
Super Ken do it. Super Ken gets the shutdown.
Wow!
The Lord still stands.
He's gonna lose his immortality. Evil's Legends, they can still rush down the Lord, right? Both junglers are dead. Zorizo, can he get this? No, he could not. 147 HP was the difference maker. And the rest of Evil's Legends will start cleaning up house. Bigatron Alpha with 3 dead. And Evil's Legends looking for a potential win.
Okay, this is it. This will be the moment here. 2v4 we're talking about. Super Vin, the tank. Second, the only damage dealer. Will that be enough from Super Ken to actually clear off the minions? I don't think so. A lot of single target hits from Super Ken, so to clear off the minions on 3 ways is going to be difficult.
They might have to do it. It's going to be Flicker. Apparently, though, Sakin completely kidnapped by Evil's Legends and finished off. And this is it. Evil's Legends in the final stretch actually take down Bigatron Alpha. Wow. A 2-1 victory for Evil's Legends.
Wow, Esports Legends, despite them going out of this tournament, but they put on a fight and they still played with pride. So with this win against Bigatron Alpha, at least something for them to take home at the end of the day.
You know what they say? If you go down, you want to go down swinging, and they definitely just swung a blow. Just one last shot at Bigatron Alpha before they go down. But again, we gotta thank Esports Legends for being a part of this, right? They will not advance to the next stage. Unfortunately, that win is not going to change the standings, but it was still a very well-fought game either way.
Yes, it was very good quality gameplay, I must say. They know who to pick off, they know the discipline, the timing, they know when to go for the Lord, when to disengage. I mean, it was just perfect play for Esports Legends for me. And I believe it's also the first time for us in StreamC to be broadcasting the game.
Oh yeah, I think, you know, it just so happens that it was the last game, right? So then we get to witness a pretty good ending to some of these teams' matches. And that actually just concludes our group stage. We have finished off 3 days of group stage, just plenty of best of threes. I've lost count, but a lot of quality Mobile Legends game.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing how will the playoffs be, because in the playoffs, well, it will be the best of the best teams. We're filtered down to the best teams in this tournament, and we'll be crowning the champions by the end of this week. And also, do check out the social medias of the organizers, ESL, and so on, because I believe that in your local area there could be watch parties happening around. So if you can't make it onto the LAN event, join in on the watch party because that's where normally they will have freebies there. So you don't want to miss out on that.
Yeah, one of my favorites when it comes to a watch party is definitely the freebies. The games first and then the freebies, right? The freebies come second. But thirdly is also you get to meet like-minded people to kind of enjoy the game together, right? Support your favorite teams, cry if they lose. I don't know if anyone has cried when the team lose. I have not experienced that before, but I know people who are very passionate about their favorite teams. Either way, with 6 more teams remaining, tomorrow's going to be a rest day. They all get time to recuperate, and then Friday to Sunday is where the final showdown happens.
Yeah, a lot of these teams definitely need the rest. I mean, the past few games, at least on Stream C, there were a lot of 3-game series, full series that actually went on. So I can imagine that the teams are really tired right now, and that one day, I can imagine that it's not going to be enough. You probably need a week after whatever that's been going on. But that one day is where they will maximize that time just to rest and reset.
Oh yeah, and I think, for these guys, they definitely have fought tooth and nail, right? Even coming into this top 12, I feel like when I look at the top 12 teams, it's very hard for me to kind of say which team is going to make it, right? I want a lot of teams in my mind to make it to top 6, so it's a tough task to pick out just 6 of them. But I'm glad the top 6 that we have are gonna, it's guaranteed to give us one of the best playoffs we've ever seen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did talk about like some of the teams that we would like to see in the finals, right? So, but before we go on to that, let's check out the stats from the previous game, and I believe it was quite a long one. So all the items should have been purchased. It doesn't look like a real one-sided game. It still looked like a good 50-50 game towards the end.
Yeah, I would say that, this game, Esports Legends, really coming out clutch, coming out on top as well, right? You look at the roster that they played with. Instead of Taz, it was Nia in the jungle, and he really delivered on that Fanny.
Oh yeah. Since this is the last game that it doesn't really matter for them, but so that's why they can put it as sub. So Nia has been playing really, really well, even as a substitute. Him cutting in the waves and him getting the kills onto the backline, that was really on point. I mean, the number 21-8, I don't think this tells the full story, but if you were to watch that game from the start to the end, then you will see that, it's actually quite 50-50. And I think majority of the kills, they got it towards the end as Esports Legends wanted to close out game.
I mean, BT, there were some slightly weird moments in that game, but overall, I mean, Esports Legends again pulled up that final hurrah to get this win. I'm gonna look at the numbers just a little bit. We're talking about Saken, but in this game, he was just not able to deliver on that front because it was so hard for him to kind of be effective in that environment.
Yeah, damage down here. Moreno, the most damage because of the feather airstrike naturally. But as a marksman, I think a lot of people will expect like, okay, Saken to get more damage. But Saken, the Melissa, one thing about the Melissa, for the most part, is very single target. So you don't get like aerial effect as much as compared to like a Beatrix, for example. So like a Beatrix, you can dish out a lot of damage into a single area. That's why you can naturally get a lot of damage as well. So to a certain extent, I believe that is why Melissa is not really that popular now.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it a few times, but I think Saken, he definitely had his moments on this Melissa. Overall, this is a game that I definitely feel like, for Megatron Alpha, because they've already made it, you could say whatever you want about them. Maybe they are just, laying back a little bit. I think it's very commendable that both teams, are still willing to give us this high quality gameplays towards the very end. I mean, I'm very satisfied with how this group stage turned out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last game even, we were shown a treat here. It was not really a one-sided game. It was pretty 50-50. The scores don't tell the right story. And looking at where the damage taken, no surprises. It's all taken by the tanks. Supervin, Fluffy, Dreams, Zorizo as well, taking majority of the damage, doing their role as a tank. So pretty straightforward, I must say, when it comes to this stat.
Yeah, it just nothing out of the ordinary, right? Just very, very direct. The damage to structures as well, brands. Just basically the demolisher on the side of Esports Legends.
Yep. Damage to tower. Interestingly, Zorizo got a lot of damage to tower. Of course, we expect like the marksman to get majority of damage. In fact, Saket actually slightly lower than Zorizo. If it was not Zorizo, then I would have thought maybe Supercam might have done it because Supercam has the mobility to go in and out of situations.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, right? We have seen a few Ling matches, but we also saw how it was, this hero was dealt with in those matches as well, right? One of the more purple buff intensive heroes, and it just gets pretty a bit of a headache when you're getting contested and when you start falling behind. So in this case, I think for Bigatron Alpha, they were caught in a rough spot. MVP though, Hijumi with that with the Yves 8-1-9.
Yep, 8-1 to 9, pretty straightforward builds as well. All out magic damage for him. That is, of course, the real world manipulation, able to take control of situations as well. So great for him. Always in a good position and hardly ever caught out, despite the opponent has a Ling. So you would think that, okay, the Ling goes onto the back line, deals with the Yves, but he positioned himself so well that the Ling couldn't get to him.
Yeah, and you also have the Brute Force breastplate, right? So you get that extra resistance in his fights. Because a lot of these moments are just, Esports Legends. Dreams, in particular, one of the unsung heroes of this game, on this Atlas, the Fatal Links, the cash potential, so deadly. It does make the life of Bigatron Alpha very hard, very rough. Because, you don't have a Grok or Kufa to dive Farsa. Well, guess what? The Atlas can do exactly the same. And you also stop the Ling from kind of just diving into you because you can always catch him.
Yeah, speaking about Dreams, right? So I noticed in the comment section the other day that Dreams was criticized by the fans on his performance, but to be fair to them, of course, this is going up against some of the best teams in Southeast Asia, so that's one. But now I would say I agree with you that Dreams redeemed himself in this final game, showing a good performance as an Atlas. We didn't get to see many Atlases placed in this tournament so far, but for him playing the Atlas, having the group control, even like locking down one individual, not allowing like a Super Ken to get away that easy, I think he's done a great job.
He definitely has, like, very opportunistic. I mean, and again, Nia was put so far ahead as well, and this is one of the crazier moments, right, where both the junglers end up going down, and if you see Storizo's a heroic play, but unfortunately, he put the Lord down to 147 HP, which was the magical number to allow BREN to secure the Lord at the very end. But either way, Bigatron Alpha put up a pretty good fight. We will still see more of them in the playoffs.
Yep, Bigatron Alpha, a lot more to play later on. But you know what, to a certain extent, because this round doesn't really matter, and if you think about it, Bigatron Alpha, maybe they're saving their strat, so that's why they're not really showing their full potential anyway. So it's like, to them, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown us the Angela Joy, right? Like 2-3 games in a row. So what more could we ask for?
Yeah, the Angela Joy special that forced a lot of teams after that to ban out the Angela, even though it's not against Bigatron Alpha. So I guess, great showing for Bigatron Alpha so far, despite them not winning this round. But yeah, to be fair, it's them just saving the strats.
I mean, we even saw that they had so much influence that AP BREN started using it, the Angela Joy. So, and that was kind of, that you are onto something, right? When your opponents, they could not overcome those specific strats, and they were like, you know what, we're just going to join you. We're just going to use what you use and see how good it works. So overall, Bigatron Alpha, they definitely had their moments today. It wasn't as clean as they would have liked it to be, but they've done just enough.
And despite them showing that kind of strat, that could be, I don't know, that could be their secret strat, just putting it out there, right? But it is worthwhile for them because they just qualified at number 3 from Group B onto the next round. Maybe if they didn't put out a sort of secret strat, then they might be relegated because teams like Aura Fire are also very, very strong as well. And they're just behind them in terms of the points. So yeah, I guess a great showing for them. But that also means that during the playoffs, they need to be prepared with coming up with something different in case they were to be counted by pulling off this strat again.
Yeah, I mean, overall, right, you look at Group B, both Aura Fire and Esports Legends. Even Esports Legends, despite winning, doesn't really matter, right? It just puts them in a spot where they are tied up against Aura Fire. So it's definitely a rough one. When you look at the overall result, unfortunately, Todak is the only team that has lost all of their series. Couldn't even put up much resistance against the team that they're up against. But we have gone through this discussion a few times where this is a roster that is pretty fresh, pretty new, led by a veteran, which is 4Maze. So up against all these stacked teams, it is kind of like a platform for them to gain experience.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the Todak contingent, most of them were unwell during this campaign, so that kind of affected their performance as well. I believe that in today's game, they had their manager Ashi to play, and if I'm not mistaken, the coach as well to play in the absence of some of the players who weren't feeling well. So, I mean, not only the result, but also the condition didn't favor them.
Yeah, and just very unfortunate, but we thank them anyways. One of the household names for MPL MY, and to a certain degree on their world stage, right? Todak has brought out flags to the international stage, and I'm pretty sure that down the road we're gonna see these players continue to prosper locally. It's baby steps, one step at a time. They've gotten a taste of what the regional teams can do, so perhaps it's a lesson learned. Let's take a look at the updated stats from the group stage. We have just concluded every single game, so here it is.
Yeah, so no changes in terms of standings. Everyone was as it is as before. It's just that we update the scores a little bit. That Esports Legends won their game against Bigotron Alpha, so they happen to be just 1 point behind Bigotron Alpha. If only they got that extra 1 more point, then I'm not sure what the tiebreaker rule is, but we may go for tiebreaker game. I'm not sure about that. But anyway, that's in a totally different multiverse. What's important is that RCPH, Echo, Udo Red Giants, AP BREN, Onyx, Bigotron Alpha will be continuing on this journey in the playoffs.
I want to hear what you guys have to think, right? Drop it down in Twitch chat, regardless of what platform you're watching on. Let us know which team that you think is gonna take it all. Because I mean, when you look at how it has been, this is a crazy ride. Of course, Bigotron Alpha, there was a bit of the we had a slight typo, and we've corrected it. There it is, Bigotron Alpha, 11 points, 3 wins and 2 losses. This does show one thing though: no team is perfect, right? Even the best, RTPH, Echo, AP BREN, Onyx, even they have dropped one game themselves.
Yeah, this is what's exciting, right? Towards leading up to the playoff, is that every team is vulnerable. Like even your world champions, Echo, they didn't top the group. So and we even have like a dark horse, Udo Red Giants, in the top 3. So it can be anyone's game in the finals later on. So I don't know. Now I wouldn't want to be in a position to be forced to predict what's going to happen in the finals, because based on this alone, just look at the numbers, like no one is running away.
And for anyone who was wondering, right, between the tiebreaker of AP BREN and Onyx, and why AP BREN is placed in first, is because AP BREN, they did win over Onyx. So that kind of that is the reason why AP BREN is in first place. So it does matter, right? The head-to-head. Is this a single round robin? So overall, and all these tiebreaker rules, when it comes to head-to-head, this is where it matters.
Yeah, and I guess this sort of arrangement is also will also affect the next round, how they will be placed in what sort of seeding as well. So for them to top the group, naturally they will have a better seeding later on. So we'll let the officials do their thingy, and we'll get to know like what will the seeding be, or what will the groupings be later on in the following matchup, which is going to be exciting either way, because all these teams are amazing.
It will be. I think that for the playoff, regardless of how the seeding is going to end up, we are in for we are in for a ride for sure. I think we've talked about the matchup that we wanted to see. We talked about kind of the dark horses. So I think what's left is to see what the fans have to say, right? I mean, every single team has such a big fan base behind them, But at the end of the day, if it is an Indo team, then they will get support of their own region. If it's a Philippine team, they're gonna get the support of their respective regions as well.
Yeah, and plus the playoff area is in Jakarta. like one of the most populated cities, if not the most populated city in Indonesia. So can you imagine like being in such a populated area, like the people from Jakarta itself can attend easily at the main event, and you get like the surrounding areas of Jakarta also be able to have that access to easily come. And the fact that they have like how many here? Two Indonesian teams in the top 6. Expect it to be like a big party. Better take care of the roof because the roof can come down.
Oh, it definitely can. I remember when I attended M4, I swear I could not hear the broadcast. All I hear were team chants, very musical instruments, people playing like the team's theme song, and just the roaring support, right? It really echoes throughout the venue. Sometimes you can even hear it outside the venue, and that's how crazy these guys are. Crazy in a good way, right? These people are the reason why the teams are working so hard, and these people are the reason why we are continuously growing.
Right. Since you attended M4 in Jakarta as well, right? So I want to hear from your experience, like which team at that time that you've attended has the craziest support?
Oh, has the craziest support, huh? I think I was able to see, was it Onyx? I think it was Onyx and RRQ. Those were the two that gave me the biggest impressions, because again, well, they're in the hometown of the home ground of the Indonesian teams, right? So I think Onyx and RRQ, their supporters are just out of this world. You can see them just marching and parading down the venue along the entire lane. But for teams like Blacklist and Echo, they also have their fair share of supporters. This small group that are like at the front seat, which is also pretty nice as well, because they're this small group, but they are very loud and supportive of their own region. So overall, you kind of get to see this rivalry, but it's a very sportsman-like interaction between two different regions.
Yeah, I think it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, right? Because you have like the home ground support, and then you have like the away support. So I guess hearing from your experience, like RRQ as well as Onyx has the best support in the home ground category, but in the away category it sounds like Blacklist that time. Now that Echo is also playing, I'm pretty sure they will have that level of support as well, coming off of being the world champions. But we will ask you about the brackets now. We do have it. RGPH as well as BREN, being the champions of their respective groups, will have a direct ticket onto the next round.
Oh boy, this is not gonna be any easy, right? It is a double elimination. So, the teams, they are gonna have 2 chances to kind of play this out. But the first series, Onyx is gonna go up against Real Red Giants. That one is gonna be a doozy. Echo against BTR Alpha. That one is also going to be a banger.
Oh man, all of these are going to be bangers. It's hard to predict. Like, okay, Onyx, Red Giants, they need to be the Giant Slayer. They need to step up their game because they're going up against Onyx. And you did mention the home support that Onyx brought during the last M series. So we can expect the same. Since they'll be playing in a LAN tournament after this, right? So Red just need to be up for the 6th man. That is the home crowd as well.
Yeah, again, right? They probably the team that is. It feels like you're in a foreign land, right? Things are moving very fast for this dark horse, and I'm looking forward to see what they have to offer. Again, double elimination for what you guys would be given for the weekend, and I do hope that anyone who hasn't bought any tickets yet purchase the tickets right now, and anyone who has gotten the tickets, have made arrangement and plans, do enjoy, because I would say that as someone who can't make it there, I would say that it's definitely going to be an explosive weekend.
Yeah, and if you want to keep that energy up for an explosive weekend, make sure you grab yourself a can of Monster Energy. Unleash the beast in you when you attend such an event, because the beast will be the 6th man for the teams. Check out monsterenergy.com/gaming for more information on the amazing flavors from Monster Energy himself.
And sometimes when you want to get Monster Energy delivered to your doorstep and you don't know what's the most effective way, let me tell you the secret. We have DHL with us, and they are your choice of delivery. But on top of that, they also are running the FEBot Dash Cup that allows you to win 5,000 euros. You heard me, 5,000 euros, and you can just get started by checking out the link esl.gg/FEBot, download it on your device, get into the leaderboard, and perhaps you will be the lucky winner.
I mean, that's a lot of money there, 5,000 euros. But of course, it's not going to be easy. You guys need to be on the leaderboard, the global leaderboard that we're talking about.
Yeah, and of course, for all of you guys who have been tuning into the broadcast the past 3 days, we also want to hear what you guys think of the broadcast. For example, is Cloud good looking enough? For example, is Cloud good looking enough? Are the games to your taste? Anything, any feedback to us, or you can suggest what we should wear next time, right? Do you want me to wear a wig? Do you want Cloud to grow some hair? Use the link down below, key in your feedback, and we will be excited to read them.
Yeah, I know what I'm going to put in. I'm going to put in, I want Husky to be bald the next round, okay? That's my dream, That's my whole life achievement. But on top of that, my whole life achievement is to attend a Mobile Legends LAN event. You guys have the opportunity to do it right now. Do watch it live this weekend at Istora Senayan, Jakarta. And Husky will be bald if you do that.
Yeah, if I will go bald if you grow some hair. Okay, Cloud? I think this is a very fair trade. Get your tickets starting at 30,000 rupiah at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets. Do it right now. It's starting out very, very fast. You do not want to miss this.
Yes, don't miss out on the opportunity to cheer for your favorite teams. And normally these kind of events, there will be team merchandises there. And that is that's your chance to get some of that. I wish I had the opportunity to get some from the previous M series, but unfortunately I couldn't. So don't have the same regret like me. Make sure you do that for yourself.
Yeah, don't have the same regret like me either. I attended and I wasn't able to get any merch. So I wasn't able to get any merch. So yeah, I also have a bit of my regret. But one thing that I will never regret is being able to be a part of this broadcast. Right? It's been a lovely 3 days with you, Cloud, and also shout out to our buddy Jace, who is currently watching on broadcast. But most importantly is a thank you to everyone who tuned in for the first 3 days of the group stage, because this will be it for us. We're gonna head into the boys at Jakarta who are doing Stream A to give you guys the best weekend for Mobile Legends action. With that being said, my name is Husky, this is Sir Cloud on behalf of our friend Jace and everyone behind the scenes. We wish you guys a fantastic night and enjoy the LAN event this weekend at Istora Senayan for the playoffs. Goodbye.
They can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can hide. Yeah, this is magic, you know it, but no rabbit in the head. Let me go where it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Rip my head for the hell of it. We're gonna make a mess. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. See me up with your eyes. I got stitches from your lies. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. But be careful of my heart. It's best you leave that part. The end about revenge. Cause I'm a good friend. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. I got pins and needles and spread like an eagle. Give me the cruise while I'm on all fours. This fabric-y stuff, you know it's enough. And I better than her, yeah. She's on my trail. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of balls. Let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and crawl.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed, this ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game.